Hello everyone. We're going to travel across the Pacific Ocean tonight and discover a myth of the Polynesian peoples from Aotearoa, also known as New Zealand, to Hawaii, Tahiti, and more places. We will also discuss what is known of the Polynesians' migration and settlement in islands that are separated by thousands of miles of ocean. But let's begin with the first story. The story of hero and demigod Maui, and I'll tell you more about its significance afterwards. Once upon a time, so long ago that the grandfathers of our grandfathers didn't live in these times, the world looked very different. There were less islands back then. Birds were invisible. Day and night were unpredictable. And sometimes the sun disappeared unexpectedly, which made farming and fishing more difficult. All the more that men had not yet discovered the secret of fire, and they had to live in complete darkness at night. The heavens were also very close to the earth, which left little room for people to live and for plants to grow. At the time, gods and mortals mingled with each other. Sometimes they fell in love and they had children. It happened one day that the moon goddess Inakawea got married with a village chief, and together they had 4 sons. The first 3 were born as normal humans, but the last of them, Maui, inherited some of his mother's divine nature. He was part human being and part god. He could shift shape and appear as a man or an animal, and far from being shy and cautious, Maui liked to use his power to play pranks, and he would ridicule anyone, man or god, who dared to displease him. He could be annoying and arrogant sometimes, but he also had a good heart and was never intentionally mean. So he was also well liked by his parents and siblings, even though his different nature made him an outcast, and he soon developed a reputation of trickster in the village. Sometimes his 3 brothers excluded him from their activities, especially their fishing expeditions. The 3 brothers were excellent fishermen, and often brought back enough fish to feed the entire village, whereas Maui was weird, and he had the reputation of being bad at fishing and bringing bad luck, so they wouldn't let him go with them on their boat. He tried everything to make them accept him, from temper tantrums to threats, until they accepted just for the sake of silencing him. And so for once, the 4 brothers one day went fishing together, Maui proudly standing at the forefront of their boat, ready to show his abilities. To put the odds on his side, he had taken with him a magical fishing hook, and as a bait he had taken also a feather from his mother's pet bird. But unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The four brothers started fishing, but instead of achieving a lot of catches, as usual, they waited and waited, and nothing happened. They grew hungry, and they started to blame Maui for bringing them bad luck and not delivering on the fabulous promises of abundant catch he had made. Maui had not used his magical hook yet, and that was his last card to play. So, as usual, he remained apparently confident and promised his brothers that he would make a huge catch. The three were skeptical, and they ordered him to stop talking and act, giving him one last chance to prove his worth. Maui casted his hook and threw the line. The magical hook fell to the ocean floor, and at first nothing happened, until suddenly Maui felt a mighty tug. Thinking he had caught a huge fish, he began to reel in his catch. But this proved very difficult, and he had to ask for help from his brothers. They were now all excited. What kind of giant fish or sea creature could resist so much? And would they be able to take it out of water? Maui ordered his three older brothers to paddle hard and strong to ensure a firm fishing line as he placed all his strength on reeling. The line slowly rose, but it took huge effort, and the day soon ended. The brothers stayed focused, and they kept paddling for the entire night, until the following day. The line was slowly rising and rising, but apparently their prey was still not abandoning the fight. For another entire day and an entire night, they kept drawing on the line, only focused on paddling and moving forward, until they were so exhausted that they could no longer move. And at this point, the brothers looked behind them. It was not a fish that the hook had caught. It was the ocean floor, and they had made it rise well above the sea. Several new islands, with peaks and valleys, revealed themselves. Unintentionally, and with the help of his brothers, Maui had made the bottom of the ocean rise so much that a new land had appeared. Polynesia was born. But the world was still different from what it would become. Maui had modeled it unintentionally, just by trying to prove his worth to his brothers. And on another episode, he did it again to please his mother. Hina, the goddess, liked to behave like a normal woman, and while male villagers went fishing, building, or hunting, she had her daily tasks. She wove, she cooked, and she kept her home clean and welcoming. But she complained that her workday was limited because there were few sunshine hours. The world was illuminated by La, the sun god, and La was agitated. He crossed the sky very fast and then disappeared for a long time, plunging the world into darkness. Some days he was so fast that daylight lasted only a few hours. Other times he was slower, but this was completely unpredictable, and it made the world a difficult place to inhabit. Maui wanted to help his mother, so he decided to do something about it. He took again his magical hook and wove a long and solid rope, and then he went to Haleakala, the house of the sun, the place where the sun god rested between his erratic crossings of the sky. La was powerful and burning hot, but using his powers, his hook, and acting when the sun was asleep, Maui managed to capture him, and he tied him to a tree. La begged to be released, as the god felt the need to move and could not stand staying prisoner. Maui accepted, on the condition that the god would now fly high into the heavens and would slow down his course to remain visible for as many hours as he disappeared, each day and each night until the end of times. La accepted, and since then we live in a world where night and day are regular. But the night was still very dark, so using again his hook, Maui placed the moon into the night sky. The moon would provide a softer light, and mankind would never again have to live in complete darkness. The effects of Maui's good deeds immediately appeared. The villagers could lead more productive and happy lives. They could plan for their days, do more things, and never had to be afraid of the night again. After the creation of new islands, this new exploit had gained Maui the respect and affection of many, and he liked it, so he decided to do more for them. The world was still far from perfect. Another problem was that the sky was very low back then. It was like an invisible ceiling that you could reach by climbing a tree. In some higher parts of the islands that emerged from the infinite sea around them, it was impossible to stand up, and people had to walk on their hands and knees. This made fishing, hunting, planting and harvesting a constant struggle. And even worse, the sky was slowly falling. What would happen when it would reach the earth and room for mankind would have entirely disappeared? Maui felt sad for the earthlings, and he wanted to help. So he set out to move this falling sky. This time, no one could have used force to revert the sky's fall. It was just too large and too heavy. But what physical strength couldn't do, spiritual energy might be able to achieve. Maui's father was an expert in this field, and Maui sought his help. They sat down, facing each other, and they combined their spiritual strength, lifting their spirits to the sky and pushing as strong as they could The sky was so imposing that it didn't move at first. But they kept trying, and their combined energy began to work. There was a huge noise. The wind began to blow and shake every tree on earth as people ran around, terrified. The earth trembled, slowly at first, and then faster and faster. The sky began to move up and up and up, so high that no human being would never reach it again, even the birds. People who were walking on their knees could stand upright. The top of the trees that previously touched the sky could suddenly soar with majesty, and as the noise of the sky moving up faded away, it was replaced with the cheering sounds of people and the happy chirping of birds who could now fly freely. The world had been saved and expanded beyond human imagination, all thanks to Maui. In this new, expanded and freer world, birds sang and flied more than ever. But people didn't know it. At the time, birds were invisible. People could hear them as they populated the trees. Sometimes they could feel the wind made by their wings, but no one had ever seen a bird, except Maui. One of his powers was the ability to see birds, and he not only delighted in their melodious music, he also liked to observe their colors and their variety of shapes. But no one could join him in enjoying this vision, and this made Maui aware of the limitations of human condition. Even though there were now more islands, day and night were regular, and people had more room to live. Human life remained spiritually and materially very limited. And so he thought about giving more to his human friends that he felt compassion for. He prepared a spell that would bless every human and give them the ability to see birds, and beyond, a chance to realize that there was more to the world than the visible, that beauty could be within the reach of anyone who was able to see beyond appearances. The spell worked, and since then we can see birds, and through this vision we get a clue, an invitation to elevate ourselves in many possible senses of the term, aesthetically, sentimentally, spiritually. Maui had now acquired more wisdom and had grown a lot after all these good deeds. And he thought of yet another gift that would immensely benefit humanity. Men had not yet mastered the secret of fire. They sometimes had fire that they found when they could collect embers of natural fires, or when a volcano erupted, but they didn't know how to create it, and so they often lost the flames when it rained or when someone forgot to feed them. When this happened, they had to walk or hike on dozens of miles to find another source of fire, and they lived in constant fear of losing the precious source of light and heat. the secret of fire was unknown to men, but not to everyone. There was a tribe of intelligent birds who knew how to create it, and their chief was a mud hen, a bird looking a bit like a duck. Mud hens appeared in the winter and flew to another part of the world in the summer. But this bird was not a regular one. Like Maui, it was a half-divine creature that had taken disappearance, and it had more power and knowledge than most creatures. Maui had acquired more strength and will than any other, save for the gods, and he traveled to the place where the tribe of birds lived, with the intention to confront their leader and get the secret of creating fire. When he found the tribe and asked to talk to their chief, the creature refused to reveal the secret. So Maui began to strangle it. The bird knew that the secret to creating fire was rubbing two sticks together. But this secret was very precious, and it didn't want to let it spread. So it deliberately directed Maui to rub the wrong sticks together, and tried to convince him that it didn't work only because he was not gifted enough. Maui didn't believe it, and grew angry at the mud hen's deceit. So he strangled with more intensity, and the bird finally submitted and told Maui to use 2 sticks of kiawe wood, which was the right type of wood. It worked, and the secret was finally revealed. But Maui decided to punish the bird for its deceitful behavior. So he rubbed the head and the neck of the bird with a flaming stick. This left the mud hen and its lineage with a bald head, and to this day their bald heads remind us of the bird's reluctance to reveal the secrets of fire. Maui shared the secret with humanity, and again improved our condition. Maui had accomplished great deeds and become benevolent, but his natural arrogance had not disappeared. It had even grown after such impressive exploits. And this arrogance was the cause that led to his demise. Maui was now revered and as close to a god as a demigod could be. But he was still mortal, and he couldn't ignore that with the passing of time, his body was aging. He became obsessed and repulsed by the idea of death, and so he became interested in ways to find immortality for himself and for mankind. But how could mortals achieve immortality? Life and death were under the guard of goddess Hine, the guardian of life. Hine was the guardian of the underworld. She decided when a life had to end, and the mere thought of death from her was enough to kill any living creature. The only option was to kill Hine, to kill death itself, so that every living being could be freed from her tyranny. But this looked very difficult. How to approach and kill a goddess that could kill you with a single look or a single thought. Maui planned to approach her when she would be asleep. He would become immaterial and enter her body, then steal her heart while exiting, which would kill her. But he needed help, allies, to stand guard while he would approach Hine in her sleep. So he told his brothers of his plan and asked them for help. He would turn them into birds. They would sing to Hine to make her fall asleep, and they would keep an eye on the goddess while she slept and while Maui approached. The plan was audacious, and the brothers were terrified at the idea of approaching the guardian of life and defying the order of things. What could be their punishment if they were caught? But he managed to convince them, and so it was done. As the goddess fell asleep, Maui became immaterial and approached her, entering her body as a spirit. But before he could steal her heart, one of the birds realized that defying the laws of nature was the greatest crime possible, even for a demigod, and he betrayed his brother. He emitted a loud sound that woke the goddess up. As soon as Hine came back from the land of sleep, Maui, who was still inside her body, was killed. The greatest hero ever had fallen, and lost what time he had left to live in his quest for immortality. Maui is universally known and respected as a legendary hero and demigod throughout the Polynesian world, from New Zealand to Hawaii, Tahiti, Tonga or Samoa. But because these different cultures have lived separately for a long time, many centuries, there is a great deal of variation in the representation of Maui and the details of his exploits, even though the main lines are similar. I have followed more the tradition from Hawaii in the story I just told you. But for example, to the Maori, he lifted from the ocean floor one of the islands of New Zealand, while in the Hawaiian tradition, Maui lifted the islands from the Hawaiian archipelago. Often he is depicted as a handsome young man, but in Tahiti he was a wise and older man, a kind of prophet. But there is no doubt that all these myths have the same origin. Specifically in the case of Maui, they could be traced back to the western limits of Polynesia, to islands near New Guinea. There is a lot to say about who the Polynesians are, because they share common origins. We will also see the differences between Melanesia, Polynesia, Micronesia, and I'll tell you more stories. But before, let's take a minute to find a comfortable position and relax. And now, let's return to mythology and everything we have to discuss. I'll go on with another myth, this time from the Maori tradition, that explains the origin of the world and many gods. This is the story of the primal couple, Rangi and Papa. This happened long before the time of Maui, when the world was still young, and only a handful of primal gods lived in it. Two of them, the Sky Father, Rangi, and the Earth Mother, Papa, married and formed a tight union. An union so strong that they lived locked together in a tight embrace, and between them, between sky and earth, only a very small and dark space could exist. They had children, over 70 children, all gods like their parents, but their children could only live in the cramped darkness between them, while the Sky Father and the Earth Mother stayed entirely absorbed in their mutual love, oblivious of anything else around or between them. Even though they had little space and only knew darkness, the children grew and started to discuss among themselves what it could be like to live in the light. The fiercest of the children was Tumatawenga, the god of war and hunting. Following his impulsive nature, he proposed that the best solution to their predicament was to kill their parents, to get free from them. But his brother Tane disagreed. Tane was the god of forests and birds, and he was more inspired by harmony and survival. He suggested that it would be better to push them apart. Rangi, the sky, would become a stranger to them and be placed above their heads, whereas Papa, the earth, who lied under Rangi, would remain below to nurture them. Other gods agreed with Tane and put his plan into action. The god of cultivated food, Rongo, the god of the sea, Tangaroa, the god of wild food, Auniatikeke, they all stood up and tried to push up Rangi with their hands. But the Sky Father would not budge, nor even notice the effort of his children, absorbed as he was in his love of Papa and her sweet embrace. And their children didn't have enough strength to separate their parents. After many attempts, Tane, the god of forests, had an idea. Instead of standing upright and pushing with his hands, he lied on his back and pushed with his strong legs. He pushed and pushed, until suddenly a ray of light crossed the darkness. In a deafening noise, Rangi and Papa began to drift apart. The unexpected separation had taken them by surprise, and they cried of grief and pain as the world between them filled with light and their children discovered its beauty. From the breaking of this primal love, the separation of sky and earth, our world appeared, and for the first time the gods had space to move, fly and breathe as much as they wanted. Their joy contrasted with the despair and cries of their parents, and Rangi started crying, sending abundant rain to the body of his wife, the earth. The gods were too happy about their liberation to notice the pain of their parents. except one, Tawiri Matea, the god of storms and winds. He was angered that their parents had been torn apart and couldn't stand hearing their desperate cries. All knew that what had been done could not be undone, but Tawiri Matea pledged that from this moment on, they would all have to deal with his anger. He left his siblings on earth and flew off to the sky to join Rangi and prepare his attack. And so in this new world, before the first day even ended, war had appeared. A war between gods that would rage in heaven and on earth. In the sky, Tawiri Matea fathered an army of children, many winds, clouds, including whirlwinds, gloomy thick clouds, hurricane clouds, and thunderstorm clouds, and rain, and mist, and fog. He launched his first attack against the one god guilty of the separation of Rangi and Papa, Tane, the god of forests. The forests of the world were taken in storms, and as dust flied everywhere, even the great forest trees of Tane were smashed and fell to the ground. Then Tawiri Matea turned his anger to Tangaroa, the god of the seas. Huge waves rose, whirlpools formed, and Tangaroa fled in panic. While the god of storms prepared his attack and fathered ever more children, so did the other gods who lived on earth. And Tangaroa had had 2 grandchildren, Ikatere, the father of fish, and Tuteweiwei, the ancestor of reptiles. Both were terrified by the attack of the storm god, and so Ikatere and his creations, fish, found shelter under the sea. But reptiles instead escaped to the forest, to the realm of Tane, abandoning their ancestor, the god of the sea. Tane and Tangaroa had cordial relations until this point, but Tangaroa was angry that his brother gave refuge to his runaway children, the reptiles, and their relations soared. Since then, Tane of the forest supplies men with canoes, nets, and fish hooks to catch the descendants of Tangaroa living underwater. And Tangaroa retaliates by swamping canoes and sweeping away houses, land, and trees that are washed out to sea in floods. This eternal conflict between the two, that still rages on to this day, began during the first war of all times. But this is not the only conflict that was born in these times. Tawiri Matea, who had already weakened Tane of the forest and Tangaroa of the sea, turned his attention to other gods, the gods of food, both cultivated and wild, and also Tu, the father of humankind. The gods were starting to organize to withstand his attacks, and when came the turn of Tu, the father of humans, the god was able to resist and repel the fury of the winds and clouds. The anger of the gods subsided, and the world began to find a new balance, began to return to peace. But this peace is never entirely guaranteed. The feud of storms, forests, and sea continues to happen, and humankind has an active part in it, like trees, fish, or reptiles. The father of humans, too, thought about the actions of other gods in separating their parents, and their cowardice when they went into hiding during the attacks of Tawirimatea. And so the descendants of two, humans, keep repaying the other gods for their flaws. They capture the birds, the children of Tane, and they use forests as building materials or fuel. They capture fish under the waters of Tangaroa. They eat food and use wild plants to weave baskets or build their roofs. So Tu eats a little bit of all his brothers to repay them for their past actions, and he subdued each of them using his descendants, the men. The only one he could never subdue is Tawirimatea, and for this reason, storms and hurricanes keep attacking mankind to this day. And so appeared our world, one of beauty, land, sea, where ancient conflicts continue between the gods, and beyond them, the primal elements they represent. And since then, all gods were freed from the embrace of earth and sky. All except one. There was one last child of Rangi and Papa, who was never born, and still lives inside Papa, underground. Whenever this child is kicking, the earth shakes, and this is what causes an earthquake. His name is Ruaumoko, and he is the god of earthquakes and volcanoes. Separated forever, Rangi and Papa continue to grieve for each other. When it rains, it is Rangi's tears that fall towards Papa. At night, when the sky appears illuminated by countless stars, these are lights that Tane threw, along with the sun and the moon, to appropriately dress his father. And through a long and conflictual genealogy, we are all the descendants of Tu, the son of Rangi and Papa. The earth and the sky are our ancestors. So let's talk about Polynesia and where these myths come from and how they spread. First, what is Polynesia? It is not a country or a continent, but rather a region of the Pacific Ocean, made of mainly ocean and more than 1,000 islands. It is sometimes called the Polynesian Triangle. The islands are within a very big triangle with roughly Hawaii to the north, Rapa Nui, also known as Easter Island, and French Polynesia, especially Tahiti, in the east, and New Zealand, Aotearoa, Tonga and Samoa in the west. The distances are huge within the triangle, thousands of miles, and yet the natives from these islands are a group of closely related people, related culturally by their beliefs, by their myths and legends, related linguistically Their languages have all evolved separately, but they have a common origin and related genetically because they descend from different waves of migration that have colonized this large region over several centuries. So, what happened and where do Polynesians come from? Polynesians are a subset of Austronesian people, and Austronesians are a broader group of peoples that can be traced back 5,000 years ago from the island of Taiwan. Taiwan nowadays is mainly populated by Han Chinese because there was a migration from the continent, but indigenous Taiwanese people came from Southeast Asia and they settled on the island. So why consider Taiwan a starting point then? Because it is there that a number of inventions took place. The inhabitants began to invent ocean-going sailing technology. As far as we know, they were the first on Earth. Inventions like catamarans, outrigger boats, or the crab claw sail, which is a type of triangular sail, very efficient and good to maneuver. These discoveries happened over several centuries, and using them, the Austronesians from Taiwan began to migrate by the sea between 3000 and 1500 BC. They used the land they discovered as a base to continue their expansion. They reached the Philippines, Southeast Asia, where they had come from, and beyond. To the west they went as far as Madagascar, on the other side of the Indian Ocean. To the south they reached New Zealand, and to the east, Hawaii, and their maximal known expansion is Easter Island, Rapa Nui, in the Southeast Pacific. But even though this is unproven, it is not impossible that they also reached America by the Pacific Ocean. Culturally and linguistically, they diverged because of the distances, the passing of time, and because they met locals that they assimilated or were assimilated by. Austronesian languages form a large family that is spoken by almost 400 million people. The languages with the most speakers are Indonesian and Malaysian, but more than 1,000 different languages exist. And ethnically, Austronesians can look very different. Some look East Asian, almost like Chinese Han. Others are very dark-skinned in a sub-region called Melanesia, and they could be mistaken as Africans, and in between there are many variations. Austronesia was divided into sub-regions by European explorers and ethnologists in the 19th century, based on the appearance of inhabitants and the perceived cultural similarities and differences. So these categories are not necessarily always that pertinent, but they stayed. In the Pacific there are three main cultural areas populated by Austronesians. Polynesia is the largest one, and west of it there is Micronesia, which includes the Mariana Islands, Kiribati, the Marshall Islands, and also Melanesia, with New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, Fiji, and New Caledonia. Actually, Polynesia was named by Europeans too. It comes from Greek, meaning multiple islands, and the term was coined as Polynésie by a French writer in the 18th century, and it passed to English as Polynesia. In their different languages, the Polynesians have adopted the term, and it is generally considered that it makes cultural sense because the branch of Austronesians that migrated to Polynesia did not completely lose its unity. They encountered islands that were often unpopulated, and so they kept a lot of common cultural traits, as exemplified by their myths, which have variations, but their common origin is obvious. Or their languages, they are not the same, but they are audibly close. This migration into Polynesia took centuries. It began about 3,000 years ago, around 900 BC, as far as we know, beginning with the Samoa and Tonga Islands. And then, jumping from island to island, the Polynesians spread to the east and south over 2,000 years. Hawaii was reached around 900 AD, a bit more than a millennium ago, and the last significant island to be colonized was probably Easter Island during the European Middle Ages. But the move was not straightforward. For example, New Zealand received a wave of migration, and 5 centuries later, it became a base of migrants who sometimes returned to where their ancestors had come from. Between these islands, there are often hundreds of miles of ocean, sometimes thousands in the case of Easter Island. So their capacity to travel such long distances at the time is really very impressive. They had a knowledge of astronomy that helped them navigate, but their boats were small. They couldn't know for sure whether they would find a land to inhabit. And actually, with these huge distances between the different parts of Polynesia, the conscience of being part of the same ethno-linguistic group is quite recent for Polynesians. Until the 19th century, there were no contacts between the peoples who lived in the different corners of the Polynesian Triangle. And yet, their social structures, their belief, their art, the stories they told, were very closely apparented because they had all the same root. Now let's return to storytelling and continue the journey we began before with Vrangi and Papa, the Sky Father and the Earth Mother. I told you that this was a Maori narrative, even though elements of it also appear across Polynesia. The story didn't end with the war between gods and the rise of Tu, the father of man. There is more. And to begin with, the creation of the first woman and the appearance of death in the world. All the children of Vrangi and Papa were males, the dozens of them. And even though they had a mother, they ignored that beings could be dual, as all of them were born male. Even humans were all male, but they didn't fear disappearance because at the time death did not exist yet, and every creature had the eternity for itself, or so they thought. The first child of earth and heaven to feel desire was Tane, the god of forests and birds. The war of gods had slowed down and was replaced with this new balance we talked about before, an eternal conflict that pitched forest and plants against sea and against storms and winds and against mankind, who would forever live eating a bit of each but exposed to their dangers. The world would never be quiet and peaceful again, but it was stable in a sense, and this cycle was set to last forever. And so Tane became bored and developed the desire to find a partner, a counterpart, someone to share his days. He went to ask his mother, Papa, and she instructed him to fashion a female form from earth. Tane did it, and when he was pleased with the shape he had sculpted, he breathed life into it. The first woman, Ine Auone, was born. She was everything he desired, and the two mated. After this, they had a daughter, a second woman, Hine Atawira. Hine Auone had not extinguished Tane's desire, and so he took his own daughter as a second wife. And to be able to do so, he hid from her the secret of her origins. Hine Atawira grew up, ignoring who her father was. One day, while Tane was absent, Hine began to wonder who her father could be, and she overheard a conversation that made her understand that her own husband was also her father. This made her feel ashamed and disgusted, and she ran away before Tane returned. She went to the underworld to hide, and she claimed it for herself, becoming Hine the guardian of life, the same Hine we discovered in the story of Maui, when he tried to kill her to make death disappear and gain immortality, but lost his life in the process. This was in the Hawaiian narrative. In the Maori tradition, the characters are the same, but the story is quite different, and it tells us of the origins, the death of Maui, and how men lost immortality. The story goes like this. While Tane had lost his daughter and second wife, Hine, who was now goddess of the underworld, the offspring of two men had multiplied. But they didn't know about death. It did not exist yet, and Hine was waiting for the right time to begin populating the underworld, which was still empty of souls. She could see the threads of destinies, and she knew her time would come, and that a demigod, Maui, would accomplish great deeds, but also doom every man to lose immortality and join her to the underworld after their life. Many generations passed, and men multiplied, until the birth of Maui. But as a child, as a baby, he was not wanted, and his mother abandoned him by the seashore. The baby was washed ashore, entangled in seaweed. No human being ever had had such a sad beginning to his life. and this called the attention of Rangi. The Sky Father was watching from the heavens, and he pitied the innocent baby. So Rangi reached down and took him up to the sky, where he nursed Maui and adopted the newborn. Maui spent his childhood into the heavens, and several years passed. On earth, his mother had forgotten him. Years later, as an adolescent, he appeared among his elder brothers at the family home and claimed to be the abandoned last son. His mother refused to admit he was her child. But when he told them of how he used to gaze down from the heavens, watch their home, and listen to their voices, and that he knew all their names, and that he was abandoned by the seashore, she acknowledged that he was her last-born. She kissed him in tears and welcomed him to the family. And so Maui was adopted by his own family, but he lived as an outcast with his powers and the suspicion he raised among his brothers, who were jealous and afraid of him. They would not let him participate in their fishing expeditions until his first exploits, when one day he went with them with a magic hook and lifted the southern island of Aotearoa from the ocean floor. Then they accepted him and became his partners and support in many other accomplishments. He raised the sky, he made birds visible, he tamed the sun and balanced night and days. Many years passed, and Maui became a hero. He was very aware of his strength and proud of his accomplishments, but his family always feared for him. One day, his father told him that he was afraid that he would find a stronger opponent and be defeated. Maui asked who it could be, because to his knowledge, no one was stronger and more able to fight than he was. His father mentioned their ancestors, Hine, the great goddess of the underworld. At dawn and sunset, her light flashed just where the sky met the earth. Maui was intrigued and offended that a being could be considered stronger than him. So he asked his father whether she was stronger than the sun that he had trapped, or greater than the sea from which he had dragged her land. His father had to admit he didn't know. But Maui had been intrigued by what looked like a new adventure, and he decided to embark on a quest to find Ine and defeat her. His father told him she was a giant. Her body was that of a human being, but her eyes were greenstone, her hair was sea kelp, and her mouth was monstrous like a fish from the depths of the sea. The entrance of the underworld was between her legs, and she could force anyone to pass through it and stay prisoner forever. Maui now needed to confront Hine, and he went on an expedition with 4 little birds. They went to the limit of earth and sky, where Hine resided, and they found her in her sleep. His father had told the truth. She was even bigger than he had said, even lying on the ground, with her legs opened. she was higher than a house. The vision of her sleeping, abandoned, had something ridiculous, and the birds wanted to laugh. But Maui stopped them immediately, as waking her up would be their death. He told them that he would have to enter the body of Ine, using the passage between her legs, and cross it to exit by the mouth, because there was no other way she could be killed. It would be of crucial importance that the birds do not laugh while he was doing it, however ridiculous and disgusting this might be. The birds really wanted to laugh, but they promised, and Maui approached the goddess, still asleep. Near the entrance of the underworld, between her thighs, there were sharp flints of obsidian and greenstone, and Maui passed between them, cautiously, to not make any noise that could wake her up. This was at the same time ridiculous and terrifying, and at some point, as he was about to enter her body, one of the birds could not hold back any longer. He burst into laughter. The old goddess awoke immediately. She opened her eyes and clapped her legs together, sealing the entrance to the underworld, and also cutting Maui in two. Maui had died, the first being to ever pass away, and he was now prisoner of the underworld. The moment Ine had been waiting for, since she had rejected her father Tane and become mistress of the underworld, had finally arrived. The champion of men had died, and because of his failure, all men were now mortal. The never-ending flow of their souls would populate the underworld. And this is how died Maui, the demigod, and the world as we know it was now complete. From the cycle of days and nights, to the islands of the world, to the space between earth and sky, to the unavoidable journey of life to death. These are the blessings and the ultimate curse that we inherited. Hello everyone. Please sit with me in nature around the campfire and listen with me. Listen to the voice of the wind caressing mountains, valleys, canyons, deserts and plains. Listen to the sun and the sky, the moon and the stars, the clouds and the storm. They have stories to tell us tonight. And here is a first story, one about the origins of the Apache people. And it goes like this. There was a time when light did not exist. In the beginning, the world was covered with darkness. There was no sun and no day. The perpetually dark sky had no moon or stars. In this dark world, all manner of beasts and birds prospered. Among the beasts were many hideous monsters that did not even have a name, as well as the ancestors of beasts that still populate our world. Wolves, bears, foxes, and also much smaller beasts like beavers, rabbits, squirrels, rats and mice. And on top of that, all sorts of creeping creatures, of creeping beasts, such as lizards and snakes. There were humans too, but very few, because they could not thrive in this world. The beasts destroyed their offspring. They denied them access to the land, and so humans lived hidden, in fear, in caves that were even darker than the outside. The birds were not as ferocious and dangerous as the beasts, and as more elevated beings, they were organized. They held councils, and they obeyed to their chief, the eagle. In these ancient times, both birds and beasts had the power of speech. And for eons, the world stayed like this. The birds dominated in the dark sky. The beasts dominated on the dark earth. And a few humans survived, living in terror of being found and eaten. But one day, it happened that the birds became curious of what the world would be if there was a light in it. They wanted light admitted, and so they sent an embassy to the beasts to discuss the transformation of the world, the replacement of the darkness with light. The beasts liked the world as it was, and they refused. The agreement of birds and beasts was needed for the light to be invited. And because they could not obtain it by diplomacy, the birds resorted to war. They declared war on the beasts. The beasts were stronger. Some were enormous and apparently invincible, and others were tiny. They could hide and attack by surprise. But the eagle armed the birds with bows and arrows, so that they could attack at a distance, and they could also escape flying, or they could drop stones from above to the heads of the biggest beasts. After many days of ferocious and uncertain fight, the birds prevailed. Once the surviving beasts had accepted defeat in this war that saw many of them disappear forever, the birds could impose their decision. The light was admitted to the world, and all creatures, the birds, the beasts that had survived, and humans who emerged from their caves, for the first time, they all saw the beauty of nature and marveled at the world they lived in. Mankind could finally live in the open, and it began to prosper. But men did not forget they owed their newfound freedom to the birds, and especially their chief, the eagle. They started wearing his feathers as emblems of wisdom, justice, and power. Among human beings who lived during this era of access to the illuminated world, there was a woman who had had many children, but none of them had survived because they had been taken by the beasts. Mankind could now inhabit the surface, but men remained prey to the remaining wolves, the bears, the serpents, and the most feared of all beasts, the dragon. One day, this woman had another son, and she refused to lose him like she had lost the others. So she dug a deep cave in the ground for him to conceal her baby. And she closed the entrance and built a campfire over the spot so that her son would be kept warm and hidden from the beasts, especially from the dragon, who was very evil but also astute and constantly hungry. Every day she would remove the fire and descend into the cave to nurse her child, and then she would return to the surface and rebuild the campfire. The dragon was suspicious and always on the hunt for human children. He would frequently come and question her, asking where her children were. The only reason he did not eat her was that she could produce more babies. But the woman was brave, and despite the terror of the dragon, she never revealed the existence of her son, always swearing that she had no more children and that the dragon had already eaten all of them. Thanks to her ruse, the child could grow in his cave for several years. His mother had to let him out sometimes because he needed to play and run. She did it when the dragon was not in sight. And for several more years, her son kept growing, turning from toddler to child to adolescent. But it happened one day that the dragon saw his tracks, and this enraged the monster because he could not find the place where the boy was hidden. He threatened to kill the mother if she didn't reveal where her son was. But the woman, again, refused to give up her child. And she decided he would no longer be allowed to go out of his cave, out of fear she would lose him like the others. When she descended into the cave and told her son, the boy refused to stay underground forever, and he said that instead he would go hunting. There was no stopping him. He told his mother that living in hiding and afraid was not living, and that come what may, he would go out into the wilderness and live, hunt, breathe the air, and enjoy the light. She argued that outside there were the wolves, the bears, the serpents, and even worse, the dragon, which was already looking for him. But his decision was made. On the following day, he asked his uncle, one of the few men who populated the earth at the time, to accompany him and give him weapons so that he could hunt. The uncle made a little bow and some arrows for the boy, and the two went hunting. They found the tracks of a deer, and they followed them in the plain, across a river, in canyons, and finally up a mountain until they found their prey. The boy took his little bow and shot. This was his first success as a hunter, and they rejoiced. His uncle showed him how to prepare and cook the meat on a fire. But as they were preparing their meal, the huge form of the dragon suddenly appeared. The most feared, the most terrifying of all beasts, that never let a prey escape, had finally found them. The uncle was petrified. but maybe due to his natural bravery or his innocence, the boy was not afraid. The dragon could have eaten him on the spot, but instead, after all those years of looking for this particular boy that he had found for the first time, the dragon decided to take its time and enjoy his triumph. The dragon took the meat they were preparing and declared that he would eat the meat and then the boy. But instead of being terrified and beg for his life, as humans usually did, the boy walked to the dragon, took back the meat, and declared that this was his, and that the dragon would certainly not eat him or his uncle. The dragon was astonished at this bravery or foolishness. He didn't know which one it was, and he thought the boy was probably mad. He retook the meat, but so did the boy, and 4 times the piece of meat changed hands. Finally, the boy asked the dragon if he would fight him. The monster laughed and said yes, in whatever way the little man would like. The dragon was huge and protected by 4 coats of horn. Nothing could hurt such a monster, so he didn't worry at all that he could be defeated. The boy offered the following duel rules. They would stand at 100 steps from each other, and the dragon would be allowed to shoot 4 times at the boy with its enormous bow and arrows. If the boy survived, they would exchange places, and the little man would have 4 shots at the dragon. The dragon laughed and accepted this little game that he couldn't lose. And then he took his bow, which was made of an entire pine tree, and its quiver of arrows. Each of the arrows was a pine tree sapling, and they were 20 feet long. The dragon took aim, but the boy was small and quick. He could avoid the deadly arrow once, twice, 3 times, and finally 4 times. Then the boy said it was now his turn to shoot. The dragon was mildly annoyed that the boy was still alive, but the rules were the rules, so they exchanged places. With its 4 coats of horn, there was no risk at all that a small arrow would even scratch his skin. Hitting the huge dragon was easy, but the boy knew that his little arrows were no match for this huge, armored enemy, unless he could shoot just at the right place, near the heart and between the scales. He shot the first arrow that landed exactly where he intended, near the heart, and the dragon's outer coat of horn fell to the ground. Then a second shot destroyed the second coat, and a third also hit its target. The dragon was now trembling, because should the 4th shot hit again, it would pierce his heart, and the tiny human would win. Dragons were evil, but they were still bound by their words, and the monster was now at the boy's mercy. The boy shot for the 4th time, and the arrow pierced the dragon's heart. With a tremendous roar, the dragon rolled down the mountainside into a canyon below. The order of nature had suddenly changed. A tiny human with agility and precision had defeated the most powerful of beasts. Storm clouds swept the mountain, lightning flashed, thunder rolled, and rain poured. The world would never be the same again. The age of humans was beginning. This boy's name was Apache, and he was destined to become the first chief of men. We have more stories coming, and as you know, we are talking about Apache and Navajo mythology tonight. Apart from telling you stories, I will also tell you a little bit about these peoples, or groups of peoples to be more precise, their history, their culture, where they came from. But for now, all you need to do is relax and adopt a comfortable position. This long story is also made to help you fall asleep, and tonight we have taken place around a campfire. We are in nature. The dark sky is illuminated by more stars than we could count, and they all look after us. Everything is perfectly quiet, and you can just focus on my voice. Now take a deep breath, exhale, and here is another story for you. This one is a creation myth of the Kiowa Apache from the southern plains, and it does not necessarily connect to the first story because it is one of multiple traditions and storylines that exist among Apache bands or tribes. Here is the story of Kuterastan, the creator. His name means one who lives above. In the beginning, before there was earth or sky, and even longer before there were plains, forests, mountains and deserts, and also long before there were winds, rain, rivers and lakes, there was only darkness. Until one moment when, into darkness, appeared a small and thin disk, and inside this disk, a small bearded man, no larger than a frog. Kuterastan, that was his name, could not know it. He was without past. He didn't know even the concept of time. But he was a creative force called into existence to shape the world from his tiny disk. After he awakened and rubbed his eyes, he looked above him into the infinite darkness, and by the powers that he had, the darkness above filled with light and illuminated the darkness below, separating this world into two halves, above and below his disk. Then he rubbed his eyes again and looked to the east. The eastern light took the yellow color of dawn, and after that he looked west. The western light was immediately shaded by the power of his look with the amber tones of dusk. As he glanced around himself, clouds of different colors appeared. Then again, Kuterastan rubbed his eyes and face, and as he flung the sweat from his hands, a very small cloud appeared, with a tiny little girl even smaller than him on top of it. Her name was Stenatlia, which means the woman without parents. Guterastan and Stenatlia started talking, and for the first time, words were spoken in this world that was still just light above, darkness below, yellow light in the east, amber light in the west, and a few clouds around them. The two spoke, puzzled by the question of who they were, where they came from, and wondering what this world was and what was going to happen, unaware that they would be the source of what was going to happen to the world. After thinking for some time, again, Guterastan rubbed his eyes and face, and then rubbed his hands together. When he opened them, his sweat flew, and two new beings appeared from it. The first was Chuganai, the sun, and the second Hadintinskin, meaning pollen boy. The two new entities were as puzzled and ignorant of the primordial energy they embodied as Guterastan and Stenatlia were. The four of them sat a long time in silence on a cloud, meditating, until Guterastan broke the silence and asked what they should do to make this existence, this world, more habitable and filled with meaning. A purpose was emerging, the creation of a world. The four of them, that humans would one day call gods, started this creation by giving birth to more entities. Led by Guterastan, the four created Nacholecho, the trencher, who could weave and help them. Then they made Nokuse, the Big Dipper, who stood next to them, and then the wind and lightning and thunder, each given characteristic tasks that made the world richer, more alive and more wonderful. But however entertaining this creation was, the four still lived on a cloud that they grew bored of. It was a poor home. So they turned their attention to making an earth, the earth, that would be a much more suitable place to inhabit for them, for their creations and the ones to come too. The four gods mixed their sweat in Guterastan's palms. He rubbed his hands again, and a small brown ball emerged from them. It was no bigger than a bean, but like the tiniest of seeds can give birth to giant trees, this small ball was just the beginning. The gods expanded the ball by kicking in it, and then they let the wind inside it to inflate it. The earth grew bigger and bigger, much, much bigger than the gods who had created it. Nacholecho, the trencher, attached a black cord to the ball and pulled it far to the east, where the yellow light of dawn shined. Then a blue cord was pulled to the south, a yellow cord to the west, and a white cord to the north. All were pulled to these 4 points, and the earth expanded again, becoming a vast expanse of smooth brown plains when the Chancellor God was finished. Guterasten had poles placed at each corner to hold the earth in place, allowing the world to sit still. The gods had begun to sing as they created, and the joy of seeing the world take shape in all the ways they imagined inspired their songs, which in return also shaped the world. The creation also sprung from songs that the gods invented, and each new thing came with a new song. After the earth had been stretched and made to sit still, Guterasten began another song, referring to the sky. He felt there ought to be one to embrace the earth, and 4 times he chanted this new sky song. At the end of the 4th time, he spread his hands wide before him, and the sky appeared, embracing earth in every direction. On earth, the landscape was being shaped by winds, waters running through the plains, by the creativity of the 4 gods and their offspring, that all contributed to shape this new world with songs and dances. One day, the lightning maker, one of Guterasten's children, returned with 3 beings that he had found in the sky. These were just shapes, 2 girls and a boy, with limbs like the gods, but no eyes, ears, hair, mouth, nose or teeth. And though they had arms and legs, they lacked fingers and toes. They were like an unfinished draft, resembling the shape of the gods. Maybe they had accidentally appeared from one of their creation work, or another entity had put them there. This was, is, and will remain a mystery. Enthusiastically, the 4 gods decided to finish them, which would require a lot of sweat and inspiration. They had a sweat house built on earth, and they closed it with clouds. And when they had enough sweat, the woman without parents, Stenatlia, used it to shape the beings. She made them fingers, toes, mouth, eyes, ears, hair and nose. When she was done, Guterasten welcomed them to creation. The boy was made Sky Boy, chief of the sky and its people. The first girl was made Earth Daughter and placed in charge of the earth and its crops, and the second girl was called Pollen Girl and assigned the care of the health of the earth's people. The earth could now be populated, and new songs began from all these voices, the first gods and their offspring, who sang, creating all sorts of animals on earth, in the rivers and the lakes, birds in the sky, and in the last creation song, men, their children. These 2 first creation stories are just 2 of many more myths and legends that were transmitted for generations within Apache tribes. But who are the Apache? They are not a single people, but a quite large group of different bands and tribes. Not that large by the population. There would be a bit more than 100,000 individuals in this group nowadays, but large by the area where they used to live, in the southwestern United States, and large by their number of communities of bands and tribes: Chiricahua, Jicarilla, Lipan, Mescalero, Salinero, Aravaipa, Pinaleño, and there are more. These are all different tribes that lived and still live from Texas and Oklahoma to Arizona. People from these tribes have also migrated to cities all across the United States, especially in the 20th century, and some live abroad. But this is still where many Apache live, and especially the most connected to their ancestral culture. So why do these different tribes form a larger group? Because they are culturally and historically related. They share a same language group called the Apachean or Southern Athabascan group. Athabascan is a large family of indigenous languages in North America that extends far beyond the American Southwest. It is also present in Alaska, in the west of Canada, on the Pacific coast of the United States, in Oregon and Northern California, and in the Southwest, including in the north of Mexico. It doesn't mean that speakers of these many languages that belong to the Athabascan family can understand each other, but the languages they speak have a common origin, possibly a single common ancestor language, and over centuries and centuries of migrations, cultural exchange with other groups, growing distances between speakers, all these languages have formed, and they keep changing when they are still spoken. This is what languages do. It is not known precisely when the Apache populated the American Southwest. Their arrival is estimated sometime between 800 and 500 years ago. Long before they arrived, there were other Native American peoples in the Southwest, some of them with a sedentary lifestyle, who built many villages and left plenty of archaeological remains that could be dated. For example, in a previous story, I told you about Mesa Verde, a dwelling in Colorado left by the ancestral Pueblo culture. But the Apache were mostly nomads, and it is believed that they originated from regions that are now in Canada. This fits with the presence of the same Athabascan language family up north in Canada and as far as Alaska. Actually, this group that would have migrated to the south, reaching regions of plains, deserts and mountains that were very different from the place they came from. This group, or this migration wave, would have spread over a large region, several American states, and there would have been divergences. Another major cultural group born from the same migration that became a neighbor to the Apache is the Navajo. Culturally, they are distinct enough. Overall, the Navajo adopted a more settled lifestyle, planting crops and practicing herding, whereas more Apache lived a nomadic life. But that was not systematic. The Apache had different types of housing. In the plains, teepees were common, that is to say, conical tents made with wooden poles and animal skins. In the highlands, they built more wickiups or wigwams, which are domed dwellings that are semi-permanent. They could be used for a longer time, and they were not made to be disassembled and transported like teepees. In the desert of northern Mexico, they built hogans, which are earthen structures that are also typical of the Navajo. These regions where they arrived were not empty. They found other peoples there. We don't exactly know what happened then. If they fought, forced others to go, if they mixed, maybe a bit of all this. But by the end of the 16th century, at the latest, possibly before, they were established in this region of the American Southwest, and also in the north of Mexico. They shared this very large space with other peoples like the Pueblo peoples that they traded with. Both Apache and Navajo were not affected by the first decades of European colonization in America. They were too far for that. But the first contacts and clashes happened in the 17th century, at the beginning with the Spaniards who came from Mexico, and on a much larger scale in the 19th century with the United States, that were expanding to the west at the time. An intermittent war happened between Apache bands and the US Army between 1849 and 1886, almost 40 years. The most famous figure of this conflict is Goya, also known as Geronimo, who was a leader and a medicine man, that is to say, a healer and spiritual leader. He rose to fame because he participated in many raids over more than 30 years against interests and troops of Mexico and the United States. The Apache had been confined to reservations after the United States took possession of this region after the war against Mexico. And these reservations no longer permitted them to live the kind of free-moving lifestyle that was their customary way of life. So, over the years, hundreds of Apache joined Geronimo in breakouts from the reservations to launch raids, not on a very large scale. At any time he was in command of only a few dozen men, but for a long time he tried to keep the flame of independence for the people that had been displaced and forced to live in reservations that were much smaller than the territories they used to live on. He was finally made prisoner in 1886, and he spent the rest of his life as such, not in a cell, but under watch, and he died in 1909. His capture in 1886 is generally considered to be the end date of the Apache conflict. After that, the intensity of raids was much less, but still, it is only in the 1920s that the cycle of raids and counter-raids made by and against the Apache finally ended. Now I told you that the Navajo were cultural cousins of the Apache. They are different cultures and societies, but they settled in the same regions, and their languages are apparented. They have common roots. There are more than 400,000 Navajo, and they have a creation myth called the Dine Bahane, literally the story of the people. The Navajo call themselves the Dine, the people, and it is extraordinary. So let's explore it. This is the story of the Dineta, the homeland, which is where the Navajo live, but not the only world to ever have existed. Our world is actually the fourth and final world, and many things happened before the first men arrived here, many, many generations ago. It all began with the first world. The first world was small and simple. It was entirely black and made of 4 different seas. And where these seas met, there was a single island where a single pine tree grew. The only inhabitants of this first world were the air spirit people, ants, beetles, dragonflies, locusts and bats. No one ever knew whether this world existed for an eternity, or maybe just a heartbeat. But it happened that a cloud formed above each of the 4 seas. There was a black cloud, a white cloud, a yellow cloud, and a blue cloud, and a wind began to blow. The blue and the yellow cloud came together in the west, and as they mixed, first woman was formed. At the same time, the black and the white cloud came together in the east, and as they mixed, first man appeared. Each of them had appeared with a stone. From the blue and the yellow cloud, a turquoise had formed, and it was owned by the woman. From the white and black clouds, a crystal had also formed, and it was owned by the man. Using their stones, each of them made a fire in their respective corner of this small, dark world. And for the first time, light appeared. This light was the awakening of the mind. For the first time in this dark world, thoughts and feelings came into existence. As the clouds rose higher in the sky, first man and first woman saw each other's fires in the distance. They were intrigued, and they searched for each other, guided by the light, and they met. They decided to stay together in this world, where everything complemented something else. But this harmony didn't last. Another being, a great coyote, formed in the water of the 4 seas and appeared near them. He declared that he knew everything, everything that was under the water and in the sky, and that he owned knowledge. And yet a 4th being soon appeared, another coyote named First Hungry, who declared he was older than the other 3 and knew witchcraft. The 4 of them began to argue, bringing disharmony into the world, and like a plague, disharmony extended to the air spirit people, the ants, the beetles, the fireflies, the locusts, and the bats. They also became jealous of each other and began to fight. The island at the center of the 4 seas had turned to chaos and war. The spirits of the 4 seas could stand it no more, and demanded all these beings to leave their world. There was an opening in the sky, in the east, and flying or climbing, all the inhabitants of the first world escaped. They crawled through the passage in the sky and left the first world, the dark world, forever. The insects, the man, the woman, and the 2 coyotes entered the second world. The second world was as blue as the first was dark. The newcomers began to explore it, and they found blue plains, blue rivers, and blue mountains. And finally they found inhabitants. There were blue birds, blue hawks, blue jays, and many blue furry animals. But the masters of the second world were the swallow people, all birds, who welcomed the newcomers to share their world, where harmony ruled. It was decided that air spirit people and swallow people would live together as a single tribe. And first man, first woman, and the two coyotes were also allowed to stay with them. For 23 days, they all lived together and treated each other as members of the same tribe. But on the 24th day, one of the air spirit people approached the wife of the swallow people's chief and asked to sleep with her. The wife accepted, and on the following day, her husband found out. He complained that the foreigners had been treated as equals and with kindness, but had been ungrateful and treacherous. Even though they had been given a second chance, these air spirit people were still not living in balance and harmony. And so they had to leave this world. Like in the first world, sides appeared, fights ensued, and the offended swallow chief demanded all that did not belong to this world to leave it. There was an opening in the sky to the south, and the air spirit people, the man, the woman, the coyotes, and the blue beings who disagreed passed through it. They went to the third world. The third world was as yellow as the second world was blue. The third world teemed with life. There were animals they had never seen before, like antelopes, deers, turkeys, and squirrels. It also had two rivers that crossed in its center, and in its corners were sacred mountains. In the east was the white Dawn Mountain. In the south, the blue Turquoise Mountain. And there were also a yellow and a black mountain. On these mountains lived 4 holy people who were immortal, one on each mountain. The third world was welcoming, and the refugees from the first and the second world settled there, happy for this new opportunity to begin a new life. First man and first woman built a hut and settled near the place where the rivers crossed. The 4 holy people tolerated the newcomers into their world, and one day they visited the man and the woman. They asked them to cleanse themselves, because they would soon return. The two obeyed and bathed carefully. When the holy people returned, they performed a ritual that transformed first man and first woman. Until then, they had been spirit people, who were born from nature in the first world. They were an essence, a potential that had not yet taken material shape. The ritual transformed them into human beings with great powers. The holy people instructed them to now live as husband and wife, to explore their new flesh and reproduce. And they did, The man and the woman had several pairs of twins, and time passed in the third world. They learned weaving from two creatures that also lived near the crossing of the rivers, Spider-Woman and Spider-Man. Their children, and then their children's children, formed a village where they all lived in balance and harmony. Until one day, when First Woman complained that while men went hunting or making tools, women did all the work. They gathered the food and tended to the fields. They could live without men for sure. First Man grew angry and called all the other men. He told them that the women thought they could live without them, and that it was time to show them they would be miserable without men. And so the men decided to go live on the other side of the river. With everything they had invented and made, the axes, the hoes. For 4 years, men and women lived separated and increasingly unhappy. Each side survived, but they had less food, more work to do. The men lacked new clothes, the women lacked meat, and they all longed for each other. A reconciliation finally happened between First Man and First Woman, and the two sides reunited. All women had crossed on a raft, all but a mother and her 2 daughters. When they tried to cross swimming, the spirit of the river captured them and took them to his house under the waters, where they would keep company to his own children. The humans soon realized that the 2 girls were missing, and they began to look for them. After a long search, which gave no results, they concluded that these girls had to be kept prisoner under the river, and so they swam there to retrieve them. Under the waters, they found the house of the spirit of the river and the girls inside. But they were accompanied by First Angry, the coyote, who had introduced anger and witchcraft to the world. First Angry took the children of the spirit of the river with him, stealing them. The men didn't know that, and they began celebrating because the lost girls were returned. But on the following day, when they all woke up, they saw all sorts of animals running in panic in every direction. The black insects and bats from the first world, the bluebirds and furry animals of the second world, and the antelopes, the deers or the squirrels from the third world. They announced that a wall of water was coming from all corners of the world. The wrath of the river spirit would soon submerge the yellow world under a flood. They all ran to the mountains where lived the holy people to ask for help. One of them, Turquoise Boy, on the Blue Mountain, gave First Man a reed and told him to plant it. So it was done. The reed was planted on the top of the mountain, and it grew quickly to the sky, where there was an opening. All people from the 3 worlds, the humans and the holy people, they all climbed to escape the tide that would soon submerge everything. And they arrived in the 4th world, the White World. The refugees had arrived in the middle of a lake. in a world populated by beasts. But they arrived to this world with all the experience and knowledge they had acquired in the previous worlds. It was decided that this new world would be shaped by the holy people, and first man and first woman. They would recreate the mountains from the third world with soil, and they would add the colors they had known along their journey. In this world, they would also add the sun, the moon, the stars, and the seasons, modeling the white world into the world we know today. But it was not only wisdom and balance they had brought with them. First hungry, the coyote had crossed to the fourth world too, and they ran into problems because of him. First hungry resented the men and the holy people for not including him into their plans. And so, with the jealous and chaotic nature that he was born with, he tried to derail their plans. The truth is that no one trusted him, and so he was not informed of their projects for the world. And this is the reason why he decided to ruin them as much as he could. When the patterns of the sun, the moon, the night, the day, and the seasons had been designed, they were perfectly harmonious. Day and night would mark the time for work, life, rest, and sleep. The seasons would permit to know when to plant food and harvest. And the harmony of celestial bodies would help keep harmony like a mirror between beings in the world. The coyote could not destroy all this creation, but he could spoil it. He disrupted the paths of the sun and the paths of the moon, so that instead of being synchronized, the 12 months of the sun would be 13 months of the moon. He disrupted the seasons, so that sometimes frost would come early and sometimes remain late. Sometimes the rains would come, sometimes not, and all the creatures of the world would be at the mercy of whimsical weather. There would never be absolute peace, certainty, and harmony in human lives. Their harvest would never be guaranteed. Coyote was also responsible for the fact that true death came into existence in the world. One day, he threw a stone into a lake and declared that if it sank, then the dead would go back to the previous world and never exist again in our world. Of course, the stone sank, and death became the fate of every living being. The people were mad at him for what he had done, and they went to find him with the intention to beat him. But he spoke and said that he had actually saved the world, because it would soon have been overpopulated and unlivable if no one ever disappeared. It was only fair that generations would not exist all at the same time. The people had to admit that there was some wisdom in this, and they understood that the world could not be just a fixed and perfectly still harmony. Otherwise there could be no life. Instability, unpredictability, and even death were maybe part of a greater balance, and of this greater balance that made our world first angry the coyote that some would be inclined to call evil or chaos was maybe a necessary part. once humanity and the creatures from all the four worlds that had all arrived in the fourth world had settled, the time when history would begin had arrived. It was not the end of wonders or heroes. There would be monsters to slay, new extraordinary creatures to see the light of day. There would be times of exile, cold, poverty and hunger. The history of the Navajo, the history of the people, was ready to begin. Hello everyone. Tonight we are seated around a campfire in a peaceful forest. It is pleasantly warm, the sun is setting, and soon the stars will light up above our heads, one by one. This is a good time to relax, listen to some stories, and explore a little bit of the abundant myths and legends from West Africa, from Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Mali, and more places. We have a lot to discover, so let's begin immediately with our first stories. They are about Anansi, a god and folktale character of the Akan people, including the Ashanti. We will talk about them later. But first, listen to this story. Anansi is a trickster god who knows all stories in the world. But it was not always the case. A very long time ago, a time that was well before the lives of the grandfathers of our grandfathers, there were no stories in the world. More exactly, all stories were the ownership of Nyame, he who knows and sees everything, the sky god. Nyame was a jealous god who would not share any of the stories. He wanted them all just for himself. And when something happened in the world, he was the only one able to see and remember this new story that he added to his treasure. Anansi was a minor god who often appeared as a spider, and he had a taste for tricks. But he was just one god among many, and his name was unknown to most. He wanted to be known and revered around the world, and so he made the project to acquire Nyame's stories and become the new keeper, the new owner of stories. He went to Nyame and asked if he could buy the stories from him. He insisted he was able to pay for them, but the sky god did not want to give up his stories and told Anansi that he would never be rich enough. As a matter of fact, several great kingdoms had already tried to buy the stories, and yet none of them had been able to afford them. Who was Anansi in comparison? Nothing, and so he would not succeed where the kingdoms had failed. But the little spider god was not one to renounce easily, and he insisted that Nyame named the price for the stories. The sky god laughed. He was entertained by the little god's ambitions or delusion, and so he fixed an extraordinarily high price. He would sell the stories only against 4 of the most dangerous creatures in the world: Anansi would have to bring him Onini the python, an enormous and lethal serpent, and also the Moboro hornets, a nest of furious and deadly insects, and on top of that, Osebo the leopard, a fast and ferocious beast, and finally, maybe the hardest and most dangerous of the four, Moatia the fairy, who was very small but had terrifying powers. Anansi trembled at the idea of approaching any of the four, but there was no way back, and to prove his bravery and seal the deal, he even added a fifth to the list. He would also bring his own mother, Yansia, for extra measure. Niame accepted the offer and advised him to begin his journey. The sky god had no doubt that Anansi would fail in this unlikely quest, and that on top of keeping all the stories, he would also be entertained watching the little god fail. This would be a good story to add to his treasures, that he would keep only for himself, like the others. Anansi was not the strongest, nor the fastest, and certainly not the bravest, but he was smart, and if he was to succeed, that would be with schemes. And so, with this only weapon, he embarked on the quest. He went to his family and told them about his conversation with the sky god, and that, to begin with, he intended to capture Onini, the python. He asked his wife, Aso, for advice, and Aso advised him to cut the trunk from a palm tree and gather some creeper vines that could serve as rope. They would pretend to argue about Onini and make the python approach. They had thought about a solution to catch the monster. And so they went near the river where Onini was rumored to live. They pretended to argue about the length of the python's body. Anansi said the python was longer than the palm tree trunk, whereas Aso repeated it was impossible that the python would be so long. Onini heard them and approached, crawling between the trees. The python was enormous and terrifying, but he was curious about their argument, and when Anansi told him that Aso did not want to believe he was longer than the tree, the python was willing to prove he was really that big. Anansi pretended to suddenly have an idea. He told Onini that there was a palm tree trunk, and the python could easily prove he was longer by stretching himself beside it. Onini did so eagerly, and in fact he was a little bit longer than the trunk. But he had also fallen into a trap. Immediately, Anansi and Aso took the creeper vines and tied him up to the trunk in a stretched position that made him lose almost all his strength. The two now only had to deliver the trunk and the python to Niame, the sky god, and so they did. On the way, Anansi mocked the python and informed him of his bargain with Niame. The sky god was surprised Anansi had accomplished his first assignment, but he reminded him that he still had other challenges, and these ones would be harder. The next challenge was to capture the deadly Moboro hornets, a swarm of furious insects that no one dared to approach. The capture of one creature was one thing, But how to capture an entire swarm? Again, Anansi returned to Asso and asked his wife if she could help him come up with a plan. They talked for a long time, and a plan was designed. Anansi took a big gourd that he filled with fresh water, and he went looking for the hornets that generally stayed near a bush when they were not raiding other insects or innocent people. He soon found the bush and approached the hornets as close as he could, and he sprinkled some of his water at them, saving half of it. Then he quickly ran to a banana tree, cut a leaf, sprinkled it with the rest of the water, and covered his head with it. The hornets had been surprised by this absurd attack, and as soon as they had regrouped, they went looking for the one who had dared to sprinkle them with water. They found Anansi near the banana tree. It could only be him, because there was no one else nearby. But instead of escaping, Anansi showed them the banana leaf and told them it had rained, and the proof was that the banana leaf he had used to cover his head was all wet. Anansi then warned the hornets that the rain was dangerous for them, and that a quick rain like this one often announced a bigger rain. Maybe they should look for shelter. The hornets had to accept this logical explanation, and they thanked Anansi. But before they went, the little god showed them his gourd and offered them its protection. If they entered the gourd, surely they would all stay safe. The hornets accepted. They were not the smartest of creatures in the world, and they all entered the gourd one by one. Then all Anansi had to do was seal the mouth of the gourd, and the entire swarm was now his prisoner. Without waiting, he took the gourd full of hornets to Niame, the sky god, and on the way, like Foronini the python, he taunted the hornets and told them about his plan to trade them for Niame's stories. The sky god accepted the hornets, but reminded Anansi that he still had other tasks left. Anansi returned home and informed Asso of his success. It was now time to plot against Osebo, the leopard. This was yet another challenge, because the leopard was as dangerous as the python or the hornets, because of its claws and teeth. But it was also incredibly fast. It could catch you or escape very easily, and it seemed the only way to safely capture the beast was to find it unconscious somehow. Again, Anansi and Asso discussed a plan, and they came up with one. Anansi went to the place where Osebo could normally be found. He dug a deep pit in the ground, wide and deep enough so that even Osebo would be unable to jump out of it. Then he decided it was enough for the first part of the plan. He covered the pit with twigs and leaves and returned home, knowing that sooner or later the leopard would stumble into the pit. The night was coming. This was the time when the leopard went hunting, and he certainly didn't want to be anywhere near when the beast would start looking for prey. The night passed, and on the following morning, Anansi returned to the pit. As expected, Osebo the leopard had fallen into it. He feigned surprise and sympathy, and explained that he would be happy to help the leopard, but if he did, he was sure the beast would eat him. Osebo had to swear that he wouldn't harm Anansi. And thanks to this little act, Anansi gained his trust. So he accepted to help Osebo get out of the pit. He said he would put 2 long sticks inside the hole, and that the leopard would be able to climb them and get out. And so it was done. The leopard started climbing. But when he arrived near the surface, in a precarious position because he had to stay on the sticks, Anansi took a 3rd stick and hit him in the head. The leopard fell back to the bottom of the pit, unconscious. And this time, Anansi could approach and tie him with rope. Then he raised the beast out of the pit and took Osebo to Niame, the sky god. Again, he mocked his prisoner on the way and explained his bargain, and again, Niame accepted Anansi's gift, the 3rd of the 4 creatures he had to capture. Anansi returned home another time. The 4th and last creature on the list was also the most difficult and dangerous to catch. Moatia, the fairy. Anansi devised another plan. Moatia was a very small creature with wings. This made her able to hide and escape very easily. Actually, anyone trying to go on a hunt for the fairy had almost no chance to even find her. And she could also become invisible if she wished. And despite her small size, she could cast spells using her tiny arms. She could make you see things. So she was not only almost impossible to find, she could be very dangerous if someone, by miracle, achieved to find her. But any creature has its weak spot, and Anansi imagined a way to attract and neutralize the fairy without her even noticing. He carved a small doll in wood, an akua doll that young women used as a lucky charm when they hoped to conceive a child, or sometimes to ensure the attractiveness of the child they carried. Next, Anansi gathered the sap out of a gum tree and covered the little doll with it until it became very sticky. And finally, he prepared mashed yams and cooked it with just enough spices and herbs to make it smell delicious. His trap was now almost ready. He headed off to the land of the fairies and placed the doll in front of a tree where fairies were known to often congregate. In front of the doll, he put a little basin with mashed yams, and he turned to his spider form to create some of its silk, a single thread, so thin that it was invisible. Then he went to hide behind the tree, with the silk thread connected to the neck of the doll. The trap was ready, and so he waited. Soon, the fairy was attracted by the delicious smell of mashed yams and cautiously approached the doll. The doll was just the size of a fairy. Fairies came in all sorts of shapes and colors, and this was the place where fairies congregated, so Moatia assumed that the doll was one of her sisters, even though it looked funny for a fairy. Fairies could be aggressive and mean-spirited with other species, but between them they had their code of honor and politeness. So Moatia asked the doll if she could have some of its mashed yams. Anansi moved the thread a little bit, so that it seemed the Akua doll was nodding in approval. Excited by what she took for the doll's invitation to eat, the fairy took what was in the basin and ate everything. When she was finished, she thanked the doll. But this time, Anansi did not move the thread at all, and the doll stayed perfectly still. Not acknowledging the gratitude of a guest was a serious offense, and it seemed the doll was now completely ignoring the fairy, which made it worse. This called for retribution, and so Moatia slapped the doll in the face. But her tiny hand stayed stuck to the doll. Surprised and furious, the fairy tried to slap her again with her remaining hand, only to stick it to the doll too. And then she tried to bludgeon the doll with the rest of her body, certain that this time the doll would finally react. But, of course, the fairy only stuck her entire body to the gum that covered the doll. At this moment, Anansi emerged from hiding and used the rest of the string he had tied to the doll to firmly bind Moatia. Unable to use her arms, she could not cast any spell, and becoming invisible would not help her now that she was tied to the doll. Anansi had captured the fairy, and he quickly left the fairy's wood to return home. This was the fourth and last creature he had to capture. He also asked his mother to accompany him, and together they went to Niame, the sky god, to claim the prize, all the stories in the world. Niame accepted both of them, Moatia the fairy, and Yansia the mother. He was thoroughly impressed at this success, and while he regretted to have promised his treasure of stories, there was no way back. The sky god could not break his word. Niame announced that from this moment on, Anansi would be the owner of all stories, and that stories may now be disseminated, retold, transmitted from parents to children, and from children to their children. This is how, thanks to his tricks, Anansi triumphed and became the knower of all stories. Anansi is generally well liked, sometimes a bit feared, but apart from the time when he managed to become the owner of stories, his tricks generally fail, and he falls prey to his own machinations, reminding that tricks are a double-edged sword, and that immoral behavior often doesn't pay. Here is an example of that. There was a time when Anansi lived in a village hit by famine and drought. Food was scarce. Anansi had to support his wife, Aso. and his children. So he tried to figure out a way to survive. In the same village, there was a witch called Five. But the witch hated her name, so much so that she had cast a spell. If anyone said her name out loud, they would fall asleep for a year. Anansi saw an opportunity. He would trick others into saying her name. They would fall asleep, and he would eat them with his spider family. He asked Lasso to gather all the food they had left, and he made 5 piles out of it. He sat on one pile, and soon a rabbit passed nearby, looking for food like everyone. He called the rabbit and asked him if he wanted some food for his children. He told him that if he was able to tell how many piles of food there were, then he could have one of them, one of the piles. The rabbit started to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And as soon as he said 5, he fell asleep. Anansi took the rabbit to his wife, who cooked it, and the whole family could eat this day. But the food soon ran out, and again Anansi used his trick. A squirrel passed. He offered one of the piles if the squirrel could say how many there were. And again the little animal fell asleep saying 5, and the family had food to eat. When food ran out again, Anansi put the 5 piles in front of his house, and this time a goose passed by. The rabbit and the squirrel were not famous for their intelligence, but the goose was not that naive. Anansi offered it to count the piles, but instead of counting from 1 to 5, the goose said 1, 2, 3, 4, and the pile you are sitting on. Anansi said no, this was not the way to count, and that in order to get one of the piles, the goose had to do it right. The goose smiled and tried again. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the one pile you're sitting on. Anansi was becoming hungry, and he thought the goose was the stupidest of all animals. So he asked to count again, but there was nothing to do. The goose would count 1, 2, 3, 4, and the one you're sitting on. Anansi lost all patience, and as any hungry person, he made a mistake. He explained the goose it was supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As soon as he said 5, he fell asleep. The goose took the 5 piles of food, and this day the goose family could eat as much as they wanted. I told you Anansi was an Akan character. The Akan are a group of peoples who now live primarily in Ghana and Ivory Coast. It is believed that they migrated to their current location from the Sahara Desert around the 11th century. They settled in a more humid region covered with forests, but before this migration, their oral tradition and ethnology suggest that they came from the east of Africa. In any case, Once they had settled in what is now Ghana and Ivory Coast, they emerged between the 15th and the 19th centuries as gold miners and traders. The region where they lived had very rich deposits, and the gold was sold through trade routes across the Sahara Desert to the east toward the rest of Africa, and on the coast to European traders who arrived in bigger and bigger numbers looking for slaves and gold. The Akan were not a single people or state. There are many different peoples, but they are culturally related by their languages, and they share similar ethnic roots. Eventually, the Ashanti Empire emerged at the beginning of the 18th century. The Ashanti are one Akan people, but there were several others within the frontiers of this state, which was centered on modern Ghana, but also included parts of Togo and Ivory Coast. It lasted until the early 20th century, when it fell to European colonization. But before this happened, Akan culture had traveled with slave ships across the Atlantic to the West Indies, for example to Jamaica, to Suriname, to the United States, and their legends and beliefs traveled with them. This is why Anansi is no stranger to America. Akan culture, rites, and beliefs was one of the big influences that shaped African communities in the Americas. There are Anansi stories that were born or transformed enough in America to become part of the original folklore of Jamaica, for example, or Haiti. Anansi is just the most prominent of a very large and complicated pantheon of gods, of demigods, of spirits, all sorts of mythological creatures that were sometimes specific to certain West African ethnicities, or sometimes shared between different peoples. North of Ghana and Ivory Coast, in the central plateau region of Mali, live the Dogons, another ethnic group. And they have an extraordinary creation myth. So let's discover it. Before the earth and the sky existed, when there was no day, no night, no water and no plants, no men and no animals, there was only Amma, the one God. Amma himself was not material. If anyone had been there, they still wouldn't have been able to see or touch him. Amma was pure thought, and with thoughts and signs, Amma began to trace the plan of the universe. As any action, thing, or speech is preceded by thought, Amma created 266 different signs, the same number of signs as there are days in a pregnancy. But thought and concepts advanced only through trial and error. Amma created a first universe, but this first attempt lacked the harmony and the beauty he wanted to conceive. So he unmade it, and only salvaged the four elements he had created with this first world: water, air, earth, and fire, that he liked and reused in his second attempt To create a truly harmonious and beautiful world, Amma thought that everything should have a counterpart. He used some of the earth and the water he had created before to make small balls, and he started modeling them to create bodies and beings. He created the sun as a white pottery circled with a spiral of red copper, and its counterpart, the moon, as another white pottery circled with a spiral of white copper. He also needed a counterpart for himself, and because he lived in the sky, a world of air and fire, he conceived a partner that would live under him, a partner of earth and water, our land. This duality was harmonious, and he liked it. It was so perfect that it could create life if he fertilized the earth, and he did. But the result of this union was imperfect, because a single son was born from it, and singularity, the absence of counterpart, brought chaos. This son, Urugu, introduced disorder into the world. He was male with no female counterpart, and this would forever disturb the harmony and threaten to undo the perfection of the Creator God's creations. Urugu escaped and still lives among us. He is the force behind all chaotic events, from disorderly conducts in humans to natural disasters. But Amma knew that through trial and error, he could keep advancing in his creation. And so he fathered another being with his partner, the earth. And this time he reached perfection. The earth gave birth to Nomo, an androgynous being that was at the same time male and female. Nomo served as the model for future birth. Using more earth, Amma created humans, and they were all given two souls, one male and one female, two principles corresponding to two different persons inside each human being. But Nomo also saw that the life of humans could not easily accommodate the coexistence of these two principles inside each person. And so, to overcome this duality that made life complicated, boys would become men and get rid of their female principle when reaching adulthood, whereas girls would become women and get rid of their male principle. But Urugu, the imperfect first son, was out in the world, and it was now said that imperfection and disorder would always be a part of it. There would be forever conflicts in the heart of each individual between opposite principles, male and female, hope and fear, selfishness and altruism, violence and softness, honesty and treachery. Despite the passage to adulthood, no one can entirely get rid of this double principle that is at the heart of our beings. Perfection and harmony were the goals, the driving principles of the creation of our world, and this is why we understand them as concepts, we recognize them. And the best part of us tends to respect these principles, to be drawn to them. But our inner conflicts and the existence of Urugu, the principle of disorder, make this perfection unreachable. However, on a larger scale, chaos and order also form a duality. Urugu and Nomo could be seen as two opposite sides, and it is in this troubled world, but made stable by this never-ending duality, that we are called to live. The Dogons are famous for their art and the architecture of some of their villages that are built on defensive positions on cliffs, because they were exposed to religious and ethnic persecutions for centuries. But this also cemented their identity within the mosaic of peoples in West Africa. Their art, especially their sculptures on wood, is absolutely unique, and in this culture, sculptures are given an important symbolic meaning. They are powerful and respected artifacts that are not made to be displayed or to decorate the outside of houses. The sculptures are hidden from the public eye within the houses of families or in sanctuaries. Now, let's move to the southwest of Nigeria, the main center of populations of the Yoruba people. As you may know, Nigeria has dozens of ethnicities and even hundreds of languages. The largest ethnic group are the Hausa, that make about 30% of its population. The Yoruba are the second or third largest, near the Igbo, with about 15% each. That is still 40 million Yoruba living in Nigeria, mainly in the southwest of the country. And to a lesser extent, they are also present in Benin, Ghana, and Togo. Their traditional religious and spiritual concepts have traveled very far. I told you before about this phenomenon with the Ashanti, the Akan in general. Yoruba religion is also the basis for a number of religions and myths in the New World, including Santeria, which originated in Cuba and mixes Yoruba and Catholic faith with Spiritism, or Brazilian religions like Umbanda or Candomblé, which also emerged from the mix of Yoruba and Catholic beliefs. Haitian Vodou also has a strong Yoruba component. Like the figure of Anansi, all the beliefs traveled the Atlantic and lived on in slaves or recently emancipated communities from the 17th to the 19th century. But returning to Africa, the Yoruba religion has an extensive cosmology, a very vast pantheon, and hundreds of entities called the Orishas. They could be called deities, even though they are generally far from perfect, but more than deities, they are manifestations of the supreme, all-encompassing being, Olodumare. But they also have human traits that make them relatable, and they have control over specific elements of nature. Over generations and generations of oral tradition, the Yoruba cosmology, legends and folk tales has become a gigantic body of stories. They exist in multiple versions, and we can only scratch the surface of this tonight. I'll come back to the Orisha in a minute. But first, let's begin with one of the Yoruba stories about how life was created on Earth. Long ago, before there were any people in the world, all life existed only in the sky. Olodumare, the all-encompassing being who has no limit, no gender, and all power, lived in the sky. And with Olodumare lived many, many Orishas. They all lived around a young baobab tree. The Orishas could find everything they needed for their lives within their reach, and in fact they all wore beautiful clothes and gold jewelry. Olodumare told them that the entire sky was theirs to explore, but all the Orishas were content to stay near the baobab tree and uninterested in exploring their world. All but one. This curious Orisha was Obatala. Like all Orishas, male and female, he had certain powers, but he wanted to put them to use instead of just living blissfully by the baobab tree. Obatala was the singular Orisha that would bring changes to the world. As he pondered what to do, he looked far down through the mists below the sky. And as he looked and descended as much as he could to see better, he began to realize that there was a vast, empty ocean below the mist. An immense expanse of water, with no earth. There were no islands, no coastlines, and even less life in it. Obatala went to Olodumare and asked to let him make something solid in the waters below. This way there could be beings that himself and the other Orishas could help with their powers, giving them a purpose. Olodumare was touched by Obatala's desire to do something constructive and creative, instead of just enjoying a purposeless life around the baobab tree. And so the Supreme Being agreed to send Obatala to the watery world below. Obatala had to prepare for his mission. He went to Orunmila, the Orisha who could know the future, and he asked Orunmila what he should bring along. Orunmila used his powers to see the threads of the future. He sprinkled powder of baobab roots on a sacred tray and observed the patterns, repeating the operation 8 times until he had sufficient vision of what the future could be like. And finally he told Obatala to prepare a long chain of gold and to gather sand as much as he could, and also palm nuts and maize and all the seeds he could find. And finally, to bring along the sacred egg that carried the personalities of all the Orishas. That secret egg was kept between the roots of the baobab tree. Obatala went to his fellow Orishas and asked them all for their gold. They all gave him all the gold they had. He took all the gold to the goldsmith of the Orishas and had the jewelry turned into a long chain that ended with a hook. He also gathered all the sand in the sky, palm nuts, maize and other seeds, everything he could find around the baobab tree, and with all this equipment, he hooked the chain into the sky and started to climb down. The watery world was very, very far from the baobab tree, and for 7 days he went down and down, until finally he reached the end of the chain. The water was just under him, but he was unsure what to do, and so he looked and listened for any clue. Finally, he heard the voice of Orunmila, the seer, who could also communicate at a distance, and Orunmila called him to use the sand he was carrying. Obatala poured the sand into the water below, and to his surprise, the sand solidified to make a vast, solid land. And as this vast, flat land formed, the sacred egg he was carrying suddenly cracked. From it flew a sacred bird, Sankofa, the bird bearing the spirits of all the Orishas. Sankofa multiplied into as many birds as there were Orishas, and there are more than anyone could imagine. And all the birds flew like a storm above the flat land, blowing the sand to make dunes and hills and mountains, and also plains and flatlands, giving this land character, just as the Orishas themselves have character. The diversity, the multiplicity of Orishas shaped the land into a multiplicity of landscapes. As there was now solid earth below him, Obatala let go of the chain and dropped to this new land that he called Ife, the place that divides the waters. He began to explore this world, and as he explored, he scattered the seeds he had brought, and as he walked, the seeds began to grow behind him, so that the land turned green in his wake. After walking a long time, Obatala grew thirsty, and he stopped at a small pond to drink. But as he bent over the water, he saw his reflection, and he was pleased. Orishas had no mirrors, and they never saw their reflection. They were unaware of their appearance. He took some clay from the edge of the pond and began to mold it into the shape he had seen in the reflection. He finished that one and began another and yet another, and before long he had made many of these bodies from the dark clay at the pond side. Olodumare had watched this, and he liked what Obatala had been making. So he gathered gases from the space beyond the sky and sparked them into an explosion, forming the largest fireball the world had ever seen. He sent that fireball to the land, to Ife, where it dried the lands that were still wet and began to bake the clay figures that Obatala had made. Olodumare then blew his breath of life across Ife, and the figures slowly came to life. The first people of Ife had appeared, and the saga of mankind could now begin. The beliefs of the Yoruba faith were passed down orally for generations and were put into writing only recently, since the 19th century. So there are multiple versions of the same stories, and the names can be different. Olodumare is also known as Olorun or Olofin, but it is the same entity that at the same time created the universe and is the universe. Everything else descends from him, and just under him are the Orishas, which are manifestations of him. But the Orishas are not flawless or all-powerful. They have personalities, tastes, interests, and specific powers. They are said to be uncountable because there are many. But in stories, 20 to 30 Orishas regularly come back. Orishas are relatable, much more than Olodumare, which is too far away from human affairs and the problems of the mortals to make contact. But through the Orishas, there are figures to turn to, and because the Orishas are emanations of Olodumare, every prayer to an Orisha reaches the Supreme Being. The Orishas are like gods in a sense, but a comparison has also been made with Catholic saints, and actually religions in America that mixed Yoruba and Catholic influences tend to establish an equivalence or a system of correspondence between them. There are 6 or 7 Orishas that are particularly popular and revered. They include Obatala, that we just talked about in the story. Obatala is a deity of creation and the protector of the weak and disabled, a very benevolent figure to which humans owe their creation. There are also Esu, the messenger god, who presides over crossroads, doorways and travels. There's Ogun, the patron of metallurgy and healing, Shango, the god of fire, thunder and war, Oya, the goddess of transformation and rebirth, who guards the dead, Oshun, the goddess of love and fertility, Yemaya, the protector of all women and water. These Orishas form a kind of pantheon if we want to compare it with polytheistic religions, and the quantity of stories that pitch Orishas against each other, the love stories between them, sometimes their rebellions against Olodumare that they find too old to rule the world. These are abundant and a source of inspiration for myth. With all their traits and the development of their personality, they remind a lot of Greek gods from Greek and Roman classical literature. Oshun, the Orisha of love, can be spiteful. Shango, the Orisha of war and fire, is impatient. Esu, the messenger god, is deceitful. But a major difference with other cosmologies is that the Orishas are also manifestations of a much more powerful being, Olodumare, and they can always be trusted to deliver the messages of mortals to the Supreme Being. They are not that separated from the King of Gods in a sense. Orishas understand human weaknesses, fears, and aspirations, because men were made to their image, and men need them, since this world is conflictual and often painful. But how did it come to be like this, since Obatala formed the first humans with clays, and Olodumare gave them the breath of life? let's finish with one last story that explains this. After the earth was created and populated, there were no reasons for conflicts to happen, and every human was equal and free. No one wanted for anything, as the earth provided for all, and in equal part. But as time went on, people began to complain about this situation. If everyone had everything they needed, and if everyone was equal, no one could be any different from their neighbor, and they had no goals to strive for. They complained loudly to Olodumare, and their cries were delivered by Esu, the messenger Orisha, who played his role as intermediary. Back and forth, Esu went between Olodumare and the people, trying to reason with humanity. They had all they needed in the world, their desires were met, and no one went hungry. But the people argued that one of their desires was not met. They wanted differentiation, and they wanted goals in their lives. They rejected equality. Olodumare let them know that he could grant their wishes, but that once the change would be made, it could never be reversed. But still, people insisted that equality made life pointless, and they demanded change. So Olodumare gave them what they wanted. Afterward, the world changed dramatically indeed. Jealousy, envy came into people's relations. The poor began to rob the rich, and the rich began to enact laws against the poor. Resources were gathered and defended by one people against another, and there was want and starvation and fear of loss. This is how war came to the world, and with it, sometimes people lost everything. The people realized their mistake and were sorry for having questioned the plan of the Supreme Being. But they had received exactly what they asked for, and would have to live with it now. To bring support and comfort, or the strength to prevail in this now unequal world, remained only the Orishas to pray to, either to win or to accept defeat and unfulfilled expectations. The Orishas understand the aspiration to differentiation and inequality because they are partly like us. They also have their wants, their ambitions, and the very human desire to rise above others. And yet, they are also aware that this is destructive and probably creates more pain and disappointment than good. Hello everyone, and welcome to this new talk. Tonight I take you to Japan with an introduction to Japanese mythology. I'll tell you stories from it, and also tales from Japanese folklore, and we will explore some aspects of Japanese history and culture, especially Shinto, the religion that originated in Japan and to which many myths and folk tales are associated. But let's start immediately with the first story, one about the creation of the world and its aftermath. Make yourself comfortable, sit or lie down. You can close your eyes at any time and still be able to follow along. let's begin. At the beginning of times, the world was nothing like we know it now. There was only a chaotic mass full of seeds floating in the void. No one knows how long this lasted, as no being, God, spirit, or human, was there to see it. But it happened gradually that the finer parts of this mass went up because they were lighter, and the heavier parts went down. The lighter seeds formed heaven, light, translucent, and full of yin energy. The heavier seeds became earth, heavy, opaque, and full of yang energy. The world had appeared, and between these two dimensions of earth and heaven, the tension gave birth to deities. 3 ancestral gods appeared, followed by others. These were in equal parts the products of earth and heaven, and so they were not male nor female. But after several more generations of gods, they began to dissociate between males and females, and they formed couples. At the time, gods went into hiding after their creation, and they didn't try to transform this world they were born from. To this day, these first generations of gods have never reappeared, and no one knows whether they keep watching the world or have fallen into an eternal sleep. After 3 generations of ancestral gods and 4 generations of male and female divine pairs, arrived the 5th couple. The god Izanagi, he who invites, and the goddess Izanami, she who invites. They stood on a floating bridge between earth and heaven, and they received the divine spear, superbly ornamented with jewels, that they used to stir the ocean under their feet. It happened that when the spear was pulled up, the brine dripping from the tip became solid and formed an island, the island of Onogoro. Izanagi and Izanami descended to this island and discovered what their predecessors ignored. They could create, they could shape the world, and they could procreate. Together they produced 8 new islands, the islands that made up Japan. And they procreated. Soon, Izanami's belly became round, and they expected the first being in the world created by sexuality, rather than born from the forces of the world. But Izanami was pregnant with a dangerous entity, the god of fire. When she gave birth, her son burned her, and she died in the arms of Izanagi. Raging with pain and anger, Izanagi attacked the newborn, and from the blood of the baby god of fire, more gods were born, such as the god of thunder. Meanwhile, Izanami on her deathbed also gave birth to more gods, each of them associated with a principle or a natural phenomenon like agriculture, earth and metal. And in this terrible moment of death, pain and loss, new divine life multiplied, and the world kept evolving, becoming ever more diverse and populated. The new gods scattered around this world that they were discovering, and Izanagi was left alone to his grief. But all hope had not been entirely lost. Death was only a passage, and his enemy had not disappeared. She had only descended to Yomi, the underworld where the dead resided. Izanagi resolved to go search for her and bring her back to the world of the living. He found an entrance to the underworld and descended to the dark and cold universe of Yomi that the light from heaven never illuminated. After a lengthy search, he found his enemy, weak, lying on the ground. He tried to take her in his arms and asked her to come back with him to the land of the living. But the goddess did not let him come close, and she replied that it was now too late. She belonged to Yomi, to the land of the dead, and there was no coming back, because she had already eaten food cooked in the underworld. Izanagi looked at her from closer, and despite the darkness, he could see that her beautiful face had now turned into a horrible death mask, and her body was infested with maggots. There was no return from the decay of death, and even the love they once shared could not defeat it. With sadness and anger, she chased him from the underworld. All feelings of care and love between them had vanished. His enemy was now humiliation and anger only, whereas Izanagi was filled with fear and repulsion. When he reached the upper world of earth, he moved an enormous stone to block the entrance, so that the horrifying creatures from Yomi would not be able to cross between worlds. From the other side of the rock, trapped underground and angrier than ever, his enemy threatened him and declared that she would now kill 1,000 people every day. Izanagi replied that if this had to be, then he would father 1,500 children every day, so that the living could still be able to grow and multiply despite her curse. This is not the end of Izanagi, and more gods are about to be created. But for now, just take a minute to let your body relax. This will help ease your mind and fall asleep, or just live in the moment. Try to release the tension in your shoulders and your neck, your arms, including your hands and your legs. Breathe normally and feel free to keep your eyes closed. I'll be there to guide you along the journey. So let's go back to it. Izanagi had returned to this world, and now felt the need to purify himself from the miasma of the underworld. So he went to a lake and began to bath. Water fell from his face, and from this water 3 new gods appeared. From the water that fell from his left eye, was born the sun goddess, Amaterasu. From his right eye appeared the moon god, Tsukiyomi, and from his nose a third god, Susanoo, who was told to govern the sea. Amaterasu, the sun goddess, was attributed heaven to rule over. For some time, peace had returned to the world, which had become more orderly with the new gods born from Izanami and Izanagi. Primal elements, places and forces like the day and the night were now in the hands of their respective gods. But the world was still very different from the world we know nowadays. And all these young gods were no models of wisdom. They were sometimes envious of each other. They had desires, and they could fight. At the time, day and night existed at the same time. The sun and the moon were visible in the sky together. But Tsukiyomi, the moon, was jealous of Amaterasu, the sun. Their mutual distaste grew so much that they resolved to never see each other again, and each went to a different corner of heaven. The alternance of day and night appeared from this conflict. From this moment on, they were never seen again together, and an endless cycle of night and day began, each one chasing the other. Amaterasu was also in conflict with her other brother, Susanoo, born from the nose of Izanagi, and who had been granted the seas. Susanoo resented his siblings, who could live in heaven, and was dissatisfied with his dominion of the sea. So one day he ascended to heaven to visit his sister, and could convince her to stay. But he soon became emboldened with his success, and started to spend time tricking her and offending her with distasteful pranks. Amaterasu became enraged with her brother's behavior, and she decided to punish everyone for it. She hid herself in a cave. Immediately, darkness filled the heavens and the earth. The sun was gone, and it seemed that an eternal night would fall onto the world. The other gods had lost the sunlight and were saddened by it, so they gathered in front of the cave and tried to attract her outside by making cocks crow. The goddess did not appear. So they built a sacred tree in front of the cave and hung all sorts of offerings to its branches, mirrors, beads, pieces of cloth. They started clapping their hands and laughing around the tree as the goddess danced to entertain them. Amaterasu became curious at the noise, so she opened the door of the cave to see what was happening outside. She was immediately dragged out of her refuge by a strong-armed god, and suddenly the light of day returned to illuminate the world. Susanoo had angered the heavenly gods with his pranks and how he had offended their queen. So he was banished and sent back to Earth. Susanoo and Amaterasu would never reconcile, and because of their feud, two clans of gods formed. On Earth, Susanoo married a princess and started a family. He fathered multiple earthly gods, and Susanoo and his descendants reigned over this half of the world. But in heavens, Amaterasu and her own clan of heavenly gods did not intend to share the world with earthly gods. One day, Amaterasu descended to Earth and demanded the submission of Earth. This world teemed with life. It had majestic mountains, peaceful and beautiful forests, enchanting rivers, and deep blue seas. This part of the world was desirable. Amaterasu obtained the submission of earthly gods and sent her grandson, Ninigi, to live and raise rice on earth and worship heavenly gods. Ninigi married a princess, a daughter of a mountain god, and had 3 sons with her. One of them, when he grew up, became the father of Jimmu, and Jimmu was destined to conquer the earth, to become the first emperor. As Jimmu began to rule over Japan, the age of gods ended, and the age of history, the age of humans, began. For centuries, that would turn to millennia, Earth would now be governed by emperors descending from Amaterasu and heavenly gods. The history of Japan could now begin. We will talk about Emperor Jimmu, the Japanese pantheon, and popular heroes like the 47 Ronin. But before, let's make a stop and look at where this mythological tradition comes from, and also what Shinto is. In terms of quantity of stories and variety of versions of these stories, Japanese mythology is very, very abundant, at least as much as Greek mythology. And even though the vast majority of Japanese people consider these tales to be legends rather than historical, they are still very well known and reappear constantly in popular culture. And because Japan exports its pop culture via anime, manga, and film, these archetypes and some anecdotes may seem familiar to a lot of non-Japanese. Another thing is that to foreigners, Japanese traditions may seem pretty serious. There is a sense of reverence, of wisdom, of respect for cultural traditions that for some of them appeared many centuries ago. But mythological tales are far from being that serious. Some of them are, but others are goofy. The characters react in a weird way. They can even be scatological. I expurged this from the story of the rivalry between Amaterasu, the sun goddess, and her brother Susanoo. But the pranks he plays on her include throwing feces around. That's the kind of pranks we're dealing with. And there is another episode in which a goddess of agriculture creates delicious foods, but she hides to produce them before bringing them to the table, because they come out of her nose, her ears, her mouth, and other orifices. This myth mixes elements that are poetic and cosmic with others that are trivial and sometimes truly bizarre. It is not all about wisdom and recollection, really. Gods are also very human in their personalities and behaviors. They can be petty, they can be jealous, They make mistakes. They are not role models that believers would be invited to take inspiration from, like in some other traditions. There is a general term for Japanese gods and many other beings that you may have heard of, kami. Kami is often translated by gods in the West, and this is a dimension of it, but kami are also the spirits, the entities, the phenomena or the holy powers that are venerated in the religion of Shinto. The concept is not really obvious to grasp. In the Western tradition, we have no problem associating a place, a phenomenon, a force of nature, a principle with a deity. This was the case in all the other stories about mythological traditions I told you about. But the concept of kami is even wider than that. Kami are not necessarily beings that personify something or rule over something. They can also be ancestors or ancient emperors that became kami after death. In that case, the associated concept in the West would be spirit. They can be a force of nature or even just a concept, and they are not separated from nature, they are of nature, manifestations of the energy of the universe. If there is a concept, an idea, a process, kami exists that embodies and performs the specific functions of it. There is a kami of wind, or the kami of rivers as a concept, and also a kami of every particular river, and the kami of roads, the kami of entryways, the kami of infectious disease, the kami of good health. The list is almost endless, and there is a shrine in Japan where more than 2 million kami are registered. Sometimes it is said that there would be more than 8 million different kami. It is not exactly that. There is a general name given to these countless kami, Yao Yorozu no Kami, which means literally 8 million. But what it expresses is countless, extremely numerous. People don't actually believe that there are precisely 8 million, but that there are many, many of them. Generally, there are considered to be 3 main variations of kami. There are the heavenly gods and goddesses, called Amatsukami, the gods and goddesses of the earthly realm, Kumitsukami, and the rest, the countless kami. These definitions are broad categories, sorts of guidelines for grouping them. The worship of kami through rituals and offerings is at the core of Shinto practice. The kami are worshipped at household or family shrines and at public shrines dedicated to specific kami. The worshipping, the rituals, are done to cultivate harmony between kami and humans and to ask for kami's blessing. The kami are not particularly good or bad, malevolent or benevolent. They may have both dimensions, and they are never fully reliable. So securing their support is believed to be important for luck and success in all sorts of endeavors. Shinto comes with principles such as the need to respect traditions and regularly perform rituals of purification, but it does not emphasize specific moral codes. There is no equivalent to the commandments of Christianity, and Shinto doesn't have a centralized organization like the Catholic Church or some Protestant denominations. It is historically the most widespread religious practice in Japan, but not the only one. Buddhism also was and still is important. So how did religions spread in Japan? The basis of Shinto, kami veneration, existed in Japan more than 2000 years ago. Shinto is native to Japan. But in the 5th and 6th centuries AD, so that is 1500 years ago, Buddhism arrived in the country, especially brought by Korean immigrants. It had traveled across Asia from its birthplace in India over several centuries, but it became widespread in Japan, and it has been around for so long that it has become another national religion or philosophy. Buddhism didn't replace Shinto. Instead, the two influenced each other and were not mutually exclusive. One influence of Buddhism that has been observed, for example, is that in the decades following its arrival, the kami became more and more depicted with the appearance of human beings, as opposed to shapeless forces or fantasy animals. And the kami were integrated into Buddhist cosmology as a part of the universe. From the 8th century, emperors of Japan had converted to Buddhism, and they performed Buddhist rites and also other rites to honor the kami. Along the centuries, many different schools of Buddhism have appeared in Japan, with cultural specificities. For example, we could talk about Japanese Zen. Zen is a school of Buddhism that emphasizes self-restraint, the attempt to discover the nature of the mind and the nature of things, and the practice of meditation, rather than the knowledge of doctrines that would have to be learned and assimilated. It is a form of Buddhist practice that has spread to the West for a large part from Japan, which is why we know it as Zen. But Zen is a Japanese pronunciation of the Chinese word Chan. And Zen Buddhism actually appeared in China, but along with other schools or traditions of Buddhism, it spread to Japan and took deep roots in this country. So Shinto and Buddhism coexisted, and both were practiced by a large part of the Japanese population, from emperors to common men. But when it comes to myth and folk tales, Shinto had a lot more influence, because we know most ancient stories from chronicles that were written in the 8th century AD. And at the time, the focus of these chronicles was to emphasize native cultural elements and defend the divine lineage of emperors, supposed to descend from the sun goddess, the sun kami, Amaterasu. So in these chronicles, elements like tales and legends that could not be considered as genuinely Japanese, that is to say, linked to the kami and the narratives that existed in Japan before Buddhism, these were for a part left aside or minimized. But the construction of Japanese culture and its native mythology started long before that and received various influences anyway, from peoples in the north and the south as Okinawa, and influences from China and Korea. So what was considered genuinely Japanese in the 8th century were elements and aspects of the culture that had been around for a long time and had gone through their own evolution in Japan, but some of them had been heavily inspired by other cultures, starting thousands of years prior, especially by China. As you know, prior to its opening to modern Western techniques and a major reform of its society in the 19th century, Japan went through a long period of isolation. For centuries, the country was almost entirely forbidden to foreigners. Other foreign religions were banned too. They became legal only when Japan began this fast modernization. But at the same time, the government had a nationalistic agenda. They were trying to reinforce national unity, to keep tight control of the public opinion, and galvanize it in favor of economic development and expansion overseas. And this had repercussions on the religion. Shinto had long been completely integrated into Japanese society, but it was a decentralized practice. For the first time, the state tried to take control of it. It selected and approved priests. It took control of the shrines, and this period is called by historians State Shinto. The goal of governments until the end of the Second World War was to make the national religion a tool for unity, for social control, and a justification of the emperor's divine power. Over the past 70 years, since the end of the Second World War, religious practice in Japan has decreased markedly. But still, for the majority of Japanese, Shinto and the Kami, along with Buddhism, are still very much part of the culture they experience every day. And the majority of Japanese participate in rituals now and then and festivals. But let's return to mythology, shall we? I told you earlier that the accession of legendary Emperor Jimmu was the end of the Age of Gods and the beginning of the Age of Humans, but not the end of mythology. So let's explore the mythical story of the first emperor. You remember the heavenly gods, led by the sun goddess Amaterasu, had established their domination on earth. Amaterasu had a grandson called Ninigi, who resided and married on earth. Ninigi had a grandson who became Emperor Jimmu. At the time when the future emperor was born, his clan fought for control over Japan. The land was fractioned into multiple clans, and his was located in the south of Japan, on the island of Kyushu. Jimmu was the youngest of 4 brothers, and his older brothers led the family, especially Itsuse, the older brother. It was decided that a migration to the east and the north should happen, because it was their destiny to establish their dominance upon the entire country, and they should administer it from a more central location. Back then, like now, an inland sea separated the islands of Kyushu, Shikoku, and Honshu. Led by Itsuse, the clan crossed the inland sea and landed near the city now known as Osaka. But all of Japan had not accepted their authority, and there was a local chieftain, known for his ferocity, that occupied the area with his men. He was unusually tall, and his name was the long-legged man, Nagasu-neiko. Itsuse wanted to take control of this place and Nagasunehiko refused to surrender, so a battle ensued. Jimmu participated in the battle as the second in command, and soon the two armies faced each other, Itsuse's troops facing eastward and Nagasunehiko's westward. As soon as the battle started, the migrants suffered heavy losses. They were facing the sun and could not see their opponents well. Ironically, the sun itself, which was the manifestation of their ancestor Amaterasu, was against them because of their unfortunate positioning on the battlefield. The battle was lost, and even worse, Itsuse was killed. The survivors, now led by Jimmu, could only escape. And that night, when they could finally set camp, the shame and sadness of defeat afflicted all men. But Jimmu was not one to abandon, and he had understood that the reason for their defeat was that they fought facing eastward. As he was praying to Amaterasu, she sent him an envoy that would guide his troops to victory. A giant three-legged crow appeared in the sky. Jimmu recognized it for the gift of Amaterasu that it was. The crow would guide them to victory, and was proof that heavenly gods had not abandoned their children. Jimmu elaborated a plan. They would re-embark, sail east, and land again east of the territory of Nagasunehiko, so that they would be able to fight again, but this time facing westward. And so it was done. The army landed to the east of Honshu and walked towards the west until reaching the land of their enemies, led by the three-legged crow. A new battle happened, and this time the light of Amaterasu blinded the other side. Jimmu was victorious. The fight had taken place in the province of Yamato, near the ancient city of Nara. And with that victory, Jimmu was recognized as the legitimate ruler of Japan and ascended to the imperial throne. His reign was blessed by the gods and extraordinarily long, as he died at the age of 126. It is said that once he climbed a mountain near Nara to survey the inland sea between the three big islands that he now controlled. And he observed that the sea was shaped like a heart, like the ring two dragonflies make when they mate. As he was making this observation, a mosquito tried to sting him and steal some of his royal blood. Immediately, a dragonfly appeared and killed the mosquito. Dragonflies were sacred animals that served the gods, and this was why one had intervened to protect the emperor. Because of the shape of the inland sea, and because it was protected by the gods, Japan thus received its classical name, Akitsushima, the Dragonfly Island. And since then, the Yamato dynasty, the imperial house of Japan, rules over the land. But mythology is not just about gods and emperors. Along many centuries, mythical heroes have appeared or evolved in Japanese folk tales. And even though their stories are sometimes not specifically mythological, like the tale of 47 Ronin, these are good stories. I selected 3 of them. the story of Momotaro, Shitakiri Suzume, and 47 Ronin. So here are more stories. Let's get started with Momotaro. Once upon a time, there was an old couple who lived in the countryside near a river. They had had a long life of work, and they were poor, but they were happy and grateful to be together. Their days passed peacefully, and even though they only had a small house and just enough food, this was enough for them. Their only regret was that they would have liked to have children, to expand their family and have company in their old days. But no children were born. Until one day, the woman went to the river to wash clothes, as she often did, and she saw something round floating on the waters. She caught it and realized it was the biggest peach she had ever seen. It was smooth, colorful, and its delicious smell indicated that it would taste perfectly sweet. With difficulty, because the peach was heavy, she brought it back home to show it to her husband. They rejoiced over this gift from the river, and the husband went for a knife to open and share the peach. But when he cut it open, instead of a seed, it contained a young child, not older than 1 or 2, but already formed and healthy. The child could speak and told them that he had been bestowed by the gods to be their son. They would take care of him, and he would brighten their old days and love them as much as they would love him. The couple could not believe their luck, and they adopted the child that they named Momotaro. Momo meaning peach, and Taro, eldest son in the family. And life went on in the house. They were still poor, but nature was generous, and the 3 of them had just what they needed. Their hearts were content, and days, weeks, years passed in this simple everyday joy. More than 10 years. Momotaro had grown up and was now an adolescent. He loved his parents, but he had grown curious for the rest of the world. He dreamed of adventure and thought that maybe the gods had bigger plans for him. Even though their life was peaceful, the limits of their land were sometimes explored by a band of demons who marauded to steal from farmers. These demons, called Oni, were more and more threatening, and Momotaro decided to do something about it. Nobody exactly knew what the Oni looked like. They were always seen from far, but the few people who had crossed them and managed to escape had said that they were hideous, gigantic creatures looking like ogres, with 1 or several horns emerging from their heads. They had sharp claws and wild hair, and their skin was either blue or red or green, so that they had nothing in common with humans. The Oni didn't live nearby. They dwelled in a distant island, a place called Onigashima, Demon Island. And from their base, they launched expeditions to ransom and loot. Momotaro wanted to end their reign of terror, and he resolved to travel to the island and attack them. His parents were worried, and they tried to dissuade him. Who would take care of them if he never returned? And how could a single young man defeat an entire band of demons? But Momotaro had made his decision, and they had to let him go. For his long journey, his mother gave him delicious dumplings, and the journey began. At first, Momotaro was alone, but on the way he made friends, a dog, a monkey, and a pheasant. The three could talk, and against a portion of his dumplings, they accepted to accompany and help him. The four of them became best friends, and they learned to trust each other. When they finally reached Onigashima, the demon island, they devised a plan to penetrate discreetly the demon's fort and attack the demons one by one. Helped by his three animal friends, Momotaro defeated each one, and their chief was captured. In the fort, they found the treasure that the demons had accumulated, and with their captive, they traveled back to Momotaro's homeland. He had not only eliminated the threat, he had brought back enough for his parents to finish their days in abundance. The tale of Momotaro was put in writing during medieval Japan, but it probably comes from older oral traditions. There are variants. In older versions, he was not found inside the beach, but his mother became pregnant after eating the fruit. But it is a form of tale that has been around for a long time. A young boy or girl with a mysterious origin, who accomplishes great exploits, makes friends, discovers themselves along the way. It is the initial theme of Dragon Ball, for example, the manga. There is something inherently appealing to this story. Another Japanese folk tale that has a form that can be found throughout the world is Shita Kiri Suzume, the sparrow with the slit tongue. And it goes like this. Once upon a time, a poor old couple lived near the foot of a mountain covered in trees and near a river. The man cut wood for a living, and his wife fished in the river. But the two could not be more different in character. The old man was honest and kind, whereas his wife was very greedy and would not help anyone if it didn't serve her interests. One day, the man went into the mountain to cut wood, as he used to. But on his way, he found an injured little sparrow crying out for help. The weakness and desperation of the poor bird moved him, so he took it back home and fed it rice to help it recover. When his wife returned, she was annoyed that he would waste food on such a small creature. Who cared about a sparrow when they were poor and food was precious? But the old man didn't listen to her and continued caring for the little bird. As days passed, the two became friends, and the sparrow would stay on his shoulder, eating rice from him, and the recovery and friendship of the bird made the old woodcutter happy. But one day, he had to return to the mountain, and the sparrow was still too weak to leave the house. So he left it in the care of the woman. She had no intention of feeding it, so instead of staying home to look after the bird, she went out fishing. And while she was gone, the hungry sparrow looked for food inside the house and found some starch that was left out. The bird ate it all. When the woman came back and saw this, she was so angry that she punished the sparrow by cutting out its tongue, and then she sent it flying back to the mountain. The poor little bird, full of pain and fear, escaped and disappeared. When the old man returned, he was so sad and shocked at what his wife had done that he immediately went searching for the bird. Other sparrows knew him and what he had done for one of their own, so they helped him find his way into a bamboo grove where they all lived. He was reunited with his friend, the little sparrow he had saved, and the other birds brought him food and sang for him. As he was reassured that his little friend was alive and well, he told the birds that it was now time for him to go back home. They presented him with a choice of presents. There was a large basket and a small basket, and he was told he could choose one as a present and take it back home. The old man knew that his forces were no longer what they once were, and there was a long way home, so he chose the small basket. When he arrived home, he opened it, and to his surprise, he discovered a treasure of gold and silver inside. The wife pressured him to tell how he had got this, and he told her everything about the sparrows and the two baskets. She couldn't help but think he was an idiot for choosing the small one, so she ran to the sparrow's grove in the hope of getting more treasure for herself. The sparrows presented her with a small and a large basket and warned her to not open any basket before getting home. Of course, she chose the large one, but on the way home, as she was still in the mountain, she was so impatient to discover its content that she opened it. To her surprise, the box was full of deadly snakes. They startled her so much that she tumbled all the way down the mountain and broke her neck. Her greed had only led to her demise. Our last story for tonight is not technically mythological. It is a legendary tale that derives from a real historical incident, the revenge of the 47 Ronin. The real incident is from the early 18th century. It is not that ancient, but I chose to include it because it is a good story, and it can be considered mythology in the making. Many myths around the world probably have origins in natural disasters or real events that were modified and embellished. The version of the story we know, of the 47 Ronin, was written decades after the fact, and it mixes reality with fiction, even though there is no doubt that the incident really happened. So maybe in 1,000 years, 47 Ronin will have kept evolving and will be considered a piece of mythology. Now let's discover the story. It all began in 1701, when Japan was a feudal country ruled by shoguns. Emperors were still nominally at the head of the country, but it was governed by military dictators appointed by them. Japan was also governed locally by feudal lords called daimyos, who pledged allegiance to the emperor and served the central power in the capital, Edo, that we know as Tokyo today. To better control the daimyos, they were requested to alternate periods of living in their domain and periods of living in Edo, where they served the shogunate. Each daimyo had a following, a house, composed of the people serving him, including samurai warriors. It happened one day that one of the daimyos, Asano, who had a small fiefdom in the west of Honshu, was tasked to arrange a reception in Edo as part of his service in the capital. He was to be given instructions by a high-ranking official named Kira, and execute them following the elaborate etiquette of the shogunate. But Kira was a rude and arrogant man who had no respect for small lords. He was also corrupt and accepted bribes, and early on the cooperation with Asano went very poorly. He would insult the lord, treat him badly, whereas other lords that had bribed him for his cooperation were treated nicely. Asano and his small following never paid anything to Kira, and so the official kept treating the lord very harshly. This escalated until one day Kira openly insulted Asano, calling him a country boy with no manners. In Edo Castle, any kind of violence was completely forbidden. Even drawing a sword, a katana, was a grave offense. But after weeks of harassment from Kira, Asano lost his temper. He attacked the official with a dagger, wounding him in the face. They were immediately separated by guards, and the wound was just superficial. But Asano had committed an unforgivable offense, and the only fitting sentence for this was death. His goods and lands were to be confiscated after his death. His family was to be ruined, and his retainers were to be made leaderless, ronin. As he was a daimyo, Asano was still allowed to escape the shame of an execution. He would have to commit seppuku, the ritual suicide that spared lords and samurai the shame of an inglorious execution. And so it was accomplished. Asano committed seppuku, and his family lost everything, and his followers lost their master. All this because of a short moment of uncontrolled anger that Kira had brought on himself with his appalling behavior. Asano's troops comprised over 300 men. The majority of them accepted their fate and scattered in search of a new master, or they abandoned their military life. These men had such a bond with their lord that honor commanded his death be avenged, otherwise they would have acted cowardly and dishonorably. But the shogunate explicitly prohibited revenge in this case, and so they were conflicted. The rules of the shogunate and the rules of honor gave them conflicting paths to follow. Of all these men, 47 warriors, 47 ronin, because they had lost their master, refused to allow their lord to go unavenged. They banded together, swearing a secret oath to avenge their master by killing Kira, even though they knew that they would be punished harshly for doing so. Death would be their sentence, and they accepted it. Kira was worried that some of the ronin may try to avenge their daimyo, and so he took precautions. He went into retirement and had the leader of Asano's guard spied on. As Kira was unreachable, the 47 Ronin had to wait for him to lower his guard. They behaved as if they had no intention to avenge their master. It took a year and a half for it to happen, and in the meantime, some of them infiltrated his house as workmen or merchants to become familiar with the layout of the house and the character of all within. Finally, after 2 full years, the 47 Ronin who secretly stayed coordinated knew the house, the way people behaved inside, and how they could suddenly overwhelm it and kill Kira. One night, they launched their attack in 2 groups, one by the front door and one by the back door. They found Kira, who was hiding and trying to hide his identity, and their sentence was executed. Asano had been avenged. The Ronin did not try to hide. They surrendered as they had planned to do. The shogunate in Edo was put in a difficult situation. They had bravely followed the precepts by avenging the deaths of their lord, but they had also defied the shogunate's authority. The populace admired them for their courage and their loyalty, so petitions were made in their favor. The shogunate accepted to make a concession. They had to die, but they would be allowed to die honorably by committing seppuku like their lord had done 2 years earlier. And so it was done. Each of them ended their life. The youngest was only 16. They were buried in front of the tomb of their master, and the tombs became a place of great veneration. The sacrifice of the 47 Ronin had not been totally in vain for the survivors of Asano's house. With the name of Asano being cleaned by this revenge, the other Ronins that had remained unemployed because of the disgrace of their former house could find new positions, and the family was given back its lordship. Hello everyone, and welcome to this new journey into ancient mythology. I have lots of things to tell you about, but to immediately get into the mood, let's begin with the first chapter, the first tablet of our common thread for tonight, the Epic of Gilgamesh. This is a story of adventure, heroism, miracles, wonders, and self-discovery. It happened so far back into the past that the world was still young. Gods intervened in mortals' lives much more often than they do now. And at the time, the largest and most glorious city in the entire world was Uruk, near the river Euphrates. The streets, the shops, and the markets of Uruk teemed with life. Its temples shined, and their splendor was unrivaled. Its palaces housed luxuriant gardens and the most exquisite apartments. Uruk was rich, powerful, refined, civilized. But its people were not happy. In the most sumptuous of palaces resided their king, and he was the origin of their torment. Gilgamesh, that was his name, was no mere mortal. He had gods among his ancestors. He was the legitimate king of Uruk, but instead of using his power to protect and make his subjects happy, he terrorized them. Gilgamesh was brutal and merciless. The young women of Uruk had to be kept at his disposal, and he used and abused of his lord's right to sleep with them on their wedding night. The young men were enrolled in forced labor and had to sacrifice their youth and their strength on the gigantic monuments that the king wanted to see built in his honor. Children learned to fear their brutal and merciless master from a young age, and only death liberated the people of Uruk from the tyranny of Gilgamesh. Despite their wealth and the beauty of their city, the people of Uruk secretly prayed the gods to put an end to the king's oppression. The gods responded to the people's pleas. They had grown dissatisfied with how Gilgamesh abused his power, and they knew that simple mortals would not be able to stop him. So they created an equal to Gilgamesh, a primitive man made from soil by the god Enki, and this new being, the creation of Enki, was named Enkidu. Gilgamesh was educated, he wore clothes and jewels, so he was civilized despite his brutality, whereas Enkidu was wild. He was covered in hair and lived with animals in a forest, surviving alone on the food he could gather and hunt. But he was as strong as Gilgamesh, and the threads of destiny had been arranged by the gods in a manner that would make the two meet and fight in the future. But during several moons after his creation, Enkidu only lurked in the wilderness and ignored his human nature. Until a trapper noticed his existence. His traps were uprooted systematically by Enkidu, and this ruined his livelihood. The trapper was worried, and so he went to Shamash, the sun god that ruled over justice, morality, and truth from the heavens, as he crossed them every day on his sun chariot. Shamash acknowledged that it was unfair for the trapper to have his life ruined, and he also knew about Enkidu and his reason to be. So a plan was made to take Enkidu out of the wilderness and begin to tame him. It was arranged for a temple prostitute called Shamat to seduce Enkidu. Shamat slept with men against payment as part of her worshipping, and she was a servant of the gods. When Shamat found Enkidu, the wild man was immediately ravished by her beauty and followed her. After several days and nights spent with her, making love and seeing the ways of civilization, Enkidu began to change. Through senses and pleasure, his human nature had begun to embrace the blessings of culture and civilization, revealing the man behind the beast. Shamhat fed him. She made him wear clothes. But he still had a lot to learn, and after a while, Shamat took Enkidu to a shepherd's camp, where he would socialize and continue to learn how to be civilized. Meanwhile, in Uruk, Gilgamesh ignored what the gods had prepared. but he felt that something would soon happen. He had dreams about the arrival of a beloved new companion. The threads of destiny continued to be woven into the lives of all men, and soon the two would meet. But even the gods are not all-powerful, and what they couldn't know is that their encounter would be the starting point of a story that would live on in memories for thousands of years. The story is just beginning, but as always, we are also going to take a look at history and explore the culture, or in that case the cultures, that produced the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the relations of the myth to archaeology. Uruk is not a fictional city. Its ruins still exist, and it was populated until the first centuries of our era. It was also thousands of years ago, at the time of Sumer, probably the largest urban area in the world. And we're going to talk about the emergence of this Sumerian civilization, as well as other Mesopotamian civilizations that inherited from Sumer and themselves passed on their heritage to the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Jews, the Arabs. Tonight we have taken place in a camp near the site of Uruk, and we are surrounded by stones that were carved thousands of years ago and have seen dozens of generations live among them. They have heard many languages, and they have waited in silence for more than 1,000 years since the city was abandoned. After a hot day, the temperature is now ideally warm, with a soft breeze that brings us a light scent of honey, of spices and flowers. We could almost smell the subtle sacred incense that was burnt in these temples near us for centuries. Above our heads, the sky is turning to a dark blue where the first stars slowly show up. This is perfect for story time around our campfire. As you know, Mesopotamia was one of the cradles of civilization, because it was one of the first regions in the world where cultures with cities, states, a writing system appeared. But contrary to others, like Egypt, that was very inward-looking, Mesopotamia was in contact with a lot of neighbors, from India and Persia to Anatolia, the Mediterranean Sea, the Arabic Peninsula. Egypt also had contacts with the outside world, but due to its geography, it worked a lot like an island. It was surrounded by deserts instead of seas, but it was still hard to reach, and except for a relatively short time during the New Kingdom, ancient Egypt was not expansionist. All this limited exchange both ways for ancient Egypt. Mesopotamia was a much more open and disputed region. Many states and cities rose and fell in this area. Some expanded well beyond Mesopotamia, like the Assyrians and Babylon. We'll discuss this. There were foreign invaders, so Mesopotamia exported and imported a lot of inventions, of concepts, techniques, culture in general. And as we will see later in this talk, the Epic of Gilgamesh is a good example of that, because you will probably recognize a lot of ideas of myths or tropes that reappeared later in other cultures and religions. But they had been present and put into writing first in Mesopotamia. Before we resume the story, just take a short moment to relax and adopt a comfortable position. We paused when Enkidu had spent time with Shamat, the prostitute, and began his transformation into a civilized man. And she had brought him along to a shepherd's camp to continue his education. At the camp, he discovered bread. He also socialized and was given a role, that of the night watchman. Enkidu was becoming more educated every day, and the wild creature that he once was now fading away. But he still had no idea about the wider world, having known only his forest, then Shamat and the pleasure of senses, and now the shepherd and his few companions. He had never seen a city, or even a village, and there were no women at the camp, which was a pity because he had not forgotten his days with Shamat. But it happened one day that a stranger passed by the camp, and as always, he was welcomed and asked to tell news from the outside world. The stranger talked about Uruk and Gilgamesh. His reign of terror was well known across the land, but this was entirely new to Enkidu. And when the traveler told him about how Gilgamesh spent the night with brides on their wedding night, Enkidu was incensed. To his simple and naive mind, it appeared unacceptable that Gilgamesh would force himself on every young woman. And even more infuriating was the fact that Enkidu couldn't do it. It was time for him to leave, as he was realizing that so many things happened in the world, and that he could discover these things. This had become an obsession. He needed to travel to Uruk and confront this Gilgamesh. And so he left the shepherd's camp behind and traveled to Uruk, which was so incredibly large and imposing with its high walls that he once again realized that the world was much more diverse and worthy of wonder than he had ever thought. There was a wedding this day, and everybody knew what it meant. Once again, Gilgamesh would visit the wedding chamber and have his way. But this time, Enkidu was determined to intervene. He also went to the wedding, and when Gilgamesh attempted to visit the chamber, he blocked his way. Gilgamesh was not used to resistance, and was infuriated by this half-wild creature that had the audacity to confront him, a king and a son of a goddess. He attacked Enkidu, and the two fought for a long time. Gilgamesh had never faced an opponent that strong, and even though he was taller and more trained in the art of fighting than Enkidu, he had a very hard time dominating the fight. Eventually, he did, and Enkidu had to acknowledge that Gilgamesh was stronger than him. But the fierce fight had changed them. Both had gained respect for the other's strength. Gilgamesh also remembered his dreams, announcing that a new companion would soon appear. Could it be Enkidu? For the first time, he may have found a friend that he could respect and cherish. And this is how Gilgamesh and Enkidu became friends, and each of them changed for the better with this friendship. Both were less alone. Their world was more colorful. Gilgamesh learned respect for another being, while Enkidu continued to refine his civilized self. And so it was decided that Enkidu could stay in Uruk, and the two friends were now making plans for adventures they could share. Gilgamesh dreamt of glory and came up with an audacious idea. They could travel together to the cedar forest, a magnificent and ancient forest that belonged to the gods, and once there, they would slay together its guardian, a monster, a giant of immemorial age called Humbaba. Enkidu was more cautious. Even though he had been created recently, he knew that this could be very dangerous and maybe upset the gods. The Council of Elders in Uruk also warned against this expedition. But Gilgamesh didn't care about caution, and he convinced Enkidu to join him on this quest. The choice was made. They would go together, kill the monster, and cut trees to bring this precious wood back to Uruk. Before departing, they received advice from the elders, and Gilgamesh visited his mother, goddess Ninsun. Ninsun lived in Uruk. She had fallen in love long ago with the former king, Gilgamesh's father, and she had stayed in the city to raise her son. She was the daughter of Anu, the supreme god of the sky, who had fathered all other gods. And her mother was Urash, goddess of earth. Ninsun was a loving and caring mother, and she worried about what could happen to Gilgamesh in a fight against the monstrous Humbaba. So she sought the support and protection of the sun god, Shamash, for her son, the same Shamash who had sent Enkidu on his journey of education and civilization. Shamash accepted to look after Gilgamesh and Enkidu, and Ninsun even adopted Enkidu, giving him a family and making him the brother of Gilgamesh. The two were now ready to travel to the cedar forest. We will soon resume our story, and again, if you wish to, you can use the timestamps to go straight to tablet number 4. But before, let's take a historical look at Mesopotamia and the sources of this story. Gilgamesh is originally a Sumerian hero, but the version of this epic I am telling you is largely based on an Assyrian source, a collection of tablets, there are 12, that were discovered in a relatively good state and are one of the most important sources of the Epic of Gilgamesh, but not the only one. So let's go back in time to understand what happened. Sumer is the earliest known civilization in the historical region of Mesopotamia, and one of the first civilizations in the world, in the sense that it acquired cities, a relatively complex political organization, and a writing system. Its culture emerged between the 6th and the 5th millennium BC, that is to say, about 7,000 years ago, and it covered an area along the valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates, two large rivers, hence the name Mesopotamia, which comes from Greek and means in between rivers. In this southern part of Mesopotamia, the land was fertile, the climate was warm, but it was not desertical thanks to the rivers, and Sumerian farmers could grow a lot of different grains and other crops, with enough productivity to feed non-farmers and enable urban settlements to appear. In the 4th millennium BC, the first traces of writing appeared, and it seems cities became larger, especially Uruk, which was one of the first to reach a really large size. More than 5,000 years ago, it is believed that Uruk had a population of 40,000 inhabitants, and including villages, this could go up to 80 to 90,000. That was a huge number at the time. It probably made Uruk the largest, the most populated urban settlement in the world. There was nothing comparable at the time, even in Egypt or in China. Sumer was not a kingdom, not a state. It was a cultural area, a civilizational area, and cities were independent from one another. Each was centered on a temple dedicated to the particular patron god or goddess of the city. And the city was ruled over by a priest or a king. They made this distinction, but in both cases, the rulers concentrated religious and political powers in their hands. The two were not necessarily separated. There were several periods in the evolution of Sumer. Uruk dominated or was one of the dominant cities in one of the most ancient periods in the 4th millennium BC, before even the pyramids of Egypt were built. Southern Mesopotamia is not a very large region, but Sumer expanded. Its cities sent traders and colonists, so the influence of Sumer expanded to all neighboring cultures, and it can be considered the ancestor civilization of other civilizations that followed in Mesopotamia. Gilgamesh gives us an example of this. His origin is Sumerian, but the character was part of ulterior mythologies along with the gods and the different names because the languages changed. By the end of the 4th millennium BC, Uruk declined. Relatively to other cities, it didn't disappear, and it was not the end of Sumer, far from that. But it seems that in the 3rd millennium, the cities were increasingly ruled by kings, forming dynasties rather than priests. Among these kings, there was a king of Uruk called Gilgamesh. He was probably a real historical figure, and he would have lived sometime in the early 3rd millennium BC. This was a time when writing spread and adopted a syllabic system in Sumer, a time of prosperity as far as we know. And Gilgamesh became a kind of patriarchal figure, a symbolic ancestor to Sumerian kings. His name became mythical. As the 3rd millennium advanced, it seems more conflicts happened within Sumer and with their neighbors. The cities were walled for protection, and larger states, larger kingdoms with multiple cities and frontiers appeared. Also along the third millennium, a new power rose north of the traditional Sumerian area, a state centered on the city of Akkad. I told you earlier that Sumer had strongly influenced the rest of Mesopotamia. The exact location of Akkad is unknown. It could have been somewhere around the modern city of Baghdad. As Akkad was rising along the centuries, the Akkadians and the Sumerians developed a kind of cultural symbiosis. They had different languages, but bilingualism became common across Center and South Mesopotamia, at least for the small elite of rulers and traders. They shared similar beliefs and political organizations, and this led, in the second half of the third millennium, to a takeover of Sumer by Akkad. The Akkadians conquered all of Mesopotamia and founded an empire. Its founder was King Sargon of Akkad. It was an empire in the sense that it was a state ruling over different peoples with different cultures and languages, and it extended beyond Mesopotamia. So the Akkadian Empire is sometimes referred to as the first empire in history. This is debatable because it depends on how empire is defined, and there could be other claimants among smaller but earlier Sumerian kingdoms. But in any case, this marked the political unification of Mesopotamia. The Akkadian Empire reached its peak between the 24th and 22nd centuries BC, and it eliminated Sumerian city-states. It made the Sumerian language decline, but it also carried on the cultural legacy of Sumer and spread it. The Sumerian language continued to be used for centuries. When the Akkadian Empire fell, there was a short resurgence of Sumerian cities as independent powers, but their influence and their wealth never really recovered. One of the reasons could have been the rising salinity of soils that compromised the agricultural productivity in southern Mesopotamia. In any case, the region was declining in the early second millennium BC, and increasingly the Mesopotamian population moved north to more favorable lands. The Sumerian language kept declining to the point of becoming only written, and it was replaced in all of Mesopotamia by languages derived from Akkadian, which was a Semitic language, contrary to Sumerian. After that, after centuries of fragmentation, the peoples of Mesopotamia eventually formed two major Akkadian-speaking nations, Assyria in the north and Babylonia in the south. I referred to them in various stories, but I will probably make a new story in the future about the various empires of Mesopotamia. Now, importantly for religion, mythology, and the Epic of Gilgamesh, these various Mesopotamian cultures or civilizations were closely apparented, and Sumer was their matrix, an important predecessor to all of them. And so the story I am telling you tonight is not based on direct Sumerian sources. It is based on clay tablets covered in cuneiform text, the writing system of ancient Mesopotamia, that were discovered with a collection of thousands of other tablets from Assyria in the north of Mesopotamia. And this version is called the Standard Babylonian version. Babylonian, even though they were found in Assyria, because Standard Babylonian is about the style of writing, not the state that produced the tablets. There is another, less complete version, written in Old Babylonian, that could be put together from fragments of diverse origins. And then there are plenty of partial references to the myth of Gilgamesh in poems and other texts that were found in Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian archaeological sites. The story circulated for centuries and centuries. Different versions coexisted, and this is why the anecdotes included into the narrative, or the meaning they seem to have, can be quite different from one version to another. The standard Babylonian version, which is the most comprehensive, was compiled at the end of the second millennium BC. It is 3000 to 3500 years old. When this version was put together, the Epic of Gilgamesh was already a very ancient piece of literature and storytelling. It had been around for more than 1,000 years. But let's move on with the story and see what happened to our heroes. Gilgamesh had convinced Enkidu to accompany him to the cedar forest, where they would face the terrifying Humbaba. Nobody really knew what Humbaba looked like, because very few had dared to enter the cedar forest, and no one had ever returned alive to tell. The journey to the forest would take them several days, so they would camp in the mountains. Gilgamesh had obtained protection from the sun god Shamash, thanks to his mother's intervention, so he asked the god to send him dreams that would help him prepare for the fight. On the first night, he dreamed about falling mountains. On the second night, of thunderstorms. On the third night, of wild bulls, and finally of a thunderbird that breathed fire. These images were frightening, and they seemed to correspond to various appearances attributed to Humbaba. But Gilgamesh and Enkidu refused to let fear get to them, and they declared these dreams were good omens. Still, fear mounted as they got closer and closer to the cedar forest. One day, they reached their destination, and they saw the vast expanse of green trees that had stood for eons, and that no mortal dared to visit. Suddenly, they heard growling coming from inside the forest. Without a doubt, it was Humbaba, and now it was too late to turn away. The two friends encouraged each other not to be afraid, and they entered the cedar forest. Humbaba knew whatever happened in this forest, and soon showed himself to the intruders. The monster was like no other creature in the world. The head and paws of a lion. His body was covered in thorny scales. His feet had the claws of a vulture, and on his lion head were the horns of a wild bull, whereas his tail ended in a snake's head. Humbaba did not tolerate any intruders in his forest, and so he immediately insulted and threatened them, demanding that they leave immediately. He accused Enkidu of betrayal for being a creature of the gods that was turning against another creature of the gods, and he promised to kill Gilgamesh and feed his flesh to the birds. Gilgamesh felt his confidence vacillate in front of the horrifying monster. But Enkidu encouraged his friend, and the battle began. Humbaba turned into a whirlpool of claws, horns, and teeth, and Gilgamesh did not manage to hit the creature. Mirroring the wrath of the monster, mountains around the forest began to quake, and the sky turned black. Gilgamesh implored the sun god, Shamash, to keep his word and help him. In response, Shamash sent winds from the sky to bind Humbaba, and this, with an attack from Gilgamesh, could finally push the monster back. After an exhausting fight, Humbaba was captured. Acknowledging his defeat, the monster pleaded for his life and offered Gilgamesh to make him king of the cedar forest and cut trees for him. Gilgamesh pitied the defeated creature and was inclined to spare his life. But Enkidu saw things differently. He reminded his friend that Humbaba should be killed to establish his reputation forever. Gilgamesh agreed, and he killed the monster with a blow to the neck. The cedar forest was no longer protected by its guardian, and the two friends took the opportunity to cut down as many cedars as they could for their precious wood, including a gigantic tree that Gilgamesh planned to fashion into a gate for the temple of Enlil, the god of winds, air and storms. Then the two heroes built a raft with their wood and returned home along the Euphrates, impatient to let the world know what they had accomplished. Gilgamesh and Enkidu returned to Uruk and were received as heroes. Their fame reached not only all cities of Sumer, but the realm of the gods too, where deities were impressed with Gilgamesh's courage and accomplishment. Among them, goddess Ishtar had set her eyes on him. All gods were worshipped in Uruk, but her cult was of much importance in the city, where her biggest and wealthiest temple in the world stood. Ishtar was a patron goddess of Uruk, and she could not ignore the city's king. It had not escaped to her that Gilgamesh was young, good-looking and vigorous, and she was the goddess of love, of beauty, and also of sexual pleasures, which she now had decided to seek with him. And so she appeared to the king and tried to seduce him. But Gilgamesh knew that Ishtar was not all love and sweetness. She had mistreated several of her previous lovers, among them a past king of Uruk. Under her heavenly beauty and the charm that emanated from her body, she also had a cold heart and liked to dominate, and so he had the audacity to reject her advances, which put the goddess in a state of rage. Her perfect face turned to a mask of wrath, and she promised to take revenge for this outrage. She went to her father, the supreme god and ancestor of all gods, Anu, and she asked him to send the bull of heaven onto Uruk to avenge her. The bull of heaven was a monstrous beast, way bigger and more powerful than a normal bull. It was as strong as Humbaba, but Humbaba had been vanquished by Gilgamesh and Enkidu only with the help of the sun god Shamash. This time, Ishtar would make sure that no one could intervene, and Gilgamesh would receive the punishment she thought he deserved. Anu was not inclined to unleash the bull of heaven for a whim of his daughter. But when he rejected her complaint, she threatened to use her power to raise the dead and let them devour the living. Anu finally agreed to lend her the bull, and she led it to Uruk, where the beast immediately caused devastation. The bull ran and hit the ground, which caused the earth to quake. Huge pits opened up and swallowed hundreds of men. The level of the Euphrates River was lowered, causing the land to begin to dry, and soon turn into a desert if nothing was made. Uruk was facing complete destruction because of the wrath of Ishtar. Gilgamesh and Enkidu could not count on any divine assistance this time, but they bravely attacked the bull, and after another fierce fight, they slayed it. When the last breath of life left the body of the beast, Enkidu took its heart and offered it to the sun god Shamash, who had helped him so much even before their fight in the cedar forest, when he was himself a wild creature. Ishtar appeared to them, all rage and fury as she contemplated her failure to take revenge. Far from trying to appease her, Enkidu taunted her, and the goddess disappeared. The city of Uruk had been saved and celebrated this victory, but that night Enkidu had a somber dream that deeply troubled him. This dream was an omen and showed him what was happening in the realm of gods. All gods had watched what had happened in Uruk since Ishtar had unleashed the bull of heaven, and they didn't like to see inferior beings like Gilgamesh and Enkidu triumph against one of their own. They had tolerated the slaying of Humbaba, but after the killing of the bull, they could no longer let mortal creatures disrespect them without reacting. And so Enkidu was marked for death. His life would be taken as the price for the offense that had been committed. Within the gathering of gods, Enkidu had only one defender, Shamash the sun god. Shamash protested, but he couldn't do anything against the collective will of Anu, Enlil, Ishtar, and many others. And so it was decided. Enkidu would perish. Enkidu was painfully aware of this sentence, as the dream had revealed everything to him. And he woke up desperate. He now contemplated the loss of a life he had come to appreciate, the discovery of his humanity, of pleasure, of culture, his friendship with Gilgamesh. All this would be taken away from him, and the pain made him resent those who had taken him away from his life as a wild being in the forest. The trapper, Shamat the prostitute, the shepherd, the gods. He cursed them all. Shamash the god appeared to him and reminded him how Shamat had fed and clothed him, how he had discovered friendship, and he told him how he would not be forgotten. Gilgamesh would honor him at his funeral. Enkidu understood that his past as a wild being, when ignorance was bliss because he couldn't suffer from feelings and loss, this was gone for good. He regretted his curses, but the pain was still there. The gods had been cruel. Enkidu would not die a hero in battle. He would just lose his strength and die after a 12 days agony. As his body began to lose vital force, he had another dream, in which he had a glimpse of what awaited him after death. In the dream, he was taken captive to the underworld by an angel of death. The underworld was a realm of dust and darkness, where people were clothed in bird feathers and ate clay rather than real food, supervised by terrifying beings. Gilgamesh stayed with his friend for his 12 days of agony. Both cried all the tears they could cry, and at the end of the 12th day, when the last breath of life finally escaped Enkidu's body, the friend of Gilgamesh was no more. Gilgamesh clung to his body and denied he had died for several more days. The time of joy, friendship, and adventures, it was now all over, at least for now, and Gilgamesh was only starting to grieve. Our story is far from over. These were just the first 7 tablets. We're going to continue in a minute, and don't worry, Gilgamesh will eventually bounce back, because this is the cycle of life: hope, fear, joy, grief, sadness. It is at the same time marvelous and painful, exciting and terrifying. But maybe you noticed a few similarities between this story and other well-known narratives. Enkidu is marked for death after slaying sacred cattle, the bull. This sounds a lot like the episode of the cattle of Helios in the Odyssey by Homer, and so does the sense of power and tragedy from the Iliad and the wanderings and marvels of the Odyssey. Both works by Homer are stories of adventure, but they also invite to meditate on some fundamental issues of existence. The Epic of Gilgamesh is much older than the Iliad and the Odyssey, and it may have influenced them. It is hard to be too assertive, though, because these are also archetypal aspects. They may have been reinvented, or they may share a same oral origin that existed long before both were put into writing. But it is not just Homer. The story of how Enkidu was created by a god and was a wild but innocent creature that lived among animals, then was introduced to a woman, Shamhat, a woman who tempted him, fed him, made him discover carnal pleasures, covered his nakedness, and how he had to leave his former realm, unable to return. This sounds a lot like the Garden of Eden in the Bible. And indeed, scholars have recognized the parallels for a long time. It is well possible that this influenced the Hebrew Bible. There are many other elements of correlation in themes, plot elements, and characters. We are now going to see an episode about a flood narrative that is strongly reminiscent of Noah's flood. But let's resume our story. There are still many events and turns before this is over. Gilgamesh was devastated by the loss of Enkidu, and he delivered a lament in which he called upon nature and men to mourn for his friend. forests, mountains, rivers, wild animals, all of Uruk. Everything had to participate in the mourning. Gilgamesh teared at his hair and clothes in grief, recalling what was now gone and could not return. A banquet was organized. Treasures were offered to the gods of the underworld so that they would give Enkidu a favorable reception. A statue of his friend was commissioned. As promised by Shamash, Gilgamesh could not forget Enkidu. After these ceremonies, Gilgamesh left Uruk because he could no longer stand the company of men. His grief was too intense. He started roaming the wild. He had left behind clothes and traces of civilization, only wearing animal skins. And as the days, the weeks, the months passed in the wilderness, his grief, bit by bit, became something else. For the first time in his life, he became fearful of his own death. What could be done to retain this precious life? It was a known fact that all humans had to die. Only the gods were immortal. But it was also known that one exception had been made. 2 humans, 2 mortals, had been granted eternal life by the gods. They were Utnapishtim, meaning the faraway, and his wife. It happened once, so far in the past that even the gods didn't remember it well, that the decision was taken to wipe out all life in the world with a great flood. Only a few chosen men and animals were spared to restart life once the flood would be over. The god Enki tasked Utnapishtim to build a great ship called the Preserver of Life in preparation for the flood. Utnapishtim had followed the god's orders. He had built the ship, and together with his wife and a few other men, he had survived. They had been granted eternal life as a reward, and it was believed that they now lived on an island beyond the end of Earth. Gilgamesh decided to seek Utnapishtim and learn the secret of eternal life from him. This idea, this new quest, began to restore his will to live, and the grief began to become less painful. He still cherished the memory of Enkidu, but a new adventure was awaiting. Where could Utnapishtim's island be? No one knew exactly. But first Gilgamesh had to travel to the end of the world, and the end of the world was marked by the twin peaks of Mount Mashu, a great mountain covered in cedar trees. This was a long and perilous journey, but Gilgamesh would not let this stand in his way. As he walked to Mount Mashu, he had to fight the pride of lions and face other dangers. But finally, one day, the twin peaks appeared on the horizon, and Gilgamesh reached the entrance of a tunnel that passed under the mountain. This tunnel was the road of the sun. Each night, when the sun disappeared and didn't illuminate the world, it traveled across this passage before reappearing on the following day. No man had ever entered the tunnel, and its entrance was guarded by 2 scorpion monsters, male and female. The male tried to dissuade Gilgamesh of entering, but the female expressed sympathy for him and allowed his passage. Gilgamesh could run to the Road of the Sun. He had to hurry because the sun would enter the tunnel at night, and he couldn't let it catch up with him. After an exhausting race against time, Gilgamesh reached the end of the road. He had left the end of the world behind and entered a real paradise, the Garden of the Gods. A beautiful garden where trees were covered in jewels and everything rejoiced the eye. Everything but Gilgamesh, because he was disheveled and only wore animal skins after all these months in the wilderness. The first person he met was Siduri, a goddess who ruled over fermentation. She was a brewess, and she assumed he was a thief or a murderer because of his scruffy look. Gilgamesh told her about the purpose of his journey, and Siduri tried to dissuade him from this quest, because she was a goddess and she knew there was very little hope of success. Seeing his resolve, she finally sent him to the ferryman who could help him cross the sea to Utnapishtim's island. And Gilgamesh went to find the ferryman, who he needed because this was not a normal sea. These were the waters of death, and they were deadly to the touch. Gilgamesh could cross, and finally arrived at Utnapishtim's island. The legend was true. Utnapishtim and his wife were still alive, and they enjoyed their immortality far from humanity. But when Gilgamesh recounted his story and asked him for help, the immortal man reprimanded him. He declared that fighting the common fate of humans was futile and could only diminish life's joys. Gilgamesh observed that Utnapishtim was no different from any other man. He didn't have powers like gods, and he asked him how he obtained this immortality. Utnapishtim recounted his story, and how the great god Enlil had decided to send a deadly flood upon all mortal beings. It was not part of Enlil's plan to have any survivor. Utnapishtim had been saved only because the god Enki had told him to build a boat. He gave him precise dimensions and told him how to seal it with pitch and asphalt. His entire family went aboard, together with his craftsmen and the animals they could gather. Then a violent storm arose, so terrifying that the gods themselves retreated to the heavens, leaving the earth where they had lived until then. Goddess Ishtar lamented the destruction of humanity, and the other gods wept at this unprecedented loss of lives. The storm lasted 6 days and nights, after which all the human beings were turned to clay, returning to the soil they had been created from. All except the few survivors on the boat. After the flood was over, his boat reached the emerged top of a mountain, and the waters began to go down. Out of fear and gratitude, Utnapishtim offered a sacrifice to the gods. The gods were attracted to this unexpected offering and gathered around the mountain. Ishtar was happy that a few men had survived and could now repopulate the earth. She could be jealous and angry and vindictive, as Gilgamesh knew from the episode when she had sent the Bull of Heaven to destroy Uruk. But she was also a protector of mankind and genuinely cared for human beings. When Enlil, the god responsible for the flood, joined them near the mountain top, he was angry that there were survivors, and he was ready to finish his work of destruction. But the other gods confronted him and forced him to reconsider his way of applying disproportionate punishment. Enlil came back to his senses and blessed Utnapishtim and his wife, also rewarding them with eternal life for preserving life on earth. And this is how Utnapishtim received immortality. There was no secret, no recipe. It was an unique gift that only Enlil could have granted. Gilgamesh was unhappy with this explanation. Why should there be any limitation to his will of power? Him, a king, and now the most extraordinary hero the world had ever seen. To demonstrate his point, Utnapishtim challenged Gilgamesh to stay awake for 6 days and 7 nights. Gilgamesh tried, but couldn't stay awake for so long, and he fell asleep. When he woke up, the immortal told him that this proved how his quest was doomed to fail. How could he conquer death when he couldn't even conquer sleep? Gilgamesh had to agree, and bitter and disappointed, he had to accept the reality of his nature. He was a man, not a god, and his will of power could not do all. As he was preparing to leave the island and return to Uruk, the wife of Utnapishtim intervened in his favor, and she convinced her husband to offer him a parting gift. They revealed him that even though immortality was inaccessible, there was a plant that grew at the bottom of the sea that could make him young again. This plant was unique. There was no other like it in the universe. And even though it was not immortality, it could rejuvenate him once and make him gain years of life. Gilgamesh decided to go seek the plant, and he binded stones to his feet so he could walk on the bottom of the sea. He found and took the plant, but as he was unsure about its effects, he resolved to try a small part of it on an old man once he would have returned to Uruk. But at this moment, fast like lightning, a serpent stole the plant and escaped with it. As Gilgamesh watched the serpent depart, he saw the animal shed its skin. It had been rejuvenated, but the plant was now lost. Gilgamesh wept at the futility of his efforts, as he had lost this one last chance of gaining more lifetime. He would remain mortal, and as such, reign over Uruk until another king replaced him, having to learn the limitations of his nature. The quest for immortality had failed. But had it really? Thousands of years later, his exploits are still remembered and told. Many gods of Mesopotamia have been forgotten and have fallen into an eternal sleep, whereas the name of Gilgamesh is still alive in memories. We have reached the end of our story. I told you that there were 12 tablets in this standard Babylonian version, and we have gone through 11 of them. The last one is also about Gilgamesh, but its content is inconsistent with the previous ones. You remember that there were multiple versions of the legend, and this 12th tablet is a translation of an earlier Sumerian poem in which Enkidu is still alive and Gilgamesh becomes a king of the underworld. This is why it belongs to another version of the story and can be left aside as far as storytelling is concerned, based on the standard Babylonian version. Hello everyone. Tonight we are seated in a lost temple in the heart of a forest, and everything is quiet around us. Only the sound of an ancient fountain with its water lilies breaks the silence just a little bit as the sun slowly sets. This is the right time to gather round and listen to some stories. The first one begins long, long ago, when the world did not exist, and there was only darkness. A darkness you can picture if you gently close your eyes and let yourself go. Here's a story about how the world was created. Before time began to exist, the world was just an endless, dark ocean, and the only sound that existed at the time was the sound of its waves. But no one could hear them, because there were no earth, no heaven, not even time. Only two beings existed and were asleep. There was a giant serpent, a cobra, that floated on the waters, and Vishnu, the Lord of creation, who was lying asleep, safe in the cobra's coils. Vishnu had been asleep forever, even though forever made no sense in a world without time. In this world, there was nothing to know, nothing to explore, nothing to wait for. But the deep sleep of Vishnu contained a promise of change, a possibility that one day something could start and replace the nothingness. This promise began to materialize. Slowly, the first sound that had ever existed, apart from the waves of the dark ocean, the first sound started. Om. This sound had the power to fill the emptiness. It throbbed with energy, and it progressively conquered this void without limit that had always been the fabric of the universe. As the emptiness vanished and energy filled the world, the sound intensified. It became so loud that the waves of the dark ocean rose higher and higher until it became deafening, and chaos replaced this quietness that had always existed. The agitation and the loud sound woke up Vishnu. He opened his eyes and became conscious of the world and of existence. As he was awakening, a lotus flower grew from his belly button, the first flower that had ever existed. The flower opened, and right in its middle sat another being, a new one, Brahma. Vishnu told Brahma to set to work and create a world. Still sitting in the flower, Brahma calmed the wind with a glance of his eyes, and the deafening sound, Om, that had awakened the world finally receded. Peace succeeded to chaos. Then Brahma split the lotus flower into 3 different parts. With one, he made the earth. With the second one, he made the sky. And with the last one, he made the heavens. The earth was bare, and so, following Vishnu's instructions, Brahma created more things to cover it. Grass, flowers, trees, and all the other plants. To populate it, he created living beings and let them evolve, so that the earth became full of animals, birds, fish, that lived in all sorts of different environments. This is the world we were born into. That started eons ago, when the sound Om filled the void and woke up Vishnu. This was only one of many different creation stories in the Hindu tradition. Some are connected to it and include variations. Others are completely unrelated. For example, in another creation story, life came from the cracking of an enormous primordial egg, from which all the life in the universe was born. In other stories that also involve Brahma, he didn't start creating the world following Vishnu's instructions. He existed alone, and out of loneliness split himself into 2 parts to create a male and a female that were the ancestors of all beings. Yet in other Hindu texts, it is said that nobody can know how the universe came into existence. Maybe even the gods cannot know. Or an explanation that sounds almost scientific is provided. There would be a single source of everything, from which primary elements came, and their combinations and recombinations, determined by the laws of nature, would have led to the universe as it is. We will go on with another story in a minute, but this gives us an example of the extraordinary variety of traditions and myths in Hinduism. This religion has hundreds of millions of followers. It is the 3rd biggest in the world by number of practitioners. It has a long and tumultuous history that we will also explore later. Very ancient roots that can be traced to the Vedas, Indian texts from the 2nd millennium BC. And after so many centuries of evolution, different traditions, practices, and beliefs abound under the general term of Hinduism. This religious and mythological continent is generally little known in non-Hinduist regions. We see or hear of some figures, like Ganesha, the elephant god. We know names like Vishnu, Shiva, Brahma, Krishna, Kali. But these are just the tips of an immense iceberg that we will explore a little bit tonight, together with stories that feature gods heroes, and wonders. It is all going to be easy to follow, and we will take things one by one. Just let me do the work. Before we dive into the origins of Hinduism, its pantheon and principles, let's discover one of the most extraordinary epic ever written, the story of Prince Rama, also known as the Ramayana. Make yourself comfortable because this one is long. Once upon a time, a king, Dasharatha, reigned over a kingdom called Ayodhya. The king was respected, his kingdom was prosperous, and he had 3 beautiful wives. The only thing lacking to his happiness was a son. None of his wives had had one, only girls. And Dasharatha needed an heir. So he turned to the gods. He performed a fire sacrifice and asked for a male heir. His prayers were answered beyond his greatest hopes. Vishnu, one of the most powerful gods that many regarded even as the supreme being, had heard the plea and decided to act in the king's favor. He gave him not 1, but 4 sons. All 3 wives became pregnant, and one of them had twins. The first son to be born was Rama, and soon followed his 3 brothers, Bharata, and the twins Lakshmana and Shatrughna. What the king ignored was that each son had been endowed with the essence of God Vishnu. They were part of a plan. The gods were oppressed by a powerful demon, Ravana, but despite their powers, they could not act directly, because only a mortal could destroy Ravana. And so Vishnu had opted to be born into mortality, so that he would be able to combat the demon. The mortals ignored this plan for now, and it is with joy and gratefulness that King Dasharatha received his 4 sons. The boys were all reared as the princes of the realm, and received the education that was suitable to their rank. They learned the scriptures to be cultured and wise, and the art of war to also become strong warriors. 16 years passed, and all princes grew in strength and beauty. When Rama was 16, a sage visited the court of his father in search of help against demons that disturbed the rights and oppressed the population of his village. Rama and his brother Lakshmana accepted to help him, and they received instructions and supernatural weapons from the man. Thanks to these, they could destroy the demons, and with this fight, young Prince Rama showed the extraordinary strength and courage he possessed, which made his father proud and happy since he was thinking of crowning him as his successor. As these events happened in the kingdom of Ayodhya, a young girl, a princess, was approaching adulthood in a neighboring kingdom, Mithila. Her name was Sita, and she also had extraordinary origins. One day, when she was a baby, she had been found by the king in a field. As he was digging a deep furrow with his plow, because he liked to work himself on his land, the child had unexplainably appeared in the furrow. The king immediately regarded this baby as a divine gift and adopted her, even though he already had 3 other daughters. She was named Sita, the Sanskrit word for furrow. Sita grew up to be a girl of extraordinary beauty and charm. And of course, as a princess, there would be no shortage of pretenders to marry her when she would be of age. Because he wanted an extraordinary man for his daughter, the king decided that in order to marry his daughter, it would be compulsory to prove one's worth by lifting and wielding a very heavy bow that his ancestors had been gifted by the great god Shiva. The bow was enchanted, and this would guarantee that only the right husband for Sita would be able to lift and wield it. After Rama and his brother Lakshmana had killed the demons they had been sent to fight, the sage that had requested their help took them to the kingdom of Mithila, where Sita lived, to show them the extraordinary bow that Shiva himself had presented to the ancestors of the king. When he saw the bow, Rama expressed his desire to lift it, and he did. He was not only able to lift it, but when he wielded it, he drew the string with so much strength that the string broke. This was without a doubt a sign that Rama was the one destined to marry Sita, and the marriage was arranged. Not only one, but 4. The 4 sons of the kingdom of Ayodhya would marry the 4 daughters of the kingdom of Mithila, Sita and her 3 sisters. The weddings were celebrated with great festivity in Mithila, and the 4 married princes with their wives returned to Ayodhya. Rama and Sita had fallen in love, not just like 2 young people can love each other for a while, but deeper, as if their connection had something predestined, as if their couple had long been written in the book of destiny. And so they had quickly become entirely devoted to each other. Their new love would soon be tested, however. When they returned to Ayodhya, the now old king had decided to crown Rama and make him his successor on the throne officially. It was the king's prerogative to choose his successor, and so nothing remained between Prince Rama and the crown, or so it seemed. King Dasharatha had 3 wives, the 3 mothers of his sons. Initially they all agreed to let Rama become the new king, but the second wife had second thoughts on the morning of the coronation day. She was inspired by a wicked maidservant to not let the throne escape when she had a son, Bharata, one of Rama's brothers, who could also become king. And she had a card to play. The king owed her 2 favors, 2 boons, that he had granted her long ago, but that she had never claimed. She decided to act just before Rama was crowned. She went to see the king and claimed her boons. First, she wanted Rama to be exiled into the wilderness for 14 years. And second, she wanted her son, Bharata, to become the king. The old king was heartbroken, but he was constrained by his devotion to his given word. he would not deny her the claims, because he had promised, and she was in her right. And so he called for Rama, and told his favorite son that, even though he lamented it, he had decided to exile him for 14 years. Many men his age would have reacted with anger and tried to make the king change his mind. But Rama was always in control of his behavior and obedient, and so he accepted his father's decree and prepared to leave. Sita had decided to accompany him wherever he would go, and at first he tried to convince her to stay in Ayodhya. There would be dangers, none of the luxury a princess was used to. Life would be harsh in exile, and maybe wild beasts or starvation would kill them. But Sita argued that the only kingdom where she wanted to live was with him, and he accepted. At least he would leave Ayodhya with the only treasure he really cherished. His other brother, Lakshmana, who had slayed the demons with him, also insisted to accompany them. And so the three left the palace and walked for a long time. They walked until they passed the frontier of Ayodhya, and they set camp in a forest. The old king was so sad and desperate to see Rama leave for a long exile with no hope of seeing him again, that he could not bear the grief, and passed away in the following days. Ayodhya was left without a king, because all these events had taken place in the absence of Bharata, the son propelled to the head of the kingdom by his mother's scheming. He was on a journey to visit a relative, and when he came back home, he learned that his father was dead, and two of his beloved brothers and sister-in-law were in exile. So he refused to profit from his mother's wicked machinations, and instead went to see Rama in the forest to ask him to return and rule the kingdom. But Rama was determined to respect his dead father's decree, and since his father was no longer there to overturn his decision, he declared that he would not return before the end of the period of exile. Decisions had been taken, and so Rama, his wife Sita, and his brother Lakshmana would live off the land and stay away of their kingdom for 14 long years. They traveled southward and built houses, small cottages near a river, where they could live a simple life, hunting and gathering food, and waiting for the 14 years to expire. But there, one day, they received a visit. A woman, extraordinarily attractive and with magnificent clothes, arrived where they lived, and as the laws of hospitality commanded, they offered her to share a meal with them. They were surprised to receive such a visit, and even more when the woman tried to seduce each of the brothers, without success. Angered by this failure, the woman revealed her true nature. She was a Rakshasi, a malevolent female demon, and even worse, she was also the sister of Ravana, this powerful demon that threatened the gods, and that Vishnu had resolved to take human incarnation to be able to combat. the threads of destiny had joined the path of Ravana's sister with Rama, that Vishnu had endowed with his essence when he was born. Full of rage, the demon attacked Sita and tried to kill her, but Lakshmana could stop her. He was almost as strong as his brother Rama, and to mark the defeated demon, he cut her nose and ears. Apart from Ravana, she had two other brothers, and when they learned what had happened to their sister, they tried to retaliate. They went to the place where the trio lived, but Rama vanquished them. The three had resisted and were safe for now. But the incident would, without a doubt, attract Ravana's attention. When Ravana heard of these events, he resolved to destroy Rama, ignoring that the exiled prince carried the essence of Vishnu himself and was no mere mortal. But Ravana knew that only a very powerful warrior could have defeated his sister and brothers, and the demon liked to scheme. So he devised a plan. He asked for the help of another Rakshasa, whom he ordered to take the form of a golden deer and captivate Sita's attention. If Sita followed the golden deer, she would be separated from Rama, and they would be able to capture her without risk. When the deer appeared near the houses where the trio lived, Rama immediately suspected a trap. The essence of Vishnu inside him gave him the power to see that the deer was a demon in disguise. But Sita could not see it, and she was entranced by the beauty of the deer. When Rama announced he would chase the deer, she asked him not to kill it, but capture it. And Rama accepted on the condition that she would stay inside the house and under the protection of Lakshmana. She could absolutely not go out. After which he began chasing the deer in the forest with his wife under his brother's guard. After some time, Sita heard Rama call out to her, and she was afraid for his life. In fact, it was not Rama who was calling, but the demon Ravana, using his powers to attract her outside. Lakshmana refused to let her go out, arguing that Rama could perfectly defend himself and that they had to follow his orders. But she was terrified for Rama and insisted that it was not she, but her husband that needed help. She promised to stay inside the house and not entertain any stranger for as long as he would be away. And so, reluctantly, Lakshmana accepted to go help Rama. Ravana's plan had worked. Sita was now alone. The demon took the appearance of an ascetic, old and frail, and walked to the house to request hospitality. Sita was suspicious at first of any stranger, and she had not forgotten to keep the door closed. But what could an old and skinny man do to her? It looked like she was stronger than him, and she accepted to open the door and let him in. Immediately, Ravana retook his shape, that of a very tall and powerful man, with a horrible face. He captured her and took her away, heading south to his domain on the island of Lanka, to the very south of India. When he reached his palace with his captive, he put Sita under the guard of several female demons of Rakshasis and celebrated his revenge on Rama. He had stolen the most precious, the most treasured being Rama had in his life. Ravana had noted the extraordinary beauty of Sita, a beauty so perfect that he had never seen one like this among humans, and he asked Sita to marry him. But of course Sita refused, and swore she would rather die than be unfaithful to Rama. During these events, Rama and Lakshmana had returned to their houses and discovered that Sita had been abducted. The news was devastating, but Rama immediately decided he would free her, whatever the cost and the odds. Ravana reigned over Lanka and had armies of hundreds of demons. His citadel had high and very thick walls, and there were only 2 men. So first they needed allies, and so they left the place where they had lived and began a journey to the south. On the way, they started making allies. First there was Shabari, an ascetic woman who embraced Rama's cause and directed them to the land of the Vanaras, forest-dwelling beings who looked like apes and who were in a civil war at the time. They fought over the throne of their kingdom, and among them lived Hanuman, the greatest of their heroes, and also a god who had extraordinary powers. Rama befriended Hanuman, who resolved to help him free Sita. But Rama and Lakshmana needed more allies, an entire army, and so they accepted to help the pretender of the Vanara kingdom to seize the throne, against the promise that he would help them later, help them fight Ravana. And so it was done. Rama fought alongside the apes to retake their capital and contributed to give them victory, after which he could count on their support. Of all the new friends and allies of Rama, the most powerful and faithful was now Hanuman, the ape hero. Hanuman decided by himself to go on a mission to Lanka, to find and free Sita for his friend. So he traveled to the island of Lanka, and using his powers, he took a gigantic form to make a colossal leap across the sea to the island. On the way, he also met many challenges that form a secondary epic within the Ramayana. He had to face demons. He encountered a living and intelligent mountain that offered him rest. He subjugated a female demon to gain access to all of Lanka. He spied on Ravana near his citadel, and he finally managed to infiltrate Ravana's lair and meet Sita inside. She was still under guard and harassed by Ravana, who tried to convince her to marry him. Hanuman reassured Sita that Rama was still alive, showing her a ring that belonged to the prince as proof, and he offered her to accompany him to safety, far from Lanka. The offer was very tempting, but Sita thought, and surprisingly refused. She had understood that the fight between Rama and Ravana needed another resolution. The demon had captured her, and Rama carried the essence of Vishnu, and so Ravana was doubly his enemy. The demon had captured her when she was under Rama's protection, and so only Rama should now free her and destroy the demon, because such was the meaning of the ordeal they were living. Before Hanuman left, she gave him her comb as proof of life, and the hero, after new adventures, escaped Lanka and returned to Rama. Time had now come for the war between Rama and Ravana to reach a different scale. Rama had an army of humans and apes, powerful warriors with him, including Hanuman and his brother Lakshmana, and Ravana had all the demons of Lanka. The goal would be the liberation of Sita and also the conquest of the kingdom of Lanka. Rama's army crossed to Lanka, and a lengthy war ensued, with multiple fights on the shores, in the forests, and on the mountains of the large island. During a fight, Lakshmana was badly injured, but Hanuman could save him by adopting again a gigantic form and flying all the way north to the Himalayas, where he retrieved herbs that could cure the prince's wounds. Finally, Ravana was killed by Rama, and the demons of Lanka defeated for good. Sita could now be freed, and on a broader scale, Rama had also completed successfully Vishnu's plan, when, many years before, the god had endowed him with his essence, taking a mortal form that allowed him to destroy this demon. The time of exile had also expired, and the couple could return to Ayodhya, where Rama could finally get what was rightfully his, the crown of his kingdom. There would be more events and adventures to keep the kingdom safe, but the reign of Rama would be one of happiness and prosperity for all his subjects. This was only a summary of the Ramayana, because there are many subplots and dozens of named characters. The text also exists in multiple versions, including outside India. There are some from Cambodia, Indonesia, Thailand or Malaysia, together with another epic, the Mahabharata, with a different storyline that I will also retell for you. The Ramayana is deeply rooted in Hindu traditions. So, what is Hinduism actually? It is hard to give it a simple definition because it includes a wide range of philosophies, of beliefs and rites that appeared very long ago in ancient India. But all the different traditions or denominations share concepts, a cosmology, and they have a lot of sacred texts in common. The founding texts, there were others later, being the Vedas. I told you about the Vedas recently in a story about the origins of Buddhism. The Vedas are a large collection of ancient Indian texts that appeared in the 2nd millennium BC, almost 4,000 years ago. Their authors are unknown, they are not signed, and there were probably many contributors. They are believed by Hindus to have been inspired by gods or by the universe, and to reveal a much more ancient set of truths. However, modern Hinduism has evolved a lot since the antiquity. Scholars consider Hinduism to be the product of a synthesis that emerged between the 6th and the 3rd centuries BC. That's still 2500 years ago, about at the same time as the origins of Buddhism. This Hindu synthesis gathered a lot of Indian religious traditions, including Brahmanism, an ancient polytheist religion centered of the cult of Brahma, and also multiple regional Indian traditions and deities. Since there was no single founder or a single doctrine, Hinduism was diverse from the beginning. And this diversity only increased when it went out of India and expanded to Southeast Asia. Its origins also explain why it shares concepts with Buddhism. They are both rooted in ancient India in the 1st millennium BC. The concepts they share include karma, for example, that is to say, the principle of cause and effect that states that the actions and intents of an individual will have repercussions in the future. Or samsara, the idea that the world is like a wheel that completes cycles and that living beings are bound to this wheel. They keep coming back as they reincarnate. Currently, there are 4 main denominations of Hinduism. The largest one, by number of followers, is called Vaishnavism, or sometimes Vishnuism. It is the same thing, because it places the god Vishnu as the supreme being that leads all other deities. It is far from unified as a denomination. For example, it includes subcurrents that consider as supreme beings historical incarnations, avatars of Vishnu, like Rama, we just talked about him, or Krishna. You probably heard the name Krishna before. He is an avatar, an aspect of Vishnu, and a god in his own right, a god of protection and compassion that is very popular with most Hindus. Because contrary to the image we may have of ancient polytheist religions, we tend to consider all the gods as separate entities with their specific personalities and their field of intervention. But in reality, many polytheist religions actually venerated or venerate different avatars of the same beings. To some followers of Vaishnavism, all gods are different manifestations of Vishnu, and these different faces and names are a way of making the divine more relatable, understandable, approachable. A second denomination of Hinduism is Shaivism, that places the god Shiva as the supreme being. Shiva is present and venerated in all the traditions of Hinduism, with different roles attributed to him that range from a creator god to the god of destruction and rebirth that will end our world before a new one replaces it. To the followers of Shaivism, he is the most important deity. A third one is Shaktism, that places goddess Shakti, also called Mahadevi, as the primordial goddess. One well-known aspect of Shakti is the goddess of death, of time and change, called Kali, who is also present across various denominations of Hinduism, but particularly important in Shaktism. And a fourth significant tradition, but bear in mind that there are others, is the Smarta tradition or Smartism. It takes elements from other denominations, but it is notable for the worship of 5 main Hindu deities that are strictly treated as equals: Shiva, Vishnu, Shakti, Surya, a sun deity, and Ganesha or Ganesh. The image, the appearance attributed to Ganesha is well known. It is the elephant god, and his image is abundant throughout India because he is popular across denominations as a benevolent figure that removes obstacles in life and brings good luck. So, before I tell you the story of the Mahabharata, here's a mythological story that retells how Ganesha got his elephant head. Ganesha was a son of Shiva and Parvati, the goddess of harmony, love and motherhood. And early on, he proved that he was very astute. One day, there was a competition with his brother to know who could travel around the world faster, and the winner would receive the fruit of knowledge. While his brother went off on a lengthy journey, Ganesha let him go, and then just turned around his parents, the creators and embodiment of the world. And so without effort, he was given the fruit of knowledge, because indeed he had been the first to travel around the world. There are different stories about his birth, and the most well-known one explains how he got his elephant head. One day, the goddess Parvati had started preparing for a bath, but her personal guard was away, and she didn't want to be disturbed by anyone during her bath. So she took some turmeric paste that was usually used for bathing, and with it she made the statue of a boy. She breathed life into the statue and instructed the little boy to guard the door and not let anyone in until she had finished her bath. As she was making these preparations, her husband, Shiva, had come out of meditation and now wished to meet Parvati. So he went to her apartments, but was halted by the strange boy that guarded the door. Shiva tried to reason with the boy, explaining that he was Parvati's husband, but the boy could only follow the instructions he had been created for, and would not let the god in. Sensing that no reasoning would work, Shiva decided to fight the boy, and in his divine fury, he severed the boy's head, killing him instantly. Parvati was alerted by the noise, so she opened the door, and she was immediately enraged by the destruction of her little turmeric paste boy. So enraged that she decided to destroy all of creation. She could be radical sometimes. At her call, several monsters arose from her body and threatened complete destruction of the world. The creator, Brahma, was alerted that this angry goddess was about to destroy his creation, and so he forced her to reconsider and calm down. she agreed with two conditions. First, that the boy be brought back to life, and second, that he would become a god and be revered by all. Shiva also had cooled down and agreed to his wife's conditions. But the boy was now headless and could not live without a head. So Shiva asked his devotees to bring the head of the first creature they would find, and they soon returned with the head of a strong and powerful elephant. The head was placed on the body. New life was breathed into it. And this is how Ganesha was born. I told you that together with the Ramayana, another legendary epic of major importance in Hindu mythology was the Mahabharata. The epic is so long and abundant in characters and subplots that it would be impossible to cover exhaustively. It was written in verses, and to give you an idea, it is 7 times as long as the Iliad and the Odyssey combined. It is the most imposing epic from the ancient world that we know of, and it has very ancient origins. Some of the stories it contains were probably transmitted orally for centuries before they were put in writing. The present form of the epic appeared around 400 AD, and it contains a wealth of mythological material with spiritual, moral, or political significance. But everything is arranged around a central heroic narrative that tells of the struggle for the control of a kingdom between two groups of cousins, the Kauravas and the Pandavas. The story begins with two brothers, two princes. The oldest of the two, Dhritarashtra, was supposed to become king, but he was blind, and this made him unfit to rule. So, on his father's death, he was passed over in favor of his younger brother, Pandu. Pandu was afflicted by a curse that prevented him from having children, also a problem for a king. So his wife asked the gods to father children in Pandu's name. And the gods responded. Dharma, Indra, and other male gods made Pandu's wives pregnant, and several princes, 5 of them, were born as divine heirs to Pandu. Pandu's blind brother, who had been denied the throne, also had children, and 2 clans formed, with these 2 groups of cousins, the Kauravas, the sons of the blind prince Dhritarashtra, and the Pandavas, the sons of Pandu, even though their biological fathers were different gods. Early on, jealousy and enmity grew between the 2 clans, and when King Pandu died, an open conflict started. The Kauravas had the upper hand in this fight, and the Pandavas were defeated and exiled. During their exile, the 5 Pandava princes jointly married a single woman, Draupadi, and they met a cousin of theirs, Krishna. Krishna was an avatar of Vishnu, like Rama, that we talked about before. And before befriending the Pandavas, Krishna had already accomplished extraordinary deeds. He had helped people and overthrown his uncle, who was a tyrant, to reinstate the rightful king of the kingdom he came from, Krishna became a close friend and companion of the five Pandavas. Eventually, they all decided to go back to their kingdom and face the Kauravas for the second time. But again, they lost. It was decided that everything would be settled in a game of dice against the eldest of the Kauravas. But luck was not on their side, and the Pandavas were condemned to exile for 12 years to the forest. For 12 years, the Pandavas lived in the wilderness and prepared their revenge, carefully collecting allies and building up an army. Finally, they prepared to settle the feud with their cousins by an open war, in the hope that force would be the way of retrieving their kingdom. The armies of the Kauravas and the Pandavas met for a series of great battles on the field of Kurukshetra, in the north of India, close to Delhi. After numerous fights, exploits, and heroic actions on both sides, victory was finally theirs, and all the Kauravas were annihilated, ending their branch of the family. But at a terrible cost. Only the five Pandava brothers and Krishna survived. After this great victory, they set out for heaven, now that their fate on earth had been accomplished. And ultimately, and after new adventures, they were reunited with their enemies in heavens to enjoy perpetual bliss, each of the parties having accomplished their destiny. So this is the main plot line of the Mahabharata, but it doesn't do justice to the abundance of this work. It barely occupies 1/5 of it. The rest are individual stories of the many characters, involving gods, demons, and all sorts of fabulous creatures. We are nearing the end of tonight's stories, but before I leave you, here is a last legend, the most famous one about a goddess called Durga. Durga is one of the principal aspects of the primordial goddess Shakti, an aspect under which Shakti turns to a fierce warrior that at the same time confronts enemies and protects children and humanity in general. Her legend centers around combating evils and demonic forces that threaten peace and prosperity. She is also one of the most revered and popular deities in modern Hinduism. One of her famous stories is how she was created to slay Mahishasura, a demon. Mahishasura was a demon who had the appearance of a half-man, half-buffalo, and who had been captured and punished by Brahma long ago. Brahma had condemned him to severe penance. The demon was to pray, fast, abstain from any violence, and generally correct his behavior and character. Years had passed, and Mahishasura behaved well, strictly following Brahma's instructions. Brahma was pleased by this devotion and appeared to him, announcing that he would grant him a favor, a boon, as reward for his good behavior. The demon asked the god for immortality, but even though it would have been in his power, Brahma refused, stating that all must die one day, that demons were not gods, and that the laws of nature could not be violated, including by the one who had created them. Mahishasura was disappointed and thought for a while. He did not want to lose his credit with Brahma, and he asked for a more modest favor, that only a woman would be able to kill him. He thought all women were weak and no match for his strength. So this power would be the next best thing after immortality, because in practice no one would be able to kill him. Brahma thought that this was acceptable and granted him the favor. Mahishasura became invincible to all males. As soon as he was invested with this new power, the demon stopped pretending he was devoted to Brahma and embraced again his evil nature. He mistreated innocent people, destroyed, and as he gained confidence, he even began to invade the world. He was confident that no man could stop him, and he didn't fear women, since they were powerless against him, or so he thought. The Devas, the gods, were worried, and they consulted the Supreme Trinity, Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva. They all combined their powers to create a warrior woman with many arms, one so brave and strong that she would be able to face Mahishasura. They gave her a copy of their own weapons and a lion as a mount. And so Durga was created and became the arm of the gods. Durga reached before Mahishasura's palace on her lion and defied the demon. Laughing, thinking he was invincible, the demon attacked the goddess, taking different forms, and the fight lasted for a very long time. Each time Durga was about to triumph, the demon changed form, and the fight restarted. Finally, as Mahishasura was shifting again to the form of a buffalo, she managed to hit him during this transformation, which was his weak point. The demon was killed, and the world delivered from his oppression, after which Durga could return triumphant and take her place among the many gods, always ready to intervene to restore peace and order. Hello everyone. Tonight, for this new exploration of mythology around the world, we are going to visit the dreaming, or the dream time, which are imperfect terms for the body of myth and legends, and more importantly, the worldview shared by many Australian Aboriginal people. To begin with, let me tell you about the dreaming. Some days we hope, other days we are happy, or we suffer, or we lose, we love. We keep our eyes wide open, and this makes us believe that we understand the world, or that reality is definitely absurd. Our reality can be confusing, painful, or beautiful. But what is there beyond it, close to it, at the same time before, during, and after it? There is the dreaming, The dreaming is the real fabric of the universe. It is everywhere and every time. It has no beginning and no end. It is the law. It is the truth of the world. Things happened in it that formed the physical world. Things will keep happening. Things are actually happening right now, with formidable beings and their supernatural powers that shape the land, heroes and spirits that live among us, in the flesh or turned into rock or immaterial. They inhabit every corner of the world, hidden behind a thin veil that we can look past if we know the right rituals, the right songs, and the right stories. I will tell you stories, of course, and also a bit of history about the indigenous peoples of Australia that populated the four corners of this land tens of thousands of years ago. So take a deep breath and relax. After our explorations of myths in Europe, Africa, Asia, and America, we have a new long discovery journey ahead of us. Now that we are all set, let's begin our journey with the first story of the night. Earlier than now, in the dream time, there was barely anything. The land was flat and dry. There were no clouds in the sky, no plants, no animals, and not even rivers or mountains. It was just an immense flat expanse. But there was a seed of life asleep at the surface. Guryaya, the giant rainbow serpent. It happened one day that Guryaya woke up and found himself alone in this vast expanse. So he set off to find his tribe. He crossed the world from east to west and from north to south, stopping sometimes to listen for his people. But he could not hear anything. There was no sound in the world, except the sound he made by crawling in the deserted ground. He searched for a long time, all around the world, but found nothing. And as he had searched for a long time, he had grown tired. So he lied down to sleep again. The world returned to its silence, but it was no longer the same world, as the serpent had crossed it in different directions. With his big and long body, he had changed the surface. Valleys, hills, mountains and holes had appeared. But it was still empty and dry. After a while, he woke up again and still found himself alone. So he decided to create more life in this world. Guryaya had great powers, which he used to make the world livelier and more varied. First, he called for the frogs, and obeying to his order, summoned by his creative verb, frogs rose out of the ground. They had their bellies full of water, an element that was not yet present on the surface. and he tickled the frogs until this water burst from their mouths. On this dry world, where parts were hilly and other mountainous, where there were small and large gorges, carved by his body, water spread and formed streams, rivers, lakes, filling even the sea. And as the water freely flowed over the land, it fertilized it. All sorts of plants, including grass and trees, began to grow. The world became more colorful. Now that there was water to drink and grass to eat, Goyaya called more animals, and more animals woke up at the call of the serpent. Some chose to live in the sea, where they could swim. Others chose the sky to fly, and the rest chose the land to run and dig or crawl. Marveling at this young world, all animals were happy as they could play and find water and food in abundance. But with all this new life, these new inhabitants, the world needed rules, and so the rainbow serpent made laws that all living creatures had to obey. He declared that all animals that would obey the rules would be rewarded generously by becoming humans, and the ones that would not would be punished. Some would disobey, indeed, and they were turned into stone, the stone that makes the mountains, so their petrified bodies are still among us, frozen for eternity. Other animals obeyed the rules, and, as promised, they were turned into humans. This is how humans came to populate the world. Like animals before them, they found places to live and learned how to collect the water and the food they needed. This went on for a long time. All the living creatures, now including humans, living around the world under the watch of the rainbow serpent that enforced the rules and cared for his creation. Until one day, it started to rain. It had already rained before, but this time was different, because the rain would not stop. It lasted for days and days, so much so that the world was becoming flooded with water. Water covered the plains and forced all land creatures to find refuge on hills and mountains. Everyone was looking for shelter, including two young men who decided to go to the rainbow serpent and ask for his help. The serpent was powerful, and all living creatures owed him everything. But he was not perfectly wise or always benevolent. He happened to be hungry this day, and he listened to his belly rather than his head. He tricked the two young men, telling them he had no shelter, but that they could safely hide in his mouth until the rain would stop. Not imagining that they could be betrayed, the two men climbed into his mouth, and the serpent closed it, swallowing them. He was satisfied his hunger had passed, but now felt embarrassed. he realized people would notice the disappearance of the two men and would go look for them. Their tracks that led right into his mouth would guide the search party right to him. He didn't want to be caught, and so he decided to hide in the only place where men could not go, the sky. He hid there, and from his high position looked at the humans below. He saw their sadness at losing their two young companions, and felt ashamed by what he had done. So, to make them happy again, he turned his body into a big arc of beautiful colors, a rainbow that men could marvel at. And to this day, after it rains, the serpent keeps saying sorry to humankind by turning himself into a rainbow and letting people admire him. This story is one version among dozens of a similar storyline about the creation of the world. The rainbow serpent is probably the most widespread myth among Aboriginal people. The name I gave to the serpent in this version, Buriaya, is used by a people from Queensland, Australia, the Kunhanaamenda, also known as the Lardil people. But the serpent has many names across Australia: Yolungur, Bolung, Ngaliod, Wanampi, and many more. The storyline varies depending on the peoples and the regions. In other versions, for example, the serpent does not escape to the sky, but to a lake or a waterhole where he stays hidden underwater. And rainbows are his body when rain wakes him up and makes him travel from a body of water to another. This multiplicity of names, of versions, and of stories, because each people developed and transmitted a particular set of myths, gives a glimpse at the diversity of the Aboriginal world. We will come back to this a bit later. But across Australia, there are dozens, hundreds even, of Aboriginal groups. They belong to different language groups. This is an entire world in itself, and tonight we can just scratch the surface of a gigantic body of mythologies that are interconnected and share common traits, but that also had their own development based on history and geography. Before we dive into this and I tell you more stories and what we know of the history of Aboriginal peoples since their arrival in Australia, I'm going to tell you another story. But by the way, what does the term Aboriginal actually mean? It is often used for native Australian peoples, and this is what we would think about first when we hear it. But Aboriginal is not synonymous with Australian. The term is applied to something living. It can be a people, a plant, a species that existed in a place since the earliest known time, as far as we know, because it can never be 100% sure. The concept of Aboriginal is that there was no one or nothing before this thing. This means that technically there are, or there were, Aboriginal peoples on all continents. Now, depending on the context, Aboriginal can almost be a synonym for indigenous. Indigenous means original to a place, as opposed to people who moved there from somewhere else, typically colonists. When it refers to plants or animals, indigenous means that they grew or lived naturally in a place. They have not been brought by men from somewhere else. Generally, we measure that based on the past few centuries of history, what we know well enough. Because in fact, men brought animals or plants, or these animals and plants migrated on their own for much longer than that. Indigenous is always a relative notion. It refers to a timeline, an unspecified timeline, in centuries or at most thousands of years. But it is relative. It didn't start at the dawn of times. To stay with Australia, there is one indigenous group living in Queensland, the Torres Strait Islanders. They are Melanesians and distinct from Aboriginal peoples ethnically, linguistically, and culturally. They arrived later, and for that reason, they are considered indigenous but not Aboriginal. To make things a bit more complicated, there is also the term native, which only means born in a certain place. And depending on the context, it can also be used sometimes as a synonym for Aboriginal or indigenous. But anyway, what I tell you about tonight, Australian Aboriginal peoples, are the oldest known populations of Australia. And we will see that they arrived tens of thousands of years ago. Here is another story, and this one is from Northern Territory, to the northeast of Australia. The story of the Wawalag sisters. Once upon a time, when the world was still young, there were two sisters who were traveling from south to north to the Arafura Sea. The elder sister was about to give birth, and the younger sister accompanied her. On the way, they gathered food, animals and plants that they would prepare and eat later. Eventually, they stopped to rest and set camp near a waterhole. The time had come for birth. The elder sister began the work near their campfire, and soon the baby was born. After this birth, the younger sister prepared the food they had gathered, while the elder sister went to the waterhole to clean her newborn baby. But what they ignored was that under the water was the rainbow serpent, asleep, and the presence of the baby in the waterhole woke him up. The aura of magic and life force that surrounded the serpent began to act on everything. The food that the other sister was preparing came back to life and crawled away from the fire. The elements responded to the awakening of the serpent too. A dark cloud formed, and soon a thunderstorm began. The two sisters were afraid, but ignored it was the rainbow serpent that caused all this. And as the rain was falling, and the level of water was rising, starting to flood the land, they built a hut to protect themselves. But the thunderstorm and the flood did not recede, and soon the serpent appeared, enormous, crawling out of the waterhole. The serpent would surely eat them, and desperate, they tried to calm it with songs and dances. They started singing, creating sacred songs, songs that are still used today in ceremonies for their power to calm the elements and other destructive forces of nature, for their power to tame or appease nature. Their beautiful creation kept the serpent away, but they had to sing and dance for a long time, taking turns for hours and hours, until, finally, the storm eased, the water stopped rising, and it seemed danger was receding. Exhausted, they could finally seek refuge in the hut, where they fell asleep, the two sisters and the baby. The rainbow serpent had been calmed down, and the storm had ended, but he had not left. While they were asleep, the serpent passed its enormous head through the entrance of the hut. He saw the sisters and the baby asleep, and as he was hungry, he swallowed the three. Then he rose up to the sky. He had absorbed the songs too, and he now sang them, making these beautiful melodies resonate in the sky. Other snakes in the sky heard the song of the rainbow serpent. They found it attractive, and as they sometimes did, they gathered. But when they started to try to communicate, they realized that they had lived far apart for a long time, and they could no longer speak the same dialect. Without a common language, they were unable to communicate. And yet, they all understood the songs created by the sisters. This was a common language to creation. It spoke not just to the minds of sentient beings, but to the very fabric of the world. Once again, the rainbow serpent felt bad. He felt guilty for swallowing humans, and so he regurgitated the sisters and their baby. He finally took them back to their country, where the two sisters turned to stone, leaving their songs to the world, where they still resonate in ceremonies associated with marriage, the entrance of men or women into a new age of their lives, or fertility. These two first stories are part of the dreaming, or the dream time, as I said at the beginning. But what is this concept of dreaming? Dreaming is the English name given to the mythological times of Australian Aboriginals, the times during which the land was inhabited by ancestral figures with supernatural abilities or creatures of heroic proportions. The rainbow serpent and the Wawalak sisters are some of them, among many. But it is not that simple. because the concept of mythological times, that would be somewhere between a metaphor and the distant past, is something that comes from the Western heritage. We are familiar with it because it is typically the way we look at Greek mythology and other mythologies from the Middle East and Europe. A mythological past, an age that came before the world as we know it. This is not necessarily how Aboriginals understood and still understand it. The dreaming to them is not just something that was in the past with a beginning and an end, like a time during which the world and human culture formed. The dreaming goes on, happening in parallel to the world we live in, of which it is a part of. A term to name this conception could be the everywhen. And even though the terms dreaming or dream time are now widely used, and for convenience they have often been adopted by Australian Aboriginal people themselves, there is still a debate going on about whether it is an accurate translation. There are different words in different Aboriginal languages to name this everywhen, this mythological body, which is also filled with a lot of complex and sometimes ambiguous meanings. It could also be translated by the eternal or the uncreated rather than dreaming. So we have to accept that it is an imprecise term for a concept, a worldview, that cannot really be compared with the mythological times many of us are familiar with. But the dreaming is now the name that is widely accepted, and there is something poetic to it, so I will keep using this term. Another difference with other mythologies is that the figures in the dreaming are not one or several almighty divine beings. They are no gods. These creatures do not control the material world. They can act on it with their supernatural abilities, like the rainbow serpent does, but they are part of the world. They did not create it from scratch. Another difference with other mythologies is that these figures are not attributed a field of responsibility or of competence, like in various polytheist mythologies. These figures are revered, sometimes they are feared, rather than worshipped. The worshipping would imply that there is a necessity to give them attention, faith, and gifts, to obtain favors or to avoid punishment. These notions are not really present in Aboriginal traditions. This characteristic is common to all Australian Aboriginal peoples, and another ancestral practice is the creation of totems, that is to say, objects or symbols that serve as emblems for groups of people, large groups like a tribe or a clan, or small groups like a family. Here again there is something unprecise and a bit artificial with this term of totem. It is a term that comes from anthropology and was coined studying Native American peoples. Totem is actually the anglicization of a word coming from the Ojibwe language, Duden. So it comes from North America, And totemism is the name given to this practice, this spiritual practice of creating and revering emblems that have at the same time a spiritual significance and a social one, because they represent a group of people. It was observed that this practice was not limited to North America, at least apparently, externally. It also happened in indigenous populations of Oceania, Asia, or Africa. And it is valuable to study and document an apparently similar practice between human groups that have not been in contact for a very long time. There seems to be something spontaneous in the appearance of totems. Now, it does not necessarily imply that the meaning and the importance that each people, each culture give to totems is the same everywhere. There are different views between different peoples and within these groups too. So this is why in Australia some Aboriginals embraced the term of totem and others did not. But what is widespread in any case is a rich and ancient production of symbols, of emblems and artwork that identify groups and spirits. Now let's go on with another story. Emu and the Jabiru. Emus are big, non-flying birds. They are relatives to ostriches and they live in most of mainland Australia. They are endemic to Australia. Jabirus are birds too, a type of stork. Now the story. This is a story of greed between two brothers-in-law, Ganji and Wurpan. One day, Ganji took his children fishing. They went fishing for stingray in a river. Ganji had discovered there was a spot where the water was clear, and it was easy to spear stingray. They caught a lot of fish and cooked them over a fire to separate the meat from the fat. The meat was delicious, and they wrapped a large quantity in bark before coming back home. Back from their expedition, Ganji and his children decided to stop at the house of Wurpan, the brother-in-law. He felt obliged to offer some of their catch, even though the two were not particularly friends, but it would have been petty and greedy to keep everything just for his family after such a fruitful and abundant fishing expedition. But Ganji just picked the pieces of meat that were less good for his brother-in-law, which he found only fair since he and his children had done all the work. Wurpan accepted the gift, but immediately found out that Ganji had kept the higher quality meat for his own family, and he couldn't help but complain that Ganji was just faking generosity. To which Ganji replied that he had done everything and was more than generous to offer meat to someone who had done nothing to deserve it. Wurpan could go catch his own stingray if he wanted something better. The two argued more and more. Ganji had the arrogance of the one who feels superior for giving, and Wurpan had the rage and humiliation of the one who receives. and feels weak because of it. And the argument became physically violent. Genji started throwing hot pieces of coal at his brother-in-law's face. And then he picked up a rock and threw it, striking Warpan in the chest. He immediately regretted such a violent attack. Not that he felt sorry for Warpan, but because he now feared what his brother-in-law would do in retaliation. Afraid, he began jumping around, higher and higher, and such was his emotion that his body began to change. Feathers grew on his skin, his arms turned to wings, his legs became thinner and thinner, as if they no longer wanted to touch the ground. And as he kept flapping his arms, that now looked like wings, he began to fly about. He had turned into a jabiru, but one without a beak. He was right to fear retaliation from Warpan. As he was trying to fly clumsily, the brother-in-law took a spear and threw it. The spear struck Genji in the back of the head and travelled through his head, so much so that it formed a long beak on the other side. Wounded, Genji fell from the sky, but he survived. And it was now Warpan's turn to be terrified of retaliation. What would Genji do after he had received a spear through his head? Warpan began to flee, terrified, and in such a state of emotion that his body also began to change. Feathers also grew on his skin, grey because he had received a coal from Genji. His legs became longer and adapted to run, his head smaller, and soon he had turned into a grey emu. Since then, jabiru's and emus live among us, jabiru's with their long beaks, flying, and emus running, always ready to flee, since they were born from the fear of their ancestor, Warpan. North of Cairns, in far north Queensland, there is a beautiful granite mountain called Black Mountain that contrasts with the green vegetation around it. The mountain has a reputation for disappearances that began decades ago. It is made of granite boulders with plenty of gaps and caves, and it is easy to fall and disappear there. But long before this local legend for being a place of disappearance appeared, the mountain held great significance culturally for Aboriginal people who lived nearby, the Kukukalanji and Kukuyimitir. They called the Black Mountain Kalkajaka, and there are many traditional Dreamtime stories associated with it. There is one about its creation that goes like this. Long ago, in the Dreamtime, there lived two brothers. Since childhood, they had been more than brothers. They were each other's best friend, always doing things and discovering together. In manhood, they became mighty hunters of similar strength. Almost every day, they would go to hunting grounds and hunt animals that fed the entire tribe, making them valuable purveyors of food for the whole tribe. It was easy to hunt on this land because the region was flat and covered with shining black boulders that they could use to hide and catch their prey. One day, as the two brothers were hunting on the farthest edge of their land, which was a place that they didn't know very well, they saw a beautiful girl digging for roots. Their tribe had the wallaby totem, and this girl was of the rock python totem. But it was acceptable to find a mate of another totem, and as they both had reached the age for marriage, each brother instantly wanted the girl for himself. They had been inseparable until this point, but the burning desire to have her turned them into enemies, as on the circle of emotions and feelings, love and hate can sometimes be surprisingly close. They decided to fight for her, but this was not easy to carry out, because their laws forbade them to use the hunting weapons they carried against another member of the tribe. So they needed to find a way to fight without weapons, and eventually they agreed on another method. Each of them would make a pile of boulders using the big black stones scattered on the land. The one brother who would build the highest mound could cast a boulder down his pile to destroy his rival. Such was the cruel duel the two brothers would engage into. And it began. Day after day, the two brothers worked until two huge piles rose from the plain. The girl had stayed to watch them, curious to know which brother would claim her as the prize of this fight. But the two young men were of similar strength and motivation, so that the two piles rose about at the same speed. And after several days, none was higher than the other. There was not enough difference for either brother to cast the final rock. They were so preoccupied with this competition that they did not see dark clouds progressively invading the sky. A cyclone was approaching, and these were warning signs, but they did not notice them. All they could think about was to pile up more boulders, always faster and higher. Taking them by surprise, the cyclone struck, and in its devastation, the two brothers died on their mounds of stone. The girl was blown away by the wind and lost. When the cyclone finally left the place, leaving only destruction in its wake, the three had died, and only silence remained. Silence and the Black Mountain, the remain of their duel that had turned into a chaotic pile of black boulders. In this desolate place, only two types of living creatures would now reside: rock pythons and wallabies, the two totems involved in this tragedy that saw brotherly love turn to rivalry and death. There are countless dreamtime dreaming stories that explain the formation of local geography and also convey meaning, edifying metaphors, warnings, connection between humans and nature under its different aspects, from animals to rock formation and vegetation. Here is another example, among other things, also a cautionary tale that transports us to the land of the Wankumara people in Queensland. It is called the Three Brothers. Once upon a time, there were three brothers who led the Wankumara people. They had learned everything men needed to know. Ever since they were very young, they had been taught how to behave as men. They had learned the secrets of the spiritual world, and they had been initiated to them. Their wisdom was far beyond that of ordinary men, and out of the three, the eldest brother was the best. For a long time, they lived amongst their people, and their presence was a blessing. They hunted and fed those who were too old or needed help. They gave assistance to young adults and children. Their advice was always appreciated, and with their good deeds and wisdom, they helped their people live better and in peace, setting examples of kindness and purity for all. But the three brothers were men, and men are imperfect. They had desires that are not necessarily evil, like curiosity, but that can nevertheless open the door to temptation. And unfortunately, they fell prey to human temptation. Across the river lived people from another tribe, and the law of the Wankumara people was that mixing with others from another tribe was strictly prohibited. Each tribe had their land, their customs, their blood, and this had to be strictly respected by preventing contacts between tribes. The brothers knew it, but day after day they thought about what it would be like to talk to new people, different people, what it would be like to learn new things from them, or to know the young girls who lived on the other side of the river. Because, as men, they could not help but notice that the girls on the other side of the river were beautiful, attractive. One day arrived when it had become such an obsession for them that they could no longer resist. They swam across the river, and once on the other bank, they talked to the girls and met more people from the other tribe. This association with unknown, unmarried girls from another tribe was not just misbehavior, it was a serious crime. The three brothers were appreciated for their wisdom and their good deeds, but above individuals there were tribal laws, and giving privileges to some, even wise and loved, would threaten the order. So they had to be punished as harshly as any other man. And there was no other possible punishment for such an offense than death. It was decided that the three brothers would die on a hill by fire. on top of the hill, a bed of dry leaves was placed on the ground, and branches were piled around the brothers. When it was set alight, smoke rose high, and the entire tribe cried for the loss of the brothers, who had been such valuable sons of their people. But it was said that the three brothers would not really abandon their tribe. The smoke drifted away, and where the three brothers had been placed, there were now 3 tall stones, and where stood the eldest and wisest, the stone had a head of gold. During life, the three brothers acted as protectors, and in death turned into stones that would stand the passing of time. They would continue to do so, to look after their tribe. Every day when the stone bodies glowed in the sunshine and moonlight, their good deeds were remembered, their wisdom was revered, and their example reminded every young man what it could cost to deviate from tribal laws, however good and well-intentioned they were. These stories and the general comments I made about the Dreamtime are just a glimpse of the diversity of Aboriginal peoples in Australia. Before extensive colonization of Australia began in the 19th and 20th centuries, there used to be over 250 different Aboriginal languages, grouped in various families with some languages and dialects close to others. Given the distances, the natural barriers in Australia, and the very long time that had passed since the first humans arrived in Australia, the diversity of Aboriginal peoples is huge, like for Native American peoples in North America. Looked from afar, it can look like a world in itself. The concerns about the protection of their respective cultural heritage has created links between ancestral peoples that did not necessarily know each other 2 or 3 centuries ago, because they lived very far apart. But the Aboriginal world is like the Native American world in that respect. It is not one culture, but dozens of cultures with their historical lands and their own migration history, their languages, their customs, beliefs, stories, art forms. In total, there are 900 distinct Aboriginal groups across Australia. Many can be grouped. They are within a common cultural area, but 900 are distinguished with a name and a distinctive culture, or at least a different speech pattern. We are not talking about that many people though, because less than 1 million Australians, or about 3% of the Australian population, identify as Aboriginals, and they are not necessarily all invested in the ways of their ancestors. But there are still people that keep the cultural flame of dozens of different peoples alive, or sometimes just their language. Almost all Aboriginals also speak English now, and languages can easily disappear in a few generations when there is a strong dominant language that competes with them. But how did it begin? Or what do we know of it? When and how did the first men arrive in Australia? It is unclear exactly when the first men arrived in Australia. But it was tens of thousands of years ago, during the Pleistocene, the Ice Age. It could have happened 50, 60, or even 65,000 years ago, at a time when sea levels were lower, and Australia, the island of New Guinea to its northeast, and the island of Tasmania to the south, were part of the same landmass. Genetic studies indicate that present-day Aboriginal Australians largely descended from a wave of Eastern Eurasian population. Their genetic heritage shows a degree of proximity with other populations of Asia and Oceania, such as the Melanesians. But there are traces in the DNA of Aboriginal Australians and Papuans who live in New Guinea, from an earlier group too, who could have lived there before them, and they would have mixed thousands and thousands of years ago. Even if Australia was larger when the sea level was lower, their ancestors arrived by the sea in one of the first, if not the first, long-distance human migration by sea. The cradle of modern humans is believed to have been located in Africa. As you know, there is solid evidence of this, even though future discoveries are still possible. Africa, Europe, and Asia are connected by land. They already were. And so was America at different points in the past. So migrations could be made by foot. To Australia, no, it had to be by the sea, because Australia has been separated from other continents for millions of years. We know there were people 50 or 60,000 years ago, thanks to the study of sites that were populated at the time, in prehistoric times, and where artifacts could be dated. The oldest ones are in the north and west of Australia. And progressively, the entire island would have been colonized by the ancestors of Aboriginals. A colonization that would have been relatively slow over several thousand years. Now, due to geography and apparently the absence of a major ulterior wave of immigration to Australia, Aboriginal people remained mostly isolated from the rest of humanity. At times when different waves of migration crossed other continents. This is why there is this possibility that it would be the oldest continuous culture in the world. Not that they were completely unknown to any others. For example, it is likely that at least some of the early Polynesians knew Australia and landed there. They went to New Zealand, and they traveled very long distances across the Pacific Ocean. So it would be surprising that none of them ever reached Australia. But either they never settled there, or their numbers were too small, but in any case they didn't leave a visible trace. There is no evidence that any arrival for thousands and thousands of years disturbed the prehistoric Aboriginal cultures. We don't know much about what happened during prehistory. Migrations, wars, cultural changes. There are traces of occupation in many sites all across Australia, but few elements to establish a timeline with events and changes. it only seems that around 4,000 years ago, so that is around 2000 BC, the time of the Old Kingdom in Egypt, ancient Mesopotamian, Indian, and Chinese civilizations, there was contact with the outside world. We know it because it was the time when the dingo, this lineage of dogs found in Australia, appeared there, certainly coming from Asia. And at the same time, archaeology indicates a technological leap forward. Stone tools became smaller and more precise. It is well possible that newcomers arrived at the time. We don't know in which numbers, and there are different competing theories about their origin, India or somewhere in Southeast Asia. But then again, they did not leave any obvious mark on the genetic heritage of Aboriginals. After that, the only contacts we can be sure of date from modern times, starting 500 years ago, when the first European explorers arrived on the coast. But it was not before the 19th century that the indigenous population was really disturbed by colonization, because before that, the inside of Australia remained a mystery to outsiders. Before colonization, the different Aboriginal societies and cultures did not identify as a single group of people. And why would they? They had lived for tens of thousands of years on an island as large as a continent. They were separated by thousands of miles. And even though they had common ancestors, many different groups had diverged and had no contacts between them. From this divergence were born all these different cultures and languages. But it is interesting to see that beyond differences, something of a specific worldview remained. As we saw before, for example, the myth of the rainbow serpent in its different iterations remained present almost all across Australia, in groups that did not know each other. There are centuries-old artifacts, artwork, paintings that illustrate the same myth, kept alive in many different places. They also kept cultural traits and ways of expression. A common cultural trait in their societies is the importance of traditional healers in each community. Healers have a medical role, of course, but they are also very often the custodians of important stories from the dreaming. Variations to this model of organization exist, but it is very widespread. Another common narrative in the dreaming of most regions is that the spirit, the entity that creates the earth, also tells humans to treat animals and the earth itself with respect. The connection with nature and the conception that humans are a part of it rather than its owners or outsiders that try to survive in nature is also something very widespread in their traditional beliefs. Now, these are general traits, but if we want to go a bit more into detail, it is almost impossible to follow the huge variety of forms, of different versions that these people gave to their art production and their narratives. The rainbow serpent narrative, for example, is widespread, but it has dozens of versions. And there are also Aboriginal groups that dropped it or modified it so much that it has become something else. For example, in Central Australia, the Arrernte people believed that humanity originated not from the serpent or animals rewarded with a transformation into humans, but from superhuman ancestors who were under the surface and woke up, modeled the earth, and brought the sun, winds and rain with them. So I told you the perception that they are a group, at least socially and politically, is a recent phenomenon. It appeared with the colonization process of the past 200 years, and the arrival of more and more migrants that clashed with their occupation of their ancestral lands and their societies, weakening them to the point that many languages disappeared. Many are still at risk of extinction because young generations do not learn them. They speak English or a dialect mixing English and their Aboriginal language. After this little journey into the world of the dreaming, we are now going to return to our physical world, and you can now fall asleep peacefully. Hello everyone. Tonight we are gathered in a clearing, in the heart of an enchanted forest, and we have many stories to listen to and things to discover. So without further ado, let's begin with the first story, one from Ireland that was put in writing in the Middle Ages but appeared centuries earlier. The story of Deirdre of the Sorrows. Once upon a time, a king ruled over Ulster. His name was Crehur MacNessa, Crehur son of Ness, and at his court, Awen Macha, lived the royal storyteller, the royal bard, Fermid MacDowell. One day, Fermid had a daughter, Deirdre, and as usual for newborns, prophecies were made. The chief druid prophesied that Deirdre would grow up to be a very beautiful woman, one whose charm would be almost irresistible, but that much blood would be shed because of her. Kings and lords would go to war, and the greatest warriors of Ulster would be forced into exile for her sake. The prophecy terrified the court, and many urged Fermid the bard to kill the baby before it became a reality. Fermid didn't know what to do, but the king chose for him. The announcement that Deirdre would be one of the most desirable women in the world had aroused him. So he decided to keep the child for himself. He would let her grow up and marry her later when she would be of age. Crehur the king, guided by lust, hid Deirdre. The infant was entrusted to a poet, a wise woman who lived in seclusion in the woodlands and never received any visitors. Her name was Lowerham. Away from the court and society, only in the company of Lowerham, Deirdre grew up, happily, and the first part of the prophecy seemed to become reality. As years passed, she turned into a beautiful child, and then a delicate and irresistible young woman. One day in the winter, as an immaculate blanket of snow covered the forest, Deirdre saw a raven landing in the snow with its prey, and was ravished by the colors. She told Lowerham that one day she would love a man with the same colors she had seen: hair as dark as the raven, skin as white as snow, and cheeks as red as blood. Lowerham had become very attached to Deirdre, that she now regarded as her daughter, after all these years, when the joy and affection of the girl had softened her lonely existence. So she told Deirdre that the man she described existed. She was describing Nisha, a handsome young hunter, warrior, and singer, who lived at Awinmacha at the court of King Crehur. Disobeying the orders of the king, the old woman helped her young protégé to meet the man of her dreams. As soon as Deirdre and Nisha met, they fell in love and realized that life would be meaningless if they couldn't spend it together. Nisha could count on his two brothers. Together they were the three greatest warriors of Ulster, and together they made plans to escape the country and travel to Scotland, where Nisha and Deirdre would be able to live together, far from the reach of King Crehur. And so it was done. The four escaped on a boat and soon reached Scotland. They lived a happy life there. They fished and hunted to eat. They saw magnificent places. And this simple life was enough to fulfill their dreams of happiness, because love and the joy of being together nourished them every minute of every hour of every day. They didn't think about it, but the prophecy had said, when Deirdre was born, that the greatest warriors of Ulster would be forced into exile, and so it had happened. Back at the court of Ulster, the king had been humiliated, and his fury did not diminish. So he resolved to take revenge and get back the woman he had decided would be his. He sent a loyal courtier with an invitation to return for the three brothers and Deirdre, and a promise of safe return home. The brothers had not forgotten their sense of duty, despite their exile to Scotland, and they accepted the offer, confident that the king would not dare make prisoner or harm people he had invited personally. How wrong they were, because Crehur's anger had made him forget honesty and the laws of hospitality. As the news of their return reached Ulster, the king sent Lowerham, the old woman who had raised Deirdre, spy on the travellers, with the mission to tell him whether Deirdre's beauty was still intact. The woman tried to protect Deirdre, and came back reporting that her protégé had aged and was now ugly. But it was a lie. Deirdre's beauty had only bloomed during her stay in Scotland, and the king knew it, because he didn't trust the old woman and had sent another spy to check on her. Deirdre, Nisha, and his two brothers were lodging at a house that the king sent his soldiers to attack, with orders to bring Deirdre back alive. The following day, as the king's troops attacked their refuge, the three brothers fought with all their strength, and many of their enemies died. The prophecy had announced that much blood would be shed because of Deirdre, and much blood was shed this day, even though it was lust and anger from the king that were responsible. Despite their bravery and their strength, Nisha and his brothers could not contain an entire army, and they ended overwhelmed. Nisha was killed by a spear, and his brothers shortly after him. After the death of Nisha and the capture of Deirdre, Crahur took her as his wife. Deirdre's body was still alive, but something was dead inside her. Something had died with her only love. Silent and sad, she let each day pass without noticing the heat or the cold, the joy or the sadness of others around her, and weeks made of days that felt all the same passed, then months made of weeks that felt all the same too. After a year, Crahur could no longer bear Deirdre's coldness and contempt that reminded him every day of what he had done and prevented him from enjoying the company of his wife. All the more that sorrow only enhanced her beauty and made her more attractive than ever. He asked her who she hated the most in the world besides him, and she said it was the man who had killed Nisha with his spear. Crahur replied that he would then give her to this man, so that he would be freed from her, and she would pay the price of her coldness. As she was being taken to her future spouse on a chariot, the king taunted her. This was more than she could bear, and so she threw herself from the chariot against a rock, finally finding deliverance through death. Deirdre was no more. The curse of her beauty was finally accomplished. I told you earlier that this story is from Ireland. It is taken from the Ulster cycle, one of several cycles of Irish heroic legends. There are 4 main ones, and the Ulster cycle alone comprises 80 different stories. And Irish mythology is only one aspect of Celtic mythology. There was a time when Celtic peoples covered a large part of Europe, from Eastern Europe to Spain and Great Britain and Ireland. So who were the Celts? What happened to them? What did they believe in? What gods? What myths? How did this heritage reach us or get lost sometimes? These are some of the topics we will touch on tonight. And of course there will be many more stories from the mythology of Celtic nations, where this cultural heritage lasted longer and had much influence. In Scotland, Ireland, Wales, parts of England like Cornwall, Brittany in the west of France. We have a lot of things to discuss, so I suggest you make yourself comfortable. As always, you can follow the story just by listening. If you decide to close your eyes, your imagination will work for you and help take you away from the worries, concerns, and thoughts that keep you awake. So allow yourself a moment of escapism and discovery in the Celtic forests of the past. So what is Celtic mythology? It is almost as if there were several, because the religions and beliefs of the Celts were not unified, and in some regions they lasted much longer than in others. The golden age of the Celts across Europe was during the Iron Age in the first millennium BC. The Celts were a collection of peoples with languages that were apparented, and many common cultural traits. They descended from migrants that had arrived centuries earlier from the east. They were one of these numerous waves of Indo-European peoples that are believed to have spread from Ukraine and the north of the Caucasus to all of Europe and as far south as Persia and India. The cradle of their specific European culture, at least the most ancient parts of it that archaeology has revealed, was in a large region that went through the east of France, the south of Germany, Austria and Hungary. But over several centuries they expanded as far east as Romania and even the center of Anatolia in modern Turkey, and as far west as Spain, Portugal, Great Britain and Ireland. In the first centuries of Rome, the Roman Republic was under a serious threat from the Celts installed in the north of Italy. But after a peak by the middle of the first millennium BC, the cultural area of the Celts began to shrink. They were faced with two main competitors for space. From the east came another Indo-European group, Germanic peoples, who progressively advanced towards the west, reaching the Rhine River and Scandinavia. In all the previously Celt regions east of the Rhine, Celtic culture was replaced with Germanic culture. And the second threat came from the south. The expansion of Rome to Spain, France, Belgium, Great Britain also shrank considerably the regions dominated by Celtic peoples. They stayed where their ancestors had lived for generations, but their culture did not always resist the might of Rome. Beside its military and economic might, Rome was also a cultural power that transformed the societies it conquered. So, about 2,000 years ago, after the Germanic and the Roman wave of expansion, the areas where Celtic culture remained dominant were limited to the fringes of Europe or the margins of the Roman Empire. Scotland in the north of Great Britain, Wales that was occupied by the Romans, but where Romanization was not as intense as in England or in Spain, in Gaul. the language and many traditions survived 3 centuries of occupation. Some parts of England, like Cornwall, and Ireland, that remained free of Roman presence. The Celtic area re-expanded a bit later with the migration of Celtic Britons, especially to the south, to the region of Brittany, but we will return to that a bit later. Speaking of Ireland, let's dive into another story from the Ulster cycle for now. The story of Cuchulainn, a legendary demigod, the son of Lug, a god from the Tuatha Dé Danann. We will talk about it later too. And a mortal. His mother was Dersne, the sister of the king of Ulster, Cruach mac Nessa, that we have just seen as the villain in the story of Deirdre. The life of Cuchulainn was filled with extraordinary deeds and miracles, starting with his birth. There are several versions of it, but here is one. His mother, Dersne, was the sister of the king of Ulster, and one day she accompanied him and a group of nobles to hunt a flock of magical birds. But snow began to fall, and they had to look for shelter. They found a house nearby, where only a couple lived, and the woman was pregnant, about to give birth. On the night of their arrival, she gave birth, and Dersne assisted in the birth. It was a baby boy. In the barn near the house, a mare also gave birth to twin colts. The Ulster men camped around the house that could not accommodate them all. But on the next morning, when everyone woke up, the house and the barn had disappeared, and their occupants were nowhere to be found. Only the child and the colts remained. This was obviously magic at work, maybe a divine intervention, and the boy could not be abandoned. So Dersne took him home and began raising him as her own. But the boy fell ill shortly after, and he died. As Dersne was mourning the child, the god Lug appeared to her and revealed that he was their host that night. He had seen how she had started raising the child and decided that she should be the mother of his son. He also told her that he had already placed his child in her womb, and that she should call him Setanta when he would be born. Then Lug disappeared, leaving Dersne to her dismay. Months passed, and the belly of Dersne betrayed her pregnancy more and more each day, which turned into a scandal, as she was promised, but not yet married, to a warrior of the court. Dersne explained herself, revealing the nature of the child she was carrying, and the entire court of Ulster, Awinmacha, was filled with wonder. When Dersne gave birth to the child, he was named Setanta, as ordered by Lug, and the nobles of Ulster argued for the honor of being his foster father. The dispute was settled by deciding that several of them would be foster parents, so that the miraculous child would be the son of the entire Awin Mara, the king himself, and several other noblemen and women who would teach him judgment, eloquent speech, morals, poetry and arts, provide for him, and nurse him until he would become the extraordinary hero he was promised to be. Several years passed, and Setanta grew up. He became a healthy and brave child. There was a group of children at Awin Mara, a boy troop that played and trained together. And even though he was still a small child, Setanta begged his foster parents to join them. But he didn't know that the custom was for newcomers to ask for the boy's protection before joining the group. And he ran onto the playing field without asking. The boys took this as a challenge and attacked him. He seemed to stand no chance against a dozen boys older than him. But as they started fighting, he suddenly had a battle frenzy and beat them all single-handedly. King Krahur arrived and put a stop to the fight. He cleared the misunderstanding, and Setanta accepted to ask for the boy's protection. Not that he needed it, apparently, but as soon as he got it, he began to chase after them, demanding they all put themselves under his protection, revealing that not only was he an extraordinary fighter, he also had innate authority and leadership. Krahur had noted the boy's exploits and kept an appreciative and protecting eye on him. It happened one day that a smith called Cullen invited the king to a feast at his house. Before going, the king went to the playing field, where the boys were playing the traditional game of hurling. He was so impressed by Setanta's performance on the field that he asked him to join him at the feast when the game would be over. Setanta agreed, and the king went to Cullen's house. But he forgot to tell his host that the boy would arrive later. And as all the guests had arrived, Cullen let loose his hound to protect the house. The hound was enormous and ferocious, so much so that the whole neighborhood was afraid of him and would never have approached the house when it was guarding it. But Setanta couldn't know this, and when he arrived at the house to join the feast as ordered by the king, the beast attacked him, a beast 3 times heavier than him, with powerful jaws and big teeth. A fight ensued, and Setanta had to kill the hound in self-defense. Everyone in the house was alarmed by the noise, and when they exited, they saw the dead hound and understood what had happened. Cullen was devastated by the loss of his hound, so Setanta promised he would find a replacement, and until the puppy would be old enough to do the job, he would guard Cullen's house himself. And so it was done. From this moment on, the Druids decided that Setante's name would now be Cuchulainn, Cullen's hound. In another episode of Cuchulainn's childhood, it happened one day at Auinmacha that the young boy overheard the Druid teaching his pupils. One of them had asked what that particular day was auspicious for, and the Druid was now making a prophecy. He answered that any warrior who would take arms this day would accomplish such deeds that he would gain everlasting fame. Cuchulainn was only 7, but the promise of everlasting fame and extraordinary accomplishments seduced him immediately. He went to the king and asked for arms. He was given several weapons, but none of them could withstand his strength, so that at the end, the king himself gave him his own weapons, which were the finest and strongest of Ulster, and they were perfect for Cuchulainn. But as they were conversing, the Druid arrived and grieved, because he had not finished his prophecy when Cuchulainn had run to the king. The warrior who took arms that day would indeed be famous forever, but his life would be short, and so it became clear to all that Cuchulainn would be a hero, but that his fate would probably be tragic. But the boy was still young, and not the kind to be discouraged by the sayings of an old man. Soon afterwards, upset by the way people kept talking about this prophecy at Auinmacha, he asked the king for a chariot. Time had come to accomplish great deeds. He set off on a foray and attacked 3 brothers, 3 warriors enemies of the kingdom of Ulster, who used to boast that they had killed more Ulstermen than anyone else. He entered in one of his battle rages and easily defeated his enemies. But then he returned to Auinmacha, to the court of Ulster, still in this state of battle frenzy. He didn't know friends or foes when he was in this rage, and the Ulstermen were afraid that he would slaughter them all. By chance, the queen, who led the women at Auinmacha, had an idea. She ordered the women to bare their breasts to him. This unexpected but arousing display caught Cuchulainn's eye, and he was distracted. The Ulstermen took the opportunity to wrestle him into a barrel of cold water. But the heat from his body was such that the barrel exploded in a cloud of steam. They put him in a second barrel, and this time the water only boiled, and then a third barrel, and this time the water only warmed to a pleasant temperature. The crisis was averted for now. Before we go on with the story of Cuchulainn, let's take a look at the connection between Irish, Scottish or Welsh mythology with their Celtic roots, and why it is mainly through them that we have access to stories that were sometimes born more than 2000 years ago. For the Celts in close contact with Rome, and where the empire stayed in place for longer, their myth and religion did not survive this period of several centuries. The ancient Celtic religion was abandoned, and the knowledge of the mythology from Spain or Gaul is known mainly through contemporary Roman and Christian sources, but there are very few. As I said before, only a few Celtic peoples maintained their linguistic identity and their political independence. The Gaels in Ireland and Scotland, the Welsh in Wales, and the Celtic Britons of southern England. Later, many Britons crossed the Channel to Brittany in the west of France and revived culture in Brittany against the general trend of weakening of Celtic culture. It is in these regions of Europe that Celtic culture and mythology lived on for several more centuries and left a much stronger trace. But the ancient Celtic religion was finally almost erased in the Middle Ages by Christianization. And paradoxically, some of these nations that adopted Christianity later than many other parts of Europe became intensely Christian. Ireland or Brittany became strongholds of Christianity in the Middle Ages. Celtic culture did not entirely disappear, of course. It remained in languages, in tales, in folklore, but the old religion was pretty much erased. Erased but not entirely forgotten, because the Middle Ages is the period when this agonizing ancestral mythology was put in writing, for a large part by monks, and a lot of precious information was preserved and transmitted this way. Centuries kept passing, and along the Middle Ages these nations generally maintained their independence. Scotland, Ireland, even though it was not unified, and Brittany. The exception politically being Wales, that was attached politically to England in the Middle Ages, but always kept a sense of its individuality. In the Renaissance and modern times, however, these small nations fell into the orbit of their bigger neighbors, and they lost their independence. Brittany was annexed by France in the 16th century. Scotland shared kings with England until the Acts of Union in 1707 that created a single kingdom of Great Britain, and Ireland, that also was in a personal union with England since the 16th century, they had the same sovereign, joined Great Britain in 1801. These unions were always faced with local resistance from part of the population. But if you had asked a Scot, an Irishman, or a French citizen of Brittany what their identity was 200 years ago, they would never have said they were from a Celtic nation. The Celtic period was little known, almost entirely forgotten across the population, and it was not a meaningful political reference at the time. There was, of course, a sense of identity and difference based on the language, based on traditions, a long history of independence, But what people had in mind was history since the Middle Ages. The antiquity or the pre-Christian period was not important. It was little known, vaguely barbaric and pagan, so nothing to be proud of or build a respectable identity on in societies at the time that were still very Christian. The folklore, the tales that were told and passed from one generation to the next, were very much alive and part of people's lives. They still contained a lot of Celtic pre-Christian elements, but these were not necessarily distinguished from later additions. And then came the 19th century and the Celtic revival, a renewed interest in national history that happened in pretty much all European countries. There was a Norse or Viking revival, a Germanic revival, and a Celtic revival. The curiosity of scholars and the public for pre-Christian and pre-Roman times increased dramatically. Archaeology, languages, myths and legends, it all became much more popular, and a part of the national identity in many European countries became linked to these ancestors and their culture, which was technically accurate, but also a choice because there were other possible ancestors from before. The Celts had the advantage of being better known. This was very important as a factor. And having lived long enough in these lands to be considered like the founding people, it was also very useful politically to create a sense of national unity, and the governments did not discourage and often promoted this way of telling a national history. This was when the French started to be taught in schools that their ancestors, for example, were the Gauls. So, regarding the Celtic aspect of these 19th century revivals, this is when the various nations or regions that consider themselves Celtic today began to adopt the term. A century earlier, they wouldn't have, and the Celtic revival changed their own perception of their history. It is a chosen identity, but one that makes sense, because indeed there is a major Celtic heritage that is not just based on DNA. The local languages, the folklore, the names of places, the historical roots of this sense of a national identity that distinguishes them from their neighbors. This all can be traced back to the Celtic period. Now, one difficulty when it comes to the sources of mythology is to distinguish what is from the original body of myth and religious beliefs that the ancient Celts had, and what has been added later by Roman or Christian authors who put mythology in writing. In popular culture, things can easily get mixed up. One example of this is the Celtic cross. This cross featuring a ring that unites its 4 branches. It is quite ancient. It appeared in the early Middle Ages in Ireland, Great Britain and France, but it appeared as a Christian symbol. There is no example of crosses like this made by the Celts before their conversion to Christianity. They used symbols like circles with branches that could possibly have inspired Celtic crosses, but all the high crosses that can be seen across Celtic regions, date from the Middle Ages or after 1850 with the Celtic revival. And yet, many people believe that these crosses are ancient Celtic symbols. They can be called symbols of Celtic Christianity, but not of ancient Celtic paganism. The same for stone circles, the most famous being Stonehenge, but there are plenty across Western France, Great Britain, Spain or Ireland. Celt druids may have used these circles, but they date from before the Celtic period. They are actually way older. I'll put a link in the description to the video about Stonehenge. So, even though details may have been changed, and time probably altered them, the stories that were written in the Middle Ages in Scotland, Wales, Ireland, parts of England, and Brittany are the closest things we have at our disposal to original Celtic myths. I told you earlier that the Ulster cycle contained 80 different stories, but it is only a section of Irish mythology, one that centers on the north of Ireland. There is also the Fenian cycle, or Finn cycle, that centers on a hero called Finn McCool and the group of his warriors, the Fianna. There is another set of tales about the Tuatha Dé Danann, the group of godlike peoples said to have arrived into Ireland in ancestral times. This one is called the mythological cycle. Yet another division is the cycles of the kings, that contain stories of legendary kings of Ireland. A lot of this Irish mythology is shared with Scotland, and actually in multiple stories characters travel between them. And apart from Ireland and Scotland, there are Welsh, Cornish and Breton mythology, which share stories or details with them, but are independent bodies in their own right that we won't have time to examine tonight, but I would be happy to make another video at some point about these specific mythologies. This abundance contrasts with continental Celtic mythology, apart from Brittany. This was entirely lost. From Gaul or Spain, we know close to nothing of the myths that were transmitted by the oral tradition, and pretty much all we have is the name of several gods that were worshipped, either across the Celtic world or locally. So now let's take a look at what we know of these deities and the Celtic pantheon. Among the gods and goddesses that transcended tribal boundaries and regions, there were a few notable ones. The Matress, Cernunnos, Taranis, the sky god, or Epona, the horse goddess. They were probably known under different names, depending on the regions, but traces of their cult have been found across the ancient Celtic world. The Matress were female deities, worshipped in northwestern Europe. They were always depicted in groups of 3. Their function is little known, but they had a large following that coexisted with the Roman gods during the first centuries in Gaul or northern Italy. Interestingly, this motif of tribal goddesses was very widespread in ancient Europe. The Romans had the Parcae, the female personifications of destiny. The Greeks had the 3 fates, The Norse had the Norns, always going by three. In Irish mythology there is the Morrigan. We will talk about this tribal goddess later. It is believed that this tribal goddess's motif has an Indo-European origin, because all these peoples were Indo-Europeans. Cernunnos is another well-known figure. The name serves for many examples of probably the same god with antlers. Cernunnos was depicted sitting cross-legged and usually holding a torque, that is to say, a large, rigid or stiff necklace. Cernunnos was venerated intensely across Gaul and Spain, and probably had at least an equivalent in Great Britain and Ireland. But his precise identity or significance in ancient Celtic religion are unknown. It has been supposed that he could have been a god of animals, of nature and fertility. Taranis was the god of the sky and of thunder, and apart from Gaul and Britain and Ireland too, traces of his cult from before the Germanic migration have been found far to the east along the Danube River. In Gaul, he was syncretized, that is to say, merged or associated with Jupiter, the Roman god. And Taranis was referred to by Roman authors as part of a triad of major Gallic gods, the two others being Essus and Tutatis. Tutatis' cult was widespread in Gaul and Britain, and it seems he was a protector god that tribes invoked to defend themselves from foes or disasters. And finally, another goddess worshipped throughout the Celtic world was Epona, a goddess protector of horses and associated with fertility. Contrary to other Celtic gods that stayed local after the Roman invasion and saw their influence diminish, Epona had some success abroad. Her cult spread to other parts of the Roman Empire. She even had a cult in Rome. The lands occupied by the Celts also had one or several healing deities each, often associated with thermal springs. Belenus in northern Italy and Gaul, Borvo in parts of Portugal, Brig or Brigid in Ireland. She was a goddess of fire and light, but in some stories is presented or intervenes to heal warriors. In Great Britain, a lot of wells were dedicated to a goddess that the Romans called Minerva, but that was certainly not how the Celts called her. In the city of Bath, the goddess associated with the thermal spring was called Sulis. This is an example of a local deity. There were hundreds, if not thousands of them, and the cult of Sulis merged with that of Minerva in the Romano-British period. Other gods were associated with the sun, Lug, the father of Cuchulainn, in the story we began before, but also in Ireland a goddess called Green, and yet another called Aine, Belenos in Gaul. The truth is that it is very hard, if possible, to understand precisely what deities were associated with across the Celtic world, which was diverse, and probably that no one could have a precise understanding of various pantheons in each region, even at the time. In total, the Celts may have had thousands of gods. For most of them, their names are not even known, and will probably stay forgotten because no one ever wrote them. But we are going to see some of these gods and goddesses intervene in their Irish iteration along the story of Cuchulainn. So let's resume it. We had left Cuchulainn as a child, after the prophecy that announced his fate and his first martial exploits. Several years had passed, and Cuchulainn had become handsome as he turned from child to man. So handsome, actually, that the Ulstermen worried that without a wife of his own, he would probably soon steal their wives and compromise their daughters. So they searched all over Ireland for a suitable wife for him. But he had already set his eyes on Emer, an exquisite young beauty he had fallen in love with. Her beauty was stunning, but so were her gentle voice, her sweet words, and her wisdom. The only problem was that her father was against the match. His older daughter, Emer's sister, was still unmarried, and it would have been improper to marry the younger daughter first. He also argued that Cuchulainn needed to accomplish deeds worthy of Emer's perfection. In reality, he hoped to gain time. These were only excuses, because his real intentions were to find a better match for his daughter, like the King of Munster. So he declared that before any marriage could be discussed, Cuchulainn should go train in arms to Scotland. In Scotland, more precisely at Dunska, the fortress of shadows on the Isle of Skye and its wild mountains plunging into the sea, lived Skarrar, a renowned warrior woman. She was an expert warrior that no man could vanquish, and it was said that few came back alive from Dunska, from her fortress of shadows on the Isle of Skye. The father of Emer hoped Cuchulainn would not survive the ordeal and never come back. On the Isle of Skye, Skarrar taught Cuchulainn the arts of war, and he also made a good friend, Ferdid, who also trained at the Fortress of Shadows. Our hero finally returned from Scotland, fully trained, but again, and this time with no argument left, Emma's father refused to grant her daughter's hand. This was enough. Cuchulainn, now stronger than ever, stormed the fortress, killing everyone on his path, and fled with Emma to bring her back to Awinmacha. In the following years, Cuchulainn had more adventures. He rescued a Scandinavian princess, avenged a friend, but when he reached 17, the time for his most famous exploit had come. Hoinbokulnir, the cattle raid of Cooley. To the southwest of Ulster was a hostile kingdom, Connacht, and on its throne was Maeve, an ambitious and mighty warrior queen. Maeve was a personal enemy and former wife of Cruthur mac Nessa, the king of Ulster, and for some time she had planned to attack Ulster. She coveted in particular a bull called Don Culnia, an extraordinary stud that could reproduce fast and was a source of prestige and wealth for his owner. But the bull belonged to Ulster, and she decided to steal it. Cuchulainn was supposed to watch the frontier, and the simple thought of it made all Ulstermen feel safe. But it happened one day that he neglected his duty to spend the day with a woman. He loved Emer, but it didn't stop him from seducing others. A curse disabled all the men of Ulster suddenly, and Maeve started her invasion plan by sending an army across the frontier. Cuchulainn realized the price of his negligence and ran to the frontier on a mission to single-handedly stop the army of Connacht. His strength was formidable, but no match for an entire army, and he had to employ ruse. He invoked the right of single combat. 2 champions would fight, one for each side, and the battle would be over when one of the sides would be left without a champion. Being the only warrior for Ulster, Cuchulainn would have to find the entire army of Maeve, but one by one. He knew he could easily win each fight, at least until he would be exhausted. But the task would be formidable, enormous, as there were thousands on the other side. The men from Connacht followed the rules of honor and couldn't deny the request. And so began the first duels. Cuchulainn won fight after fight, and days passed that turned into weeks. Queen Maeve saw her army slowly bleed, and the bull still hadn't been stolen. But Cuchulainn also had to face another dangerous opponent while containing the army of Connacht. One day, between 2 fights, a beautiful young woman came to him and claimed to be the daughter of a king who had come to offer him love. Focused on his task and remembering why he was not on the frontier on the day of the invasion, he refused. Hearing this, the woman revealed herself as the Morrigan, the Phantom Queen, who was 1 and 3 at the same time. In revenge for the rejection she had suffered, she intervened in his next fight against yet another warrior from Connacht, and she intervened under 3 different forms, first as an eel, then as a wolf, and finally as a cow. But each time Cuchulainn wounded her, and she had to retreat. More days passed, and Cuchulainn's strength was abandoning him. After one particularly arduous combat, he lied, severely wounded, and wondered if he was going to lose, leaving Ulster and its bull at the mercy of his enemies. At this moment, the god Lug appeared to him and revealed he was his father. He also healed him and encouraged him to triumph. The night passed, And when Cuchulainn woke up, he realized that during his sleep, the army of Connacht had been attacked. The men of Ulster were still neutralized by the curse. But not the boys, and the boy troop from Awin Macha, of which he once was a member, had attacked the army. The poor boys didn't stand a chance, and had all been slaughtered. Seeing this, he was taken by one of his battle frenzies, the most spectacular yet. He didn't just fight faster and stronger than ever. A metamorphosis took place, and he shifted into a monstrous thing, hideous and shapeless, that attacked the entire army of Connacht at once. He killed hundreds that day. Not enough to vanquish Maeve, but sufficiently to shake her allies. Once he had returned to his human shape, the combats resumed. For 3 days, he had to fight a grueling duel with his best friend, Ferdid, who he had met on the Isle of Skye. But Ferdid fought on the other side, on the side of Connacht. He finally won, but this victory only had the sad taste of his tears. During all these weeks, the curse that paralyzed the men of Ulster had slowly lost its power, and one by one, then in groups, Ulster men were converging towards the battlefield that Cuchulainn had been controlling for so long. The final battle was near, and again, thanks to the intervention of their hero, Ulster men were victorious. Maeve retreated, and against all odds, Ulster emerged victorious of the cattle raid of Cooley. More adventures awaited, and there was still the prophecy that Cuchulainn would be at the same time forever famous for his deeds, but would die young. But not tonight. On this victory and this day of triumph for Ulster, we will leave our hero to let him rest, and maybe we will return to the rest of his miraculous life and other stories from Irish mythology another time. Hello everyone. Please join me around the campfire, because tonight we are going to explore a world of gods, heroes and monsters in the forests, the fjords, and on the cold waters of northern seas. The time has come to tell you about Norse mythology. But let's begin immediately with the first story, and there will be many more. We will go back and forth, and I'll tell you about the history of the gods, the cosmology, the myth of creation, many different aspects of Norse mythology. This first story is about the king of gods, Odin, and how he lost an eye. Odin was the ruler of the Aesir tribe of the Aetirs, an all-powerful clan that included Thor, Tyr, Loki, Balder or Heimdall, and many more. Their home was Asgard, one of the 9 worlds, and the highest of these 9 worlds, because all the worlds were located on the branches of the world tree, and Asgard was on the highest and sunniest branch. But Odin was not the kind of almighty warrior that ruled by pure physical strength like Thor. He was also an avid seeker of knowledge. He did not always play by the rules of honor or justice, and he was as much into poetry and the quest for wisdom as he was into triumphs on the battlefield. He often left Asgard to wander through the cosmos and pursue his own goals. His thirst for knowledge and for discovery was such that he was willing to sacrifice almost anything to it. And this is how he was able to discover the secret of the runes. At the center of the cosmos was the world tree, Yggdrasil, that supported the 9 worlds on its branches. Yggdrasil grew out of an infinitely deep pool, the Well of Erd, and the mysterious depth of the pool held many of the most powerful beings and forces of the cosmos, so mysterious and secret that they were unknown to the gods of Asgard themselves. Among these beings were 3 maidens, the Norns, who created the fates of all beings. They shaped fates by carving magical symbols, the runes, into Yggdrasil's trunk, and these intentions traveled throughout the tree by the power of these runes, reaching the worlds and individuals they were destined to. Everyone and everything in the 9 worlds, up to Asgard on top of the tree, was affected by the power of the Norns and their runes. From his throne, Odin observed the 3 maidens, and his will to appropriate their power and their wisdom only grew day after day. He became so obsessed that no sacrifice seemed too big to complete this task. But the runes did not reveal themselves to any but those who were worthy of seeing them, those who had proven their absence of fear. And Odin could not see them. He had to prove his worth. So he hung himself from a branch of Yggdrasil. He pierced himself with his spear, and from this terribly precarious position, he scanned the dark waters below him. He had forbidden any other god to help him, because this would have invalidated his attempt at showing he was willing to sacrifice himself, and that he feared nothing on his quest to discover the runes. He stared and stared into the waters, staying on the edge that separates the living from the dead. After one day, he still hadn't seen the runes. Another day passed, then several more, and the runes still refused to reveal themselves. But at the end of the 9th day, as his last forces were vanishing without bending his will, he began to perceive shapes in the depth of the pool. The runes had finally accepted the proof of his fearlessness. They had accepted his sacrifice, and they began to show themselves to him. They did not only reveal their shapes, they also let him see and learn the secrets that lied within them, beyond their physical form. Odin quickly fixed this new knowledge in his memory that knew no limit, and ended his ordeal by climbing on the rope he had used to hang himself. He could then return to Asgard and heal his wounds. Odin had now acquired the power of the runes, which turned him into one of the mightiest beings in the universe. And he liked that, because his thirst for power was as great as his curiosity for knowledge. Armed with the knowledge of the runes, he could now protect himself and his friends in battles. He could wake the dead. He could render his enemies' weapons useless, magically put out fires, or heal any wound, physical or emotional. Odin was satisfied, but he never had enough. And on another occasion, he proved again his willingness to sacrifice himself to acquire knowledge. At the base of Yggdrasil, amongst the roots of the world tree, lived an exceptionally wise being called Mimir, who sometimes advised the gods. Mimir's knowledge of all things was unmatched, including by Odin himself, and he achieved this extraordinary understanding of everything by drinking water from a well. The water came from the Well of Erd, the same pool from which Yggdrasil grew, and where Odin had seen the runes for the first time. So this water was not ordinary. It contained all cosmic knowledge, and this knowledge could be absorbed by those who drank it. Odin climbed down the tree, all the way down from Asgard to the roots, with the intention of asking Mimir for a drink from this miraculous water. But Mimir knew the value of even a few droplets of this sacred water, and he refused, unless Odin accepted to sacrifice one of his eyes in return. It was one thing to risk his life to discover the runes, but the certainty of losing one eye against the mere promise of extended knowledge was yet another commitment. But Odin cared more about acquiring knowledge than his physical integrity, and he opted to accept the sacrifice. He took one of his eyes out and dropped it into the well. Mimir kept his promise. He dipped a horn into the well and offered Odin a drink of his water. From this moment on, Odin became the one-eyed god. He didn't lose his eye on the battlefield or a heroic fight against a monster, like some people could think for a god of war. He sacrificed it to acquire something much more precious than honor or respect in his view, wisdom and knowledge. As you know, mythological tales are always open to interpretation. And there can be many because they often exist in several different versions with alterations. Apart from the simple pleasure of storytelling or their religious significance, myths always serve as a reference in the cultures where they appear. They can be cautionary tales, explanations about the origins of the world, or why it is as it is. They also have a political dimension. But one problem with Norse mythology is that there is not an abundance of documents, of texts to refer to. contrary to other ancient cultures like China, India, ancient Egypt, or Greece. In contrast, Norse mythology is known mainly through medieval texts. The most important ones are called the Eddas. We will return to them later. And apart from texts, there are remains of oral traditions and archaeology. And all the important texts are from the last generations, when Scandinavia and Iceland were in the process of being converted to Christianity, and the old religion, the old cosmology, and all the beliefs that came with it were in the process of disappearing. The texts are from these last generations, or even after the massive conversion to Christianity. But before we take a look at these sources and their historical significance and the people who developed this myth, a branch of Germanic peoples, the Vikings, I'm going to tell you about these 9 worlds that were said to be supported by Yggdrasil, the world tree. There's a lot to tell, a lot of things to discuss. So before we begin our exploration of the 9 worlds, make yourself comfortable. And now we can really dive into the exploration of the 9 worlds. I already told you about Asgard, the land of the Aesir gods. There were other gods too, the Vanir, and they once were at war with the Aesir. This will be another story for later. These 9 worlds were not easy to travel to by any means. They were generally invisible, and only secret doors led to them. Only the world of humanity, Midgard, was visible, but the 8 other worlds could at times connect with the visible world. For example, Jotunheim, the world of the giants, could overlap with the wilderness in our world, or Hell, the underworld, could connect with graves, or Asgard with the sky. The number 9 came back a lot in Norse mythology, as well as other Germanic people's myths which were closely apparented. It is unknown exactly why. It could be that the lunar calendar had 27 days, a multiple of 9, but there is no final explanation to their fascination for this number. The positions of the worlds shown at different levels around the trunk of the world tree are also speculative. These are modern depictions, because nothing in the sources show these 9 worlds physically placed around a giant tree on branches. It could have been a metaphor or a symbol, because it doesn't really fit with the existence of overlaps between them. When accounts locate Asgard in the sky, this is probably more spiritual or symbolic than physical. Asgard is first and foremost the land, the enclosure of the Aesir gods, the most famous and probably the most important deities for the Vikings in their daily lives. They were the ones praised as models and worshipped for all sorts of favors. Asgard was almost always presented as a model of order and civilization. Ancient Germanic peoples had the concepts of Innangard and Utangard. What was Innangard, literally inside the fence, was orderly and law-abiding, stable. What was Utangard, outside or beyond the fence, was wild and chaotic. These concepts applied not only to geography or to these mythical worlds, it also applied to the psyche, to thoughts, to actions. They could be either in and guard and well thought out, rational and justified, or out and guard, disorderly and anarchic. Asgard was the representation of the Innengard, a model of orderly perfection. Another world, Jotunheim, the homeland of the giants, was the exact opposite, a model of Utangard with its chaos and unpredictability. And between the two, somewhere in the middle with elements of both law and civilization, but also chaos and wilderness, stood our world, Midgard, the middle enclosure or middle land. Before we talk about Midgard, here is a story about how Asgard was fortified. There was a time when the palace of the Aesir gods in Asgard was defenseless, and this was a concern for Odin. One day, a certain smith arrived at Asgard and offered to build the gods a high wall that would protect them against even formidable enemies. The smith said that he could complete the task rapidly, in only 3 seasons, but he also understood that the gods had no alternative if they wanted their wall. So he asked for an exorbitant price. He would build the wall against the hand of the delightful goddess Freya, the goddess of love and beauty, plus the sun and the moon. It was certainly in Odin's power to grant the 3, but was it worth it? The gods took counsel. From the start, Freya was against these terms, as her fate was at stake. But the other gods really wanted their wall, and thought that there would always be time to rediscuss the terms later. One of them, Loki, came up with a plan. He suggested the builder should be granted what he wished, but only if he could complete his work in a single winter instead of 3 seasons, with no help from anyone but his horse. The gods didn't really want to grant him the sun or the moon, and even less Freya's hand, but they found the plan perfect, because there was no way the smith could build a wall so fast. So he would fail to deliver it so quickly, and they wouldn't have to pay him anything. To their satisfaction, the builder agreed to the new terms, on the condition that all the gods swore oath to keep their promise. And so it was done. The builder began working on the wall. At first, the gods marveled at how fast the wall was rising and how thick it was. The horse hauled enormous boulders over huge distances, night and day, and the builder piled them up so precisely and strongly that this wall would certainly be able to discourage any enemy. But as the winter progressed, their marvel turned to concern, and then alarm. The wall was closer to be complete every day, and at this pace, the builder would be able to claim his prize. When the end of the winter was only 3 days ahead, only the stones around the gate had yet to be put in place. The builder would most probably succeed. The gods' fear and anger at being so close to being tricked turned against Loki, the instigator of the plan. They threatened him, said he would be responsible for the loss of the sun and the moon, which would plunge the nine worlds into darkness, and for the horrible fate of the delightful Freya, who would have to marry the builder and agree to his disgusting demands. Loki pleaded with the gods to spare his life and promised to find a solution. Loki was never short of ideas and tricks, so he came up with another plan. The following night, he took the appearance of a mare, and when the horse went for more stones, as usual, he showed himself as the mare. The horse was aroused by this welcome distraction and instantly forgot to collect the stones. Instead, it ran after Loki in disguise. Loki as the mare ran all night, and all night the builder's horse tried to catch him. When morning came, the horse was still missing, and the builder understood that without stones, he would now be unable to finish the wall in time. The gods were delighted to see how Loki had reversed the situation, but it didn't make them gracious. Their anger of almost having been played turned against the builder. Instead of wages for his work, they deemed justified a punishment for the builder who had almost earned the sun, the moon, and Freya's hand. Thor gave him a fatal blow from his hammer, and the builder was no more. But the gods were not the only winners here, because far from the wall, in the forest, the horse had finally caught up with the mare, and could finally achieve his goals with poor Loki. Of this unexpected union, an 8-legged horse soon saw the light of day, the horse Sleipnir, that would become Odin's mount. Now, let's resume our exploration of the Nine Worlds and talk about Midgard. Midgard was created by the gods. They slew a giant called Ymir, and they created the various parts of the world from its body parts, including a fence that they made from Ymir's eyebrows. It sounds rather bizarre, and in fact in many Norse myths the proportions are quite surprising. They didn't have a monopoly on this. For example, in Greek mythology, one anecdote was that all the stars we see at night, the entire Milky Way, was actually breast milk spilled by goddess Hera when she fed the young Hercules. It didn't sound very realistic either, and we will see later with the Norse myth of creation that it was not at all about realism or accurate proportions. This didn't really matter because, as myth, they were a kind of poetry, and they had metaphorical functions or symbolic functions. Realism was not the point. Also, the vision that the Vikings had of their world and their society was quite far from the Western European perception of them in the Middle Ages. They were seen as uncivilized warriors and looters. The ancestors of the Vikings had stayed at a distance from the Roman Empire. There was a mutual awareness, but Scandinavia was way too far for the Romans to think about conquest, and they already had a hard time containing the Germans. Also, the Vikings were never a single kingdom. They were a collection of tribes, clans, and smaller kingdoms forming an ethnic and cultural area in what is now Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Iceland. When they really made an entrance on the European scene in the 8th century, it was indeed to make raids and attack without warning any town or monastery or ship they could loot. So in Western European chronicles and later historiography, they were depicted as barbarians, violent and uncivilized. All the more that they were pagans, and the regions they attacked had been Christianized. But the Vikings were not just warriors, they were also traders, explorers. They went on to explore well beyond Western Europe. The ones from Sweden looked towards Russia, and they went all the way south to the Byzantine Empire. They crossed the Atlantic. They reached North Africa in raids. They obviously practiced agriculture, and their society had all the characteristics of civilization. It had an order, sedentary settlements, an elaborate society with rules, traditions, laws. They were not inherently chaotic, far from that. And the myth of Midgard, as this intermediate world populated by humans, reflects this perception of humanity and their society. Midgard was located between the opposite poles of order and chaos, but protected by the gods and invited to get more civilized, more orderly. This shows their conscience or their understanding that the model to tend to for human societies was one of order and stability, like Asgard, not the wilderness and chaos epitomized by Jotunheim, even though these aspects were also part of our imperfect world. So Jotunheim was a third world under or around Midgard. This was not explicit, and it was described as an inhospitable expanse covered in dark forests and mountain peaks, gripped in a never-ending winter that only wild beasts populated. But Jotunheim was also the dwelling of the giants. Giant is a translation of the term Jotun, and one that can be misleading, because giant in English evokes a being of enormous size. This was not what a Jotun was. The Old Norse word Jotun comes from Proto-Germanic, and it means devourer. So to the ancient Norse, there was no notion of a huge size in the term Jotun, but like the Titans of Greek mythology, the giants of Norse mythology were powerful creatures, enemies of the gods. You remember I told you about these concepts of Inangard, what is orderly and law-abiding, and Utangard, what is chaotic and wild. The giants are the personification of the Utangard. The Aesir gods from Asgard were the protectors of civilization, and despite their personalities and personal flaws, which were real, they tried to elevate humans, make their societies more prosperous, more orderly, more cultured. The Devourers did the opposite. They were constantly trying to drag humans back to primordial chaos. They were forces of destruction or of decay. The opposition between Aesir gods and giants, or Jotner, Jotun in the plural, is not really good versus evil. It is rather order versus chaos, or civilized versus wild. This is a big difference between ancient pantheons and later monotheist religions or traditions. In monotheist religions, the single God is almighty, knows everything, created the world and its inhabitants, and is literally perfection. God is perfectly good. On the opposite, the devil is a representation or an incarnation of evil. Gods from ancient pantheons were not that powerful, and they were never perfect. They were not the creators of the cosmos either. They had been created with it, and even though they were eternal and incomparably more powerful than humans, their power had limitations. They could not know everything, they had to fight, they made mistakes, they had distinct personalities, and sometimes even their rule was not eternal. We will see that later with Ragnarok at the end. Specifically in the Norse pantheon, the giants were not intrinsically evil, they just followed their destructive nature, and occasionally they could even play a useful role, even though inadvertently. The Aesir gods and the giants were not even entirely different creatures. Odin was half-giant, and the gods didn't seek to destroy the giants, but rather to keep them in check so that a balance would be preserved. So let's keep exploring the 9 worlds after these 3 ones: Asgard, Midgard, and Jotunheim. The 4th world was Vanaheim, the home of another tribe of deities, the Vanir. These gods are like a lost continent of Norse mythology, because the sources are very fragmentary, so we don't exactly know what their importance was to the Norse. Some of them may have been among the most widely worshipped across the Viking world, but to us they look eclipsed by Aesir gods. There is no known description of Vanaheim either. It is vaguely pictured as a place wilder than Asgard, where the forces of nature dominate, but it doesn't really inform us of the precise vision that the Norse had of this world. Among famous Vanir gods are 3 figures that are better known because they joined the Aesir in Asgard after a war between the 2 tribes. There was Njord, a god associated with wealth and seafaring, that seems to have been very well known and venerated by the Vikings. There was also his daughter, Freya. We talked about her in a previous story, and his son, Freyr. The 2 also became honorary members of the Aesir tribe. Freya was famous for her fondness of love, beauty, and fine material possessions. If we were to make comparisons with other pantheons, she would be the figure closer to Venus for the Romans and Aphrodite for the Greeks. It is widely believed that Freya and another goddess, Frigg, Odin's wife, were actually the same figure for most of Norse history. In later sources from the Middle Ages, they are distinguished with 2 different goddesses, but they share so many similarities that it could just be a misunderstanding by the authors who put Norse mythology in writing after the Christianization of Scandinavia, because their storylines and personalities seem similar enough to consider them the same deity. The 3rd Vanir to join the Aesir was Freya's brother, Freyr. Yet another divinity that was widely venerated and well liked because he was associated with peace, good health, and fertility, both agricultural for harvests and sexual. His blessing was called on weddings and in the celebration of harvests. But why did Njord and his two children end up in Asgard and became honorary Aesir gods? Because they were taken as hostages after a war. And this is another story I have to tell you. The war between the Aesir and the Vanir. When our story began, Freya was still living with her tribe, the Vanir, and she was the most powerful practitioner of magic in the entire Nine Worlds. She practiced Seder, a form of magic that gave her the power to discern the course of fate, and also to work on the structure of fate to bring about change. In other words, Freya could interfere in destinies, and her services were passionately sought after. So she traveled from town to town and from world to world, where people would hire her for her craft. She eventually visited Asgard, the home of the Aesir. The Aesir gods were impressed with her talent and sought her services. So much so that soon it became almost an obsession for them. Their selfish desires that they wished to fulfill with the help of the magician were becoming more important than anything else. And the rules of honor, loyalty, and obedience to the law that characterized the Aesir were pushed aside. Realizing that, they didn't blame themselves for their own shortcomings. This was not their way of dealing with problems. They blamed Freya. They conspired to murder her and return to their previous life once she would have disappeared. 3 times they tried to burn her, but she was a powerful goddess too, and 3 times she was reborn from the ashes. When the Vanir learned what had been done, or at least attempted, against one of their own, they became hostile to the Aesir, and soon the hostility between the 2 tribes erupted into war. They began fighting. The Aesir with physical strength and the rules of combat, the Vanir through magic, which was their way. The war remained indecisive for a long time. Each side gained the upper hand in turns, but neither the magic of the Vanir nor the strength of Thor or the tricks of Odin and Loki could put an end to it. Eventually, the 2 tribes had enough of this fighting and agreed to call a truce. This is when they exchanged hostages that would live with the other tribe as a guarantee of peace, as was customary between tribes that had been at war. Njord and his children, Freya and Freyr, joined the Aesir. The Vanir welcomed 2 members of the Aesir, Heinir, a god of great strength that presided over frenzy on the battlefields, but of limited intelligence. He was often at a loss for words. And Mimir, the same Mimir who had gained incomparable wisdom thanks to the magic water, and that Odin had visited and offered an eye to, in order to broaden his knowledge in our first story. The Vanir were well versed into the magic arts, but it didn't mean they were that smart. They observed that Heinir was able to give advice of extraordinary wisdom and value, and they began to regularly ask for his insight on everything. What they didn't realize was that Heinir was visionary and articulate only in the presence of Mimir, who was the real source of wisdom. As time passed, they kept asking Heinir for advice on any problem. But as he was not always in the company of Mimir, he also gave pointless and unhelpful answers. Vanir grew angry at his stupidity and felt cheated in the exchange of hostages. So, as retribution, they beheaded Mimir, the very source of wisdom they could have used to their advantage, and they sent his head back to Asgard. Odin was quite sad of the loss of his old friend, but this didn't restart the war. Instead, Odin embalmed the head and revived it with magic spells, so that the preserved head of Mimir would continue to give him advice in times of need. Now let's resume our exploration of the 9 worlds with a 5th and a 6th ones. Niflheim, the world of fog, ice and darkness, and Muspelheim, the world of fire and heat. These two were cosmological opposites, and they played an important role in the creation of our world and all living beings. This is yet another story, the birth of the giant Ymir, the ancestor to all the giants and also the gods. How did it all begin? Before there was any living creature, or even plants, soil or sky, there was only a gaping abyss, an expanse of darkness and void that existed between Niflheim, the homeland of ice, and Muspelheim, the homeland of fire. This lasted eons, that no one existed to record. But it happened that frost from Niflheim and flames from Muspelheim crept towards each other and met in the middle of the abyss. The meeting of these elemental principles set the creation of the world in motion. The fire melted the ice, and the drops formed themselves into Ymir, the first giant. Ymir was a gigantic creature, and was hermaphrodite. It could reproduce without anyone else. When he slept in the void of the abyss that now had its first resident, other giants appeared, all born from Ymir's body. As the frost continued to melt, a second creature was born from the drops, a cow. She nourished Ymir with her milk, and nourished herself by licking the ice that contained salt. Her licks slowly uncovered another creature that was prisoner of the ice, Buri, Odin's grandfather, and the first of the Aesir gods. Buri had a son, who married a female giant, a daughter of Ymir, the primordial giant, and together they had 3 children, Odin and his 2 brothers, all half-giant and half-god. Odin and his brothers slew Ymir, and from his corpse they constructed the world. They formed oceans from his blood, soil from his skin, vegetation from his hair, the sky from his skull. And on this new world, the first spring began. Some time later, the gods formed the first man and the first woman from tree trunks, and humanity began to multiply. but many giants had appeared from Ymir's body before the first giant died. Giants had multiplied, and their chaotic nature threatened to destroy this new world, Midgard. So in order to protect it, the gods built a fence around it, using Ymir's eyebrows, so that this new world would thrive, at least for now, because everything that begins needs to end, and the end of times would eventually happen. We will see that later. So we have seen 6 worlds at this point: Asgard, Midgard, Jotunheim, Vanaheim, Niflheim, and Muspelheim. There are 3 left. 2 others were home to extraordinary creatures: Alfheim, the world inhabited by the elves, demigod-like beings. The elves were luminous and described as more beautiful than the sun. There are no known descriptions of their homeland, but it can be imagined as full of light and beauty. Alfheim contrasted with Nidavellir, or Svartalfheim, the subterranean world of the dwarves, as much as the elves lived above ground, in luminous places. The dwarves were master smiths and master craftsmen, dwelling beneath the ground, in a labyrinth of mines and forges. And finally, the 9th world, the underworld, was Hel, or Helheim, the realm of the fierce goddess Hel that reigned on it. Hel was thought to be located underground, like graves, but the name and the location should not make us conclude that it was a place of torment, like the Christian concept of hell. The similarity in names is not a coincidence. Hel, H-E-L, and the modern English word hell have the same root in the Proto-Germanic language, which is an ancestor of Old Norse and Old English. The original meaning is believed to have meant hidden or concealed, and it was used to qualify the underworld. It is likely that when Christian missionaries spread Christianity to the Anglo-Saxons, they used the closest word they could find in Old English to refer to Satan's realm, and the same term came to name the Christian hell in English. But apart from the similarity in name, and the fact that it could be located underground in both traditions, the 2 concepts are very different. In Norse religion, hell was not a world where people ended up after death as a form of punishment. It was generally cast in neutral terms, as a place where people kept living on the other side of death, doing the same kind of things: eating, drinking, sleeping, fighting. All these worlds, their functions, their locations, or their history, appear in the various sources that give us access to Norse mythology. But the sources may be conflicting. They came from different places and periods. Like all mythology, Norse mythology was not set in stone, and it evolved over time. So what are the sources we have at our disposal? There are several, and the most complete and central to our modern knowledge are texts from Iceland called the Eddas. First, there is a collection of poems known as the Poetic Edda that is incomparably precious because they expose the Old Norse cosmology and mythology in a systematic way. The authors are unknown and the period uncertain, but they were composed sometime between the 10th and 13th centuries, at the time when Scandinavia and Iceland were being Christianized, but old Norse beliefs still circulated and resisted the religious shift. There is also a treatise called the Prose Edda from the 13th century by an Icelandic scholar, Snorri Sturluson. It is also a rich source of information, but it is post-Christian, and experts believe that many interpretations and tales from the Prose Edda bear the trace of the new world that had begun. Also from Iceland in the Middle Ages are several historical texts called the sagas. They may contain real elements, but they are not historical in the modern sense. They mix real events with legends and mythological references, so they also are a source. On top of these documents, there are also medieval compilations of mythological stories from Denmark, from Germany, like the Nibelungenlied, and sometimes Old Anglo-Saxon literature helps corroborate other sources. For example, Beowulf, the epic poem, is a valuable source here. Apart from writings, archaeology is an important non-literary source. Of course, archaeological finds do not tell the stories by themselves, but they corroborate texts with the iconography or the ancient naming of places. I already told you about several gods of the Norse pantheon: Odin, his wife Freya or Frigg, her brother Freyr. So now let's look at some other prominent Norse gods. Only a few ones, because there are actually dozens of characters and many tales I could tell you about in another story, or 2 or 3, because I had to leave aside a lot of possible stories for tonight. So obviously you know about another famous Norse god called Thor. Thor was the archetype of the warrior god, the ideal toward which human warriors should aspire, courageous, with a strong sense of duty, and very powerful, even more with his magic belt of strength and his hammer. In many episodes, he fights the Jotnar, the giants, defends Asgard, and protects humanity. He also fights monsters, especially an enormous sea serpent called Jormungand, so big that it encircles Midgard. Ironically, Thor was the ultimate protection against the Jotun, but he was 3/4 Jotun himself. His father, Odin, was half Jotun, as we saw before, and his mother was of full giant ancestry. Another prominent god is Loki, and Loki was a very ambivalent figure. His father was a giant, not a god, and he was more than anything known for his tricks and a lack of concern for the well-being of other gods. He was unreliable and often painted as a villain, with no consideration for social expectations or his reputation. He was also a coward, focused on self-preservation. And even when he was useful, because several times he saved the day, as we have seen in the story about the wall of Asgard, it was always because he was forced to. Even what we could call the laws of nature didn't apply to him. He fathered monsters, such as the giant serpent Jormungand, the enemy of Thor. and turned into a mother when he shapeshifted into a mare. At the end of times, Ragnarok, that I kept for the end of the story, he turned against the gods and sided with the giants. So, in a sense, he is a god because he resides in Asgard and interacts with them. He has formidable powers, but he also embodied the opposite to traditional Norse values like honor, honesty, and courage, and no traces of any kind of worship of Loki has ever been found in historical records. People who lived on the margin of society, acted as tricksters or saw themselves as smarter than average, would have claimed the patronage of Odin, not Loki, because it was not desirable at all. There were more figures. Balder, a handsome and cheerful god, who was loved by all creatures, a kind of northern Apollo. Heimdall, the god tasked with guarding the god's stronghold in Asgard. His dwelling sat on top of a rainbow bridge that led to Asgard, the Bifrost. Tyr, another war god that presided over matters of law and justice, and many more with an obscure role because we lack sources, like Idun, Bragi, Sif. Prominent giants were also famous. Different tales give names and information about some of them. But as I said earlier, this colorful world, full of mysteries, magic, creatures embodying all concepts or feelings imaginable, this world that was born from the meeting of fire and ice at the dawn of times, was doomed to disappear. It is now time for the last story of the night, the story of Ragnarok. Ragnarok, in Old Norse it meant fate of the gods, was the destruction of the cosmos and everything in it, including the gods, the giants, the different worlds and their inhabitants. Was or will be, because Ragnarok is the last possible tale of Norse mythology, but to the Vikings it was a prophecy, a disaster waiting to happen, even though the precise story of this cataclysmic destruction was already written. So I'll tell it in the future tense. You remember the Norns we discovered at the beginning, the three maidens who decided the fates of gods and humans. One day, they will decree that a great winter shall come. The light and warmth of the sun will fade, plunging the world into darkness and a cold like no living creature has ever experienced. Around the world, biting winds and snowstorms will add to the devastation. This terrible winter shall last for the equivalent of 3 winters, without respite, and during this very long month, plants will die, harvests will be lost, and animals in the forests and the seas will die in large numbers, making food harder and harder to find. Mankind will be so desperate that all laws and codes of conduct will collapse, leaving only a cruel and hopeless struggle for survival. It will be an age of wars, when tribes will explode, brothers will slay their brothers, and fathers will slay their sons. In the skies, the sun and the moon will fully disappear, and so will the stars, leaving only a black void above the heads of the survivors. Monsters will get free or awaken, such as a monstrous wolf called Fenrir, or Jormungand, the giant serpent. Waters from the oceans will be spilled over the land by the convulsions of the serpent, and floating on these floods, a sinister ship will travel with an army of giants, led by no other than Loki, the traitor god. The dome of the sky, made millennia ago from the skull of the primordial giant Ymir, will be split, and from the crack, fire giants from Muspelheim will emerge. These fire giants will attack Asgard, marching across the Bifrost, the rainbow that connects Asgard to Midgard, and the Bifrost will collapse behind them. Heimdall, the guardian, will blow his horn to announce the arrival of the moment all gods have feared for their entire existence. The gods will know in advance that everything is lost, and that this battle shall be their last. But when everything is lost, honor can still be saved, so they will decide to go to battle against the giants and the monsters. Odin will be joined by the champions of men, an army of heroes chosen by him over the centuries for their bravery and strength. And together they will confront the giant wolf, Fenrir. They will collectively fight more valiantly than any god or any man ever fought, but they will lose and be swallowed by Fenrir. The only survivor, one of Odin's sons, burning with rage, will be able to avenge his father and kill the wolf. Other duels will also end in the death of both sides. The god Tyr will slay another monstrous wolf, but be killed by it. Heimdall will face Loki, and both will fall. So will Freyr and the chief of the fire giants, and Thor and the serpent Jormungand, leaving no survivors on the battlefield. Then, when the last god and the last Jotun will have expired, the remains of the world will sink into the sea. The waters will cover everything, and the waters themselves will dissipate, leaving only a void. Creation and all that had occurred since will be completely undone, as if nothing had happened. Was it all just a dream, after all? Maybe, according to some, another world will arise. Maybe the waters will not disappear but recede, and another world will be repopulated by a few survivors. Or, one day, if the void replaces everything, maybe the frost from Niflheim and the flames from Muspelheim will meet, and everything shall start again.